Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter teamed up with Evil Hulk? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Honeysuckle Potter wasn't really a very interesting person. Not next to her Auror dad, Potion's mistress mom and famous girl who lived sister. She wasn't as personable as them either. She realized when she was quite young, though she didn't have the vocabulary for it then. And she wasn't as pretty as them either, she thought to herself at 7. Her mum and sister Marigold both had long pretty red hair. Mum had bottle green eyes too, and a kind smile. Dad was tall and lean, with tousled black hair and a crooked grin that Marigold shared. And they both had nice-looking golden hazel eyes. Honey was just scrawny and knobby-kneed, and her green eyes weren't the same as their mums, and her black hair was a mess all the time no matter what she did. At least she had Dad's smile when she did smile, same as her sister too. She spent what time she could learning about potions in an attempt to connect with her mom, and learning Muay Thai and Wing Chun after begging for martial arts lesson in an attempt to impress her dad. Neither were terribly successful. Her mum smiled at her sometimes when she would ask her about potions things, and her dad would mess up her hair with a grin when she was picked up from lessons, but it was brief, and always were they soon distracted, mostly by Marigold, but not always. And Marigold was perfect. Anyone with eyes could see that. She was friendly and nice to people, and didn't try to melt into the shadows when people tried to talk to her like shy Honeysuckle did. She was brave and fearless to her slightly younger sister. She practiced ballet rather than something as brutal sounding as martial arts, something just as physically demanding but much more pretty. And everyone seemed to just love her. Some people didn't even know Marigold had a sister. She grumbled to herself, wondering about the ministry. At 9 now, she had perfected her ability to sneak off, and she used it especially much when crowds came around Marigold, as they did earlier. Her family never seemed to notice she was gone, and when they did, she would just say she was at the loo because they never seemed to know how long she'd been gone. A hand landed on her shoulder heavily, and she jumped. She wasn't used to people sneaking up on her. Rather, she was usually the one people didn't expect since she had gotten so quiet and unobtrusive. She looked up to see. She wasn't sure if it was a man or a woman actually, since they wore formless hooded robes and she couldn't see their face either. "Come," they directed in an altogether androgynous voice. She winced and obeyed guiltily as she was directed into one of the lifts. They, however, went down instead of up where she'd originally come from. But she didn't want to ask and get a scolding, so kept quiet. They eventually came out somewhere she'd never been before. But then, she hadn't been often to the ministry anyways. It was dim, and there were other people dressed the same as the one who nabbed her going about. It was eerily quiet. She kind of liked it, as intimidating as it was. She was gently nudged and startled, obeying the silent command and stepping forward hesitantly. She was directed in what she felt was a maze, and eventually they had gotten to a spinning room with many doors. The person seemed to choose one at random, but it could just as easily been that they were familiar enough to know which is which, or it was charmed. The room they entered was dark and foreboding, and she shivered a little bit for the chill. There wasn't a whole lot of lighting. "The veil," the person spoke up, and she looked up at them before looking at the thing in the middle of the huge room. It was huge and made of stone, with a wispy, partly translucent-looking cloth that fluttered a little in a breeze that wasn't there. It seemed to whisper in the silence, and it was up on a raised dais. Another nudge at her shoulder made her stumble towards it, and she glanced back at the person who gestured her forwards. Not knowing what else to do, or really what this thing was, she obeyed. She didn't want to get in trouble. The cloth seemed to flutter a bit more as she got closer to it, the whispers crooning to her. She held on tighter to her robe, a burst of anxiety filling her. She went up 1 step, then 2, 3 and 4 before she was on the dais properly. She glanced behind her one more time, only to see there was a small group of those hooded strangers now, all seemingly watching her. "The last one," she heard them mutter. "The last Horcrux." She wasn't sure what they were talking about. Was this thing a Horcrux? What even was a Horcrux? She turned to the thing and tried to channel her sister's bravery. She took a deep breath and took a step closer. then another and another before she was standing just in front of it. The edges of cloth seemed to caress around her, inviting her in, and she took another deep breath. Someone slammed through the room. Or no, an entire fleet of Aurors did. She was grabbed from the dais by a wretchedly terrified father, being held tightly against him as he pulled her far from the veil. The unspeakable stood alone in front of the veil, touched the stone ark not in reverence, not in curiosity, but in solemn nostalgia. The war had ended nearly 5 years ago, and Honeysuckle had done everything she could in the meantime to help her sister even more, including but not limited to framing her as the one who vanquished the Dark Lord, setting her up as the minister from behind the scenes thanks to years and years worth of connection building and whispering suggestions to her now and again. She'd done all she could, had devoted her life to her sister and her family, and with all of that done, she was finally ready to get rid of the last piece of him. That damn stubborn shard hadn't died when Voldemort had cast that spell. She could still feel it creeping, hiding in the back of her mind, biding his time. The veil would destroy him. Of that she had no doubt. She had her affairs in order. The letters to what remained of her family were already sent out, and now there was only one thing left to do. She'd never really been part of the family anyways, and it's not like she had many friends, certainly none close enough to be more than slightly upset. She stepped through. She was in a corridor of some kind. It had a clear glass-looking floor, and there were doors going down, but no walls. It was black with strange swirls of color and no actual walls to speak of, like what she'd seen of deep space from the occasional Muggle pictures. It was disorienting, but she felt calm. She walked in what felt like slow motion. She opened the first door, decided she didn't like what she saw, and closed it, forgetting what was behind it at all, but knowing she didn't want it. She checked another door, and another. None of them seemed to please her. She kept walking and wondered if the corridor was infinite. And then she watched as what looked to her like a giant spectral whale came careening down and destroyed the path behind her. The arch that she'd come in included, and she didn't even feel alarmed at it, just a passing curiosity as she watched the gargantuan creature sweep past only a few meters behind her. There was no sound at all. She went on her journey of opening and closing doors, and every so often, the whale or what looked to be a giant wispy squid destroying the path behind her. Eventually she found what she must have been looking for, because when she opened that door, she kept it open. It was amazing, with strange Muggle technology, and it looked happy. She wanted to be happy. Would she be happy if she went in this door? The whale and squid circled above her. She looked up at them, and they paused, seemingly waiting for her next action. She looked back into the door and nodded to herself. It was this one. She waved goodbye to the huge creatures and stepped through. She mumbled incoherently, turning over and snuggling down. She should have known better, she thought to herself bitterly, than to have been enticed by the flashing lights back then in the veil. She'd been de-aged and given a new name, a new identity, as Honeysuckle Stark. She was kept a secret, hidden away as the mistake Howard Stark's one and only affair during his marriage, during a business trip to Blighty, had produced. Despite it, she had loved the time her daddy had spent with her, loved that he tried so hard to be there for her and provide for her. And while her name might be Stark, all of her papers besides her birth certificate had told her surname was Grimm, like her mother in this new world. Either way, her last name was interesting. She knew who she was, or who she had been at any rate. Still had magic. Still had all the memories and knowledge. Her scar was gone, though. All of them from her old world were. Her body was a clean slate when she arrived, and thankfully enough for her, not overly different from her original body. Better, her hair was a curly mass, but she liked to think a pretty one and so much easier to take care of. Like she had a natural, permanent perm. All things considered, both her parents being attractive, she came out quite good looking. She was a pretty child, and even a happy one despite her past. But everything changed when she was 11. In December of 1991, her entire world shifted on axis, and she lost a father only a week after he entrusted her with a vial of something blue. Her daddy had made very, very sure that she was well protected before his death, and that she'd be secure when he was gone. But it didn't stop the overwhelming grief. Her mom might be there for her all the time, but she was a daddy's girl, and they both damn well knew it. Not long after that, Her mother had fallen ill anyways. She died when Honey was 13. Around the same time, her older half-brother seemed to learn that she existed and had sent an impolite, crude warning not to try and use the Stark name for her own selfish gain, and that he would deny any and all relation with her, whoever she was. Turns out he didn't know who she was, only had been able to send the message, in her and Daddy's special code, to the receiver he'd made specifically for her. Anthony didn't know anything. Not her name, not her face, not even her sex or age, and he wasn't interested anyways. Which was fine. She'd always kind of hated him anyways. Because no matter how much her daddy loved her, no matter how he doted on her and favored her, it was that toe rag that was his favorite, the pride of him. She had thought she was used to a sibling being the favorite by now, but it seemed that her old envy was strong in this body. So not only had she lost her father, then her mother, but the only immediate blood family, she had rejected her very existence. She really wished that the veil had just killed her, or that she had been more wary of that door. The only silver lining was being taken in at the London sanctum, though the people inhabiting had an awful lot of wonky ideas about how magic worked and weren't born with it like she was. And they seemed determined to look like they belonged on the set of an old Edo fantasy movie. Or, most of them did. There were some other styles, though they were usually looked on with a bit of scorn. Weird. She didn't stay with them overly long, just until she could get her bearings after the morning. She couldn't access her daddy's money until she was of legal age, and being only 16 when she left the sanctum, she took to the streets. It was different, but honestly she used to sneak around nocturne when she told her parents she was staying at a friend's place during summer halls in the old world, and even worse when she was on the run from Voldemort. So this was nothing to her. She stared at her laptop dully. Despite his apathy to her, she kept tabs on whatever flashy, annoying thing he did. Bought the rags that had his name somewhere on or in it. Watched the interviews. Saw the photos. And she compared them to the dated things from her father's past. They were similar. Not overly so, but they were. She wasn't stupid. She knew that compared to how her daddy was when he was young and the daddy she knew, he had changed. Not so surprising, given his past and his continuous involvement in the government and that secret government of his. Tony might be the favorite, but she was the shadow child, the one no one knew existed. She was the secret keeper and secret wrapped in one. He might be the shining star, but she was used to that, and used to being the one in the shadows watching over them. She might have looked like a child, even acted like one and felt like one. She thought hormones were a part of it as her new body aged, and fucking hell was puberty fucking trash, but she was a war veteran, Ravenclaw and unspeakable. She knew the value of knowing things. She might never be on the same level as her father and brother, but she was a magical force to be reckoned with, something beyond their muggle technology. So Honey knew well about her father and his old exploits. Both from his stories, Tony had never listened to them, but she always did, and so Daddy had never stopped regaling her when he saw her, and from the digging she did. Oh, not in files or anything. Her daddy was too well versed in his fields for her to even try. But his mind was open to her, and she'd been lucky enough to retain much of her magical skills after the transition besides those stupid trinkets that never left her alone. Daddy had been her source for everything. He was her idol, no matter what sordid things were in his past. And while he loved her more than life itself, Tony had always been his greatest creation. So no matter her feelings on the matter, Tony was under her protection. She just wished that media was less adept, or at the very least, not as competent at digging up his information. The trip to Washington was brief. The trip into a mind with Alzheimer was both intriguing and pitiful. The memories were still there. The sharp mind was still there. It was just hidden from the owner of the mind by fluff and hazy old age. A shame. A shame that such a vivacious, courageous woman was losing it all like this. In this way. Better, she thought, to have died in battle than like this. By losing oneself slowly. When she left the building, she fiddled with her mother's bracelet. It was memento from her father to her mother. The infamous Stark special, the only one made after he'd gotten married. Well, she thought to herself, there was still plenty to see in Washington, D.C. besides visiting her daddy's old colleagues. Her older half-brother was out of the country at current, and she was pretty sure Daddy had done something before he died to make sure she was safe from videos and cameras and the like that his shadow government used. From what she saw in his head back then anyways, she was no mechanical technology genius like her brother and father were. She didn't need to be. Instead, after leaving the London sanctum and managing herself, she had gotten into defense, protection services, and the like, though it was more a hobby at this point. She was more subtle than some of the people who worked under the same contractors, and that had made her quite a pretty penny. She was a small, not quite gamine woman with a boyish charm despite her clearly feminine curve. Big green eyes and long lashes, voluminous curly hair like mother had given her. Having her mum's hair rather than her dad's. Cute face, button nose, long legs, waspish waist, pretty and petite, and just plush enough to be more curvy looking than waif-like she knew would be easy with her body structure. Idly, she popped another candy from her Pez dispenser, this one a sugar skull one. Her admittedly fantastically fit body was more than just good looks, though she worked hard to maintain that too. This new body needed to be retaught discipline, and she had started very, very young. Muay Thai and Wing Chun had been the first and easiest to conquer despite the toil her new body had to go through to achieve it. Her mind was familiar enough to ease the process. Mixed martial arts were taught and highly encouraged in the sanctum, and she had taken damn well advantage of it, pushing her body harder and faster. She'd also gained a bit of a thing for tricking, the gymnastic-like quality appealing to her. She trained her body more than anything else when she was young. Look at her, talking like she was even into her 20s. She was close, because frankly, her mind was as sharp as ever. She learned things no other being on this planet knew of or understood. Hell, she had known things back in her old one people would never learn down in the Department of Mysteries, and through the war and the knowledge she devoured from Riddle's Horcrux and thus, a direct connection to his mind. She wasn't one to overlook a source of free, easy information. Of course, she couldn't just rely on her martial arts and physical skills like that. Aside from her very dangerous, very knowledgeable magical repertoire, she needed more to combat the people who targeted her clients. Couldn't go around slinging spells willy-nilly after all. Couldn't risk the Inhumans catching wind of her. Or Merlin forbid, those fucking Kree. And she certainly didn't want to wind up on the index. Not that she thought S.H.I.E.L.D. could get anything on her from her daddy's meddling. Even daddy wasn't fully aware of what his daughter could do. But learning took time and effort and energy, and she had needed the money. She didn't necessarily steal it. She just copied and absorbed the knowledge from a few choice people. Chakram? Sure. Hand knives? Definitely. Darts? Yup. A fucking claymore? Honestly, more for showing off and shits and giggles. She was sloshed when she took that one, wandering through some sort of revival festival. And the guns, Lord. All the guns. Care. Ability to assemble and disassemble, bullets, add-ons, tips and tricks. The best of it was when she had come across Yelena during a backpacking trip through Europe. Yelena had been part of some weird Russian training thing, Red Room, that targeted making devastating female spies, and fuck yes did honey want that knowledge in her. Yelena had died sadly. That's what happens when you suck out that much knowledge, that much of a person since the training had become so integral to Yelena. On the flip side, she was fluent in a few more languages as a little bonus and knew intermediate ballet besides everything else. It's not like she took all of the knowledge and experiences. That would leave her as less of herself and more as a Red Room operative after all, and she didn't like that. Not at all. She had enough problems on her own, thank you. She was already a hardwired unspeakable. She didn't need to add more weird loyalties about the woman she became. She tapped manicured hands, currently done in shimmery platinum in stark contrast to her tan skin, on her thigh. Her most recent hobby had been following her wild, reckless older brother around under the cover of invisibility charms and notice-me-nots, and the like, combined with special spells and charms to avoid muggle things that might otherwise detect her. Those were some of the first things she learned before being able to really join the Unspeakables. It worked well enough, even though the muggle technology here seemed more advanced. At least, the kind's daddy's shadow government and her brother used at any rate. Or maybe that was more of her daddy's protection. Seemed no matter where she was, it was always her father protecting her. But that was beside the point. Her hobby of following around her big brother when she didn't have a client to protect didn't really need to be done in such secrecy. After all, Tony had no clue what his sibling looked like. No idea at all, and Honeysuckle Grimm wasn't a big enough name in the protection services to have garnered his attention. or to be guarding someone who would get near her famous older brother. She caught a bus and went on a sightseeing spree. Didn't often leave Europe after all, and who knows? She might go down to the New York sanctum. She gasped, sweating through what clothes she had worn. Her daddy had given her that serum, given her his modified super solider serum, and she had copied it, duplicated it with magic, and, well, she had been drinking pretty heavily, and sometimes she got into those episodes. Intense emotions weighing her down from both this life and her last. They blurred sometimes, in her dreams. It made her feel like it was just one long, terrible nightmare when she was melancholy enough. She had just wanted to make her daddy proud. At 25, though she had not aged much in the past few years, just like she hadn't back in her original world, Honeysuckle Grimm was loitering around in the US again. She hummed as she stopped at the gas station and shook her curls loose when she pulled her helmet off, glanced into the dark visor to make sure she looked as good as she always did. Pretty-faced. Makeup sleek and flattering on her cute face. Earrings, currently big platinum hoops, not getting tangled in her hair like sometimes happened. She pulled off her lovely Kawasaki Vulcan. It was in beautifully glittery metal flake in vivid blue. She didn't bother with locking it up for the 5 or 6 minutes she'd be away from it. No one would touch it. She had never admitted her penchant for bikes came from Patty, whom she had always secretly idolized as a child. Maybe she should have told him before she'd left. She pulled legs encased in skin-tight, acid-wash jeans around a slip from her bike, heeled boots meeting the ground below as she plucked at the clingy material of her Henley shirt. It was pretty warm, warmer than she'd expect back in good old Blighty, no matter where she went during this time of the year. She rolled her sleeves up as she went into the small mart attached, determined to grab a few snacks and another 2 or 3 packs of cigarettes. She'd really gotten into them the past few years. Not like they could kill her anyways. When she got in, there were maybe 3 or 4 other customers. No, definitely 4. 3 teenagers, likely locals. The 4th was a small, nervous man over by the coffee machines. The cashier looked bored to tears, likely the same age as the other teenagers, and she watched his lazy gaze drift over and become more animated. She wasn't surprised the ankle-biter smiled at her attentively, and the way he perked up drew attention from the other teens to peek over at her. "Hi," he greeted, smiling at her widely. "Good afternoon," she greeted amusedly, knowing her cultured accent tended to draw even more attention from everyday folk around places like this. She watched the blush bloom under his tan and only managed to stifle her chuckle as she wandered around in a slow circle. Bubblegum, 2 bags of crisps, mints, some apparently very spicy and hot beef sticks, Swedish fish, a Betty Boop Pez dispenser because she was growing a weird collection of Pez dispensers. When she got to the coffee machine, the teenagers were all doing a horrible job at trying to subtly watch her, or more accurately, her arse. Regardless, the coffee spot was thankfully enough, not a huge disappointment. Some places she stopped by had the worst of it. This one had 4 different machines and a separate machine for non-coffee hot drinks like hot chocolate, 3 different kinds of it, and a cold dispenser for milk and creamers besides the flavored creamers nearby. Milk, hot chocolate, and the strongest-looking coffee alongside a packet of sugar. All the while, the small man hunched a bit away from her, seemingly debating on what he wanted like it was a life-changing decision to make. She cast a notice, me not around the 2 of them, making the teens calm down back into placid boredom. "You all right there?" she asked the man, who startled. She wasn't sure how tall he was, but she was sure if he stood straight he'd be taller than her. Not that it was particularly difficult being taller than her. Her heels evened things out usually, luckily enough. Yeah, I'm fine," he stuttered nervously, eyes glancing around in panic. "Well, no offense here, but really doesn't seem that way." "What? Were those kids harassing you?" She frowned. He looked up at her briefly, frowning as he looked back down at his ratty shoes. That, or he was a particularly shifty thief. "Should you really be calling them kids?" "I'm 25, thank you very much," she huffed. He shook his head. "Look, I just don't have enough for a coffee." "Oh, really? Well, why didn't you say so?" she asked, pulling out her wallet from seemingly nowhere. One certainly wouldn't believe she'd had it in her back pocket after all. "Whoa, what are you doing?" "Buying you a coffee. I thought it was pretty obvious, but I mean, For all you know, I could have just been getting out money to throw at you and yell stripped. You don't need to dash, he fumbled. You're not from around here, right? Pretty obvious. Think of it as one traveler being courteous to another. I know how ragged it can get without a caffeine source. So where are you heading? Or are you just on an aimless wandering journey? Oh, you don't really need to say. I'm making my way to Maine. Could probably sneak into Canada that way. Heard it's beautiful up there. Oh, now where are my manners? My name is Honeysuckle Grim. Please don't laugh. That's the name my mother gave me. She smiled at him, offering her hand. I'm Bruce, he said hesitantly, taking her hand in an apprehensive grip. So, what are you traveling for? I mean, here in America, I just get wanderlust, I suppose. That and my job sometimes takes me places. Your job? I'm not an escort if that's what you think. Oh no, I wasn't Dash. It's fine. It's just an assumption people make looking at me. She shrugged. You going to grab your coffee? And a quick suggestion here. Maybe you should grab some food too. You don't have to dash. Consider it a whim then. She brushed off easily. Think of me as some lonely lady who pays in food and drink for conversation if you really want to. She wasn't one to get lonely, but a bit of conversation here and there doesn't go amiss. He got quiet after that, obediently getting a coffee, plain black. And he did snag some sort of snack cake as she led them to the cashier. She dumped all of her goodies down, setting her drink down more carefully, and Bruce gently set his own down. She lessened the effect of her spell and watched him as he boredly started cashing them up. She tossed a 50 down, watched the boy stutter and count out her change, which she pushed to Bruce, who likewise stuttered. As they were stepping out, Bruce still muttering protests, she asked him, So where are you headed? And maybe Canada? Care for a ride? She grinned at him and he stared at her, blinking a few times before a suspiciousness filled his eyes. Sorry. Guess it would be strange to just offer rides to strangers, huh? Well, either way, if this is goodbye Dash. No, I would like that. A ride, he said, but with a steely hint, and she saw in his face clearly that he was just trying to watch her. She wondered who this Bruce was that he'd be so suspicious. They traveled together for 3 days before he disappeared into the night without her. She hummed to herself, shrugging. None of her business. It was nice to have a companion for that time anyways, even though she had to keep her magic use low in the meantime. So she went about her day and took off again, feeling brief interest in the strange photos and sightings of a huge green man that started to slowly, carefully crop up in obscure boards and sites. She had learned who Bruce Banner was not long after he left her, poking around things and listening to a client, a small-time senator, complain about the military or some general or another and their resource-draining search for Bruce Banner. She had been curious as to who had managed to rile up such a search, and lo and behold, it was her Bruce. She kept mum about it. She tapped her nails on the table slowly, frowning. From the lift feed, the 29-year-old watched Stain accept an award in his place. Likely drinking, or fucking his way through the staff of whatever building in Vegas they were in. She herself was situated comfortably in a Vegas hotel on the Strip, watching this awards ceremony. Poor man, she thought to herself. Stain had been, briefly, the CEO of her daddy's company, and honestly Honey thought he should have stayed CEO. At least until Tony got his shit together. But then, if it had been like that, there's a chance it would never have happened. She shook her head and turned it off, turning idly at the sound of her companions slithering around the room and complaining again. She rolled her eyes and went over to coddle them. One a reticulated python in glorious shades of blue and green, and a Sri Lankan pit viper. She checked on her brother's location. It was a charmed compass that acted as a permanent point me, and placing it on a map pointed towards his location. She was sure he wouldn't stay long, so neither would she. She got dressed properly, pulled them into her extensively charm and rune-protected bag, and collected what little things she brought with. She also wrote a little note for the hunk of dreamboat she left asleep in the bed upstairs of the suite. One-night stands, she found, were something she had in common with her brother and father. At least her quarries always knew it was only a one night, or whatever time of day it was, thing, unless she wanted to go full-on fling. Then maybe a week or two before she dumped them. She'd only ever had 4 flings thus far, never being much for dealing with someone else for an extended time. Then she gave them a grim gift. a small black opal on a platinum band to go with the platinum chain should her ex-lover not want to wear it on their finger. Inside the ring was inscribed, "Fondest regards, honey." She honestly did it more in tribute to her daddy than anything. She made enough money to do it anyways without touching the mass amount of money her daddy left her, most especially because she'd only ever made 4 of them. There was a monthly stipend even, ongoing, that gave her some money each month and adding to it. Not that she used it. She was sure someday she would, but for now it would sit and collect. She suspected it came from profits from daddy's company. She left Vegas. She had spent a good 2 weeks, having an absolute blast of a time, and also protecting some minor reporter for a week of it. Apparently pissed off some weak wannabe gangbanger, but she was dumb enough to spend a fuck ton of money for protection, so who was honey to judge? It had been barely 2 weeks since leaving Vegas that she was cursing herself for not following Tony immediately because now he was fucking missing, kidnapped by a bunch of violent radicals. Somewhere in Afghanistan was her father's legacy. Her only consolation was that he was still alive at all, and she hastened herself. She couldn't say how many anonymous tips she sent in about the general whereabouts of her brother, but she needed to get his dumb ass out of there, and she focused on that as she strode out into the heat and sand. Unfortunately for her, she couldn't just apparate right to him, and the compass only had so much technical power to get her where she needed to go. Just an advanced hot and cold at this point. She had only just gotten into Afghanistan now after a week of trying. Regardless of her magic, she was still being too slow for her own tastes. She forced her magic to create, summon, or conjure hundreds of thousands of snakes, hissing instructions to them and watching them scatter to do her bidding with an anxiousness she couldn't remember feeling since her mom was in the hospital and sick. There was no love lost between them, but Tony was still her brother and still her father's favorite. It took almost 3 months to get a hit, a little over 2.5 months. After that, there was a rash of death by venom or infection before, and she only barely held herself back from storming in herself, wand blazing to destroy them all. Her daddy had protected her, kept her hidden all this time, and she wasn't going to waste it just because she was getting antsy about her brother. She needed to be more subtle than that unless Tony was in direct danger of immediate death. She took a deep breath and sent in an eye. The thing was basically an overly large floating marble capable of taking in all of its surroundings, invisible and thus far undetectable from Muggle technology. Not even their energy readers could get a hit on unspeakable created things. Whomever the eye was bonded to would see all around them to look at things. It was usually used by unspeakable field teams, while the eye holder was safely cushioned in a bunker on dangerous or unknown missions. They were also atrociously easy to make. It was almost alarming how no one besides the unspeakables had access to them. Not even their foreign equivalents had something as effective and unobtrusive. The drawbacks were a little bothersome, but not anything she couldn't handle. After all, making an eye means temporarily giving up one of your own eyes, and the pain was not unlike the Cruciatus curse during the initial removal. It also left the user's body completely vulnerable. It was also quite a drain on the magical core, and as such, were only used for the more higher, classified missions that no one in the ministry had access to. This world might have S.H.I.E.L.D., but her own had the different, branching unspeakable sectors for each government. Less involved with the world and more involved with figuring out everything about anything. There was no overarching council that the unspeakables or their foreign counterparts had to answer to. She shook her head tiredly, watching her brother. He was devastatingly injured. That much was obvious by the weird thing on or in his chest. The rest of his injuries weren't as serious, but it still made her queasy to see that thing sticking from his chest. He was building something alongside that old man he had with him. It took her only a few hours after the initial watch to pull her eye back and disguise herself adequately enough to fit in with her thick, dingy robes covering most of her with notice me not strong enough to make even the most paranoid of the bunch not give her even a cursory glance. She saw her brother's weapons in their camp and frowned. She had been sure he mostly only sold to military. Still, it wasn't her company and frankly, she had bigger things to worry about for the moment. She slipped a gun into her hands. Stark weaponry had always been the top, the best of the best, and even older models were better than what the competition usually had to bring. Not that there was over much competition against her father, now brother's company. She tested the weight comfortably. She was admittedly a little bit biased towards Stark-made things. She followed the flow of people. For the most part, they spent a good amount of time just jabbering casually when not being violent pricks. But well, regardless of how very human they were, they stole her brother and worked in a terror cell. They wanted him to build a missile. She didn't know what he was making exactly, but she knew it wasn't a missile, and she sighed to herself, sneaking about and making sure that their stocks of Stark weapons were defunct in the meantime. She might not be a master mechanic, but she had learned some stuff over the years of skill snatching. She was sure Lockhart would be impressed. Not that he'd ever paid her attention over her sister back when he'd briefly been their professor. She watched warily, following when a group of them all started towards the room they were being kept in. She'd never actually went in. Cameras could pick her up after all, and she'd be confronted. She was practically hidden behind some of the more burly men, and the group's leader swaggered forward, telling her brother to relax. Her haggard-looking brother. Even photos of his worst hangovers weren't so bad as what he was portraying right now. A little monologue later had them restraining the slim man who'd been helping Tony, forcing him down and forcing his head down, and she watched the interaction with a frown, while the leader demanded, then screamed to know what they were building and the man's dutiful recitation of the Jericho missile. He'd been getting steadily closer to his face with a burning ember. A snake slunk out from under a table slowly, unnoticed in the tension, posing itself to strike. And then Tony moved and all the attention swiveled to him. "I need him," he said cautiously, dark eyes flickering around. Raza turned to him, a spark in his eye. "Saw good assistant," he went on tensely. One deadline later, they were filing out of the room. She swallowed thickly, following them out. The snake hid back under the work table. Its orders had been to distract and bite anyone attacking either of the men who stayed in that room. She would have to hide more in there, and around the site in general. Come the next few hours, these bastards would find themselves overrun with venomous snakes. She pulled 2 of the hidden working guns out of her little personal hidey hole. She'd more or less destroyed a good deal of the others on base, whether by magic or by a tiny bit of tinkering. That didn't mean they were in the clear. She couldn't destroy them all, but at least, she consoled herself, the missiles and the like out in the open were done away with. Nothing more now than heavy dead metal. Honestly, she was still shaken seeing her brother in person so close. Literally, her hands were shaking slightly. What happened to his chest? She set about the base, quietly casting strong sleeping spells and having them bitten by dangerous things. Venomous things. Be it snakes at her command, or an occasional insect that she agitated and set in their clothes. Or on at least one, a spell that would show up as brain aneurysm. She didn't know what Tony was making, but she assumed it was something that could safely get him out of this particular mess. She slunk to their cell of a room, a few extra guns on her. Her brother surely knew how to use his own guns, right? She turned swiftly, shooting both men who ran towards the room, glad she had the forethought to have put silencing spells around her in a bubble. It kept the noise of the guns to her, though their loud grunts and the sound of their weapons clattering to the dirt-packed ground echoed. She snorted. Those guns of theirs were useless anyways. She'd seen them grab them from a pile she had gone through during her first hour in the base. She leaned back and opened the little eye hole and cleared her throat, a vague voice-changing spell making her voice deeper and with a distinct French lilt. "I do not mean to impose, but you have been discovered. I cannot do much for you now," she said to them. "I have 4 guns for you. Don't come in," came the hiss, and she frowned. "Did you set a trap?" she asked, but was distracted by the sound of more feet echoing down. She scoffed and pulled up her gun. These people seemed barely trained to use firearms, she thought to herself a moment later, and several men more on the ground. "What does your trap do?" she called into the room. "Explosive," came the pleasant accent of the other man. "On the door?"
Yes.
"Oh, fun," she grumbled. "I suppose I'm a gatekeeper now," she said as she shot at more of the men running towards her. A few had working guns, and she hissed before saying to herself, "Fuck it," and pulling out fire-based spells to just keep them the hell back until they were done doing whatever it was they were doing in there. She should just grab Tony and apparate the hell out. Well, and that other man as well. But even a few days ago, it still left her core a bit weak. Too weak to get them far, and she couldn't afford to pass out from exhaustion around her brother or get picked up by someone else. Who knows what hands she might end up in? A stray bullet managed to make it through the fire to hit her through the shoulder, and she snarled. Stumbling back hard into the doors, rattling them in the frame. But she didn't have time to return fire. She set off her brother's trap. She slammed forward on the ground, groaning as the skin of her back tried to heal itself. She wavered, pulling out a small vial and sloshing it back to help regenerate her skin and heal her body. That serum years ago had made sure it didn't just rip her apart, and that the concussive blast at most disoriented her for a moment or two. She hoped her tattoo survived that. She heard Tony yell something and a swift, gentle hand touch her. She rolled over, hissing as her tinder back hit stone and had a gun in the other captive man's face. She panted a moment before lowering her gun, pulling herself up onto her elbows. She had been studying to be a mediwitch before she got tempted with the unspeakable position, had gained her mastery in her original goal while she had been training as an understudy unspeakable, and then some. "How are you still alive?" he whispered, but she only grunted, pulling her scarves back over her face and planting a sticking charm. No need for anyone here to get a glimpse of her face. "Nothing but will power." Her false French voice grunted at him as she struggled onto her feet, shoving a gun in his hands. "Stay here. Guard him until he can go," she commanded. "I'm going to make a diversion. Anyone comes near that doesn't have all this," she gestured to her scarf-covered head, "shoot. No hesitation. They will kill you. What are you going to dash?" "Nothing I haven't done before," she grinned beneath her covering. Basilisks didn't exist in this world. They needed the natural magic that she had rather than the learned of say, those of the sanctum or the strange alien powers. She had tested this by hatching 16 basilisks via frogs and chicken eggs. You know, for science and all. At current, they were too young to be of much use as the giant, unstoppable creature she remembered from the chamber, but they were loyal, had the eyes and the intense protection that ensured their safety from things like bullets and the like, and had the venom. She summoned 6 of them as soon as she turned a corner that her brother's makeshift assistant couldn't see her from. Instructed them to kill off everyone besides the 2 men she had more or less tagged with residual magic. Wonderful things, her basilisks. Not any bigger than her reticulated python petals who she kept far from her basilisk farm alongside her viper teacup. It would take them at least a century to grow to their adolescent size, and she'd barely had them for 3 years now. She felt the rest of her back knitting back together inside. Her rapid healing, even without the aid of magic, was thanks to Daddy's serum. It didn't take long to hear angry hisses and screams, and she nodded to herself. It was maybe not 2 or 3 minutes later that the power shut off suddenly. She grumbled to herself, blinking as her eyes adjusted. That was a difficult potion to brew, and even harder to obtain the ingredients for, but it was worth being able to see clearly in pitch darkness. It just had the somewhat wicked effect of making her pale green eyes glow and making them look even more like the killing curse caught in someone's eyes. She turned and started heading back towards the room. "Are you still there?" she stage whispered, seeing the man's head whip towards her. "The power went out. Get inside the room. There might be more coming down this way," she directed and followed him in. "Who are you?" "Me? I'm just a shadow. That's all," she sniggered. "Call me Reaper, if you really need to call me anything." "That a code name or something?" she heard her brother ask sarcastically, and she looked over to see him covered in heavy metal armor. "Came off the top of my head, honestly." "Grim Reaper," she snorted. "Your eyes are glowing. Your chest is glowing." The sound of loud, running footsteps paused their conversation, and she huddled back. An angry hiss and cry of pain distracted her a little, and she smirked. "That's Mama's babies," she muttered under her breath. Angry gunfire only incensed her basilisk, and they ran straight into the room, now with 3 more angry basilisks on their tail. She stood, shooting the 3 remaining men, and the snakes writhed, turning and leaving the room to look for more prey. "What the fuck? Those were my associates, don't worry. Just don't look them in the face, yeah." Her voice-changing charm was beginning to wear off. "The snakes? The snakes were your associates? Look, aren't you gonna escape? I mean, is this really what you want to spend your time doing right now? Complaining about my snakes that are getting the enemies out of the way?" she chided him, tossing a second gun to the much nicer man in the room. "Do you need a gun, or is your suit, armor thingy enough?" "Thingy," the man scoffed at her. Whatever, just go. He pulled and made his clunky way down, and while seeing him smack someone back through the air was a little amazing, she could do the same trick without the armor. Thanks, Daddy. She pulled up the other man. I'm sorry, I've not gotten your name, she said gruffly as she pulled him up. He stumbled for a moment before righting himself in the dark. "Een San," he murmured, holding tightly to his gun. "I'd like to say it's a pleasure, but given the circumstances, I don't think I really should," she told him, hooking an arm through his to carefully guide him until they got to the hall where he could see again. Her voice charm had completely faded by now. A sound of gunfire and something smacking hard against the rock walls distracted her. Should we follow him or focus on trying to get out? No, wait, what am I saying? We'd have to follow him anyways. She scolded herself as one basilisk came up beside them. Is everyone still out and about? Going to burrow entrance. I suppose that means most of our adversaries inside are neutralized, she hummed before turning to a stunned, wary Insan. Everyone is coalescing towards the main entrance. By everyone, I mean my associates and I assume our lead man, she told him. Go. There are more outside, she directed, and he slithered ahead. A sudden spatter of gunfire made her hiss and toss Insin forward to avoid the bullets. Bullets couldn't do as much damage to her anyways as she opened fire down the way of the bullets. Go, Insin. Meet up with Tony, she barked, and heard more than saw the thin, lanky man skitter away. She'd regret that in no less than 5 minutes. When she reached the front chamber by the opening, it was to hear Insin's last words to Tony, whose liquid dark eyes were wet. At the sound of a few rocks being kicked, his head snapped up to her, with her torn, bloody clothes far bloodier than when she'd last seen him and her gun held secure in her arms. They stared at one another for a few moments. I'm sorry, she said softly. He gave a wet, choked laugh. Yeah, I am too. That said, he turned towards the almost blinding light outside, the mask coming down again. When he stomped his way out and the gunfire started, she crept up. Fall back. Let my clutchmate handle the rest, she cried out, and her basilisks immediately slithered back up, reflecting bullets, and pulled into the mouth of the cave with her to banish them back to their hidden little home on a supposedly non-existent island. My turn, she heard Tony say beneath his metal tin, and she watched in interest as flames sprouted out. It was after he set fire to the majority of his since-defunct weapons, some exploding loudly, that he started taking more dangerous fire, and she hissed to herself, slinking out and picking her way to where she had seen the flash of gunfire emanate from after Tony had offed one. She could help a bit more. Another shot. Another. And then there were bigger, harsher explosions, and she covered herself with as many shield charms as she fucking could, looking and seeing her brother in his weird metal suit flying off, and she thanked every deity she could think of off the top of her head, until she saw him start to crash to the ground, and she snarled to herself again. But better that in his heavy-duty armor than these explosions. She apparat then, to a dune just off of him, and clambered her way to him as he pulled off his mask, muttering, "Not bad," to himself. She illusioned herself and watched him struggle to pull out of the sand and followed him devoutly, shooting him twice with a little spell to give him a little more energy. If he collapsed, she would reveal herself again, but for now she let him move. That blast was bound to have drawn attention, right? She was proven right not a few hours later as helicopters pulled over them. She sighed to herself tiredly. She would need to go see her psychiatrist again. And sure, the woman was spelled to believe her and not remember anything she told her outside of their sessions, and there were no listening devices allowed, but it helped nonetheless. It took another 3 days for her brother to go home. She stared, watching her brother's press conference for what must have been the 10th or 12th time in the past day or two. She knew that this skirmish would affect Tony. It would affect anyone, but she didn't think he would take it to heart the way that he did. She was astonished. Not in a bad way, really, but nonetheless astonished. Her brother was a genius with all technology, it seemed. So it wasn't that she believed he couldn't focus Stark Industries on something less weapon-wise, but this very sudden turnabout. She wondered what her brother planned on doing. She spent her birthday in a drunken haze only possible by Ogden's best, or what she had been able to recreate of it. That serum was harsh on her ability to drink, though she could get drunk on normal liquor. It just took a power containment bracelet that let her body seem and feel more human-level normal. It didn't negate her magic or all of the serum, but it let her get drunk and a few more uses that weren't quite so average and innocuous. It didn't change her fantastic physique or anything, but she bruised from more human things at least, and her ridiculous healing factor wasn't as apparent. But she wasn't wearing her special bracelet. She was only wearing her mother's stark special bracelet and her black opal choker. Either way, she had participated in a glorious orgy, gotten drunk off her arse, and she may have sort of kind of obliterated an abandoned shed behind some old abandoned hospital. These things were neither here nor there. Only one more year, and she'd be 30. She wondered if she had stopped aging completely. Was it because of the serum, or because of those damnable trinkets like it was last time? Well, didn't really matter now, did it? She woke up in August with a groan and pulled herself out of a pile of limbs sloppily. She grumbled to herself and headed to the bathroom of the hotel room they were all in and called her special bag to her to take a hangover cure. She stared at her reflection for a second, and with a flimsy wave of her hand her makeup was wiped off of her face. This done, she showered under multiple massaging jets, dried herself with a warm towel, and reapplied her makeup in languid peace. When she went back out to the room, she saw 2 or 3 of her bedmates wake up blearily. Rich people, models, and the like who had been in the same high-end club as she had been. All of them. She hummed as she went around collecting clothes to dump on a desk that had been cleared the previous night for other activities and root through it to find her own. Arms wrapped around her and a stiffness pressed against her arse. Well, who was she to say no? She thought to herself. She watched the news with a critical eye. 10 rings. Same bastards. And she saw Raza, injured but still alive in the meantime, and even worse, they had more and new stark weapons. She sighed and turned in her swivel chair. Half the time it felt like she lived in hotels, which wasn't exactly untrue. Besides her occasional job, she did a lot of traveling besides. She wondered if it would be strange if the 10 rings were killed off by giant snakes that matched no known current descriptions. But maybe the news coverage would hound after it since they'd honed in on Gulmira. The next day she learned she doesn't have to worry about it as she watched Colonel Rhodes talk about both a Raptor training accident and the attacks that cleared Gulmira. There was something in her gut telling her Tony was involved somehow, and as far as she knew, her gut never led her wrong. Except for that pufferfish incident, but that was an outlier. Her gut was doing that thing again, and she twitched, agitated as her leg bounced, the heel of her stilettos making a rhythmic tapping on the floor. A hand settled over hers and she sighed, turning to her current beau. "All right?" he asked her gently, trailing his lips over her shoulder, skipping over the strap of her bra that was visible from her folded-down off-shoulder dress. She leaned over into his lean, muscular torso, shifting to straddle him. "Aunt C," she replied, reaching down between them and listening to his shuddering breath absently. The last few times she felt like this, Tony was either doing something very stupid or he was stupidly in danger. Given his last 2 incidents, because she was sure that thing in Gulmira was his doing somehow, she would place her bets on the latter. The nude man beneath her panted into her skin, sucking out hickeys that would be gone come morning. They would only last that long because of her bracelet. She paused to roll up the sleeves that were just a bit too long so she wouldn't get pre on them, though she didn't know why she bothered. It would get on her dress anyways, the way he was pressed so close to her. "Comfort me, always." She blew a bubble, popped it, blew another as she flew on a sleek, dark broom to where her Tony-oriented compass showed. Her boy toy was given the grim gift and off she went, ignoring his devastated expression. She hated when those situations came up. Some thought that when she warned them about the 2-week-long thing, few times that happened, that they could change her mind. She much preferred the ones who simply accepted the gift with a grin and wished her the best as they parted ways. Worse was that when those sad, heartbroken or worse, bitter ones got so attached. It was only a fortnight at most. How could they get that attached anyways? But right now she had bigger things to deal with. That terrible feeling was making her stomach feel like it was clenching into a ball of stone weighing heavy in her. She glanced down when the compass vibrated. Tony was on the move. She sighed and leaned herself down against her broom to go faster. She did not expect to see 2 robot suits in the middle of a busy street. She very much suspected one was her idiot brother. Nor did she expect the bigger one to lift up a vehicle, but she heard young screams and she hissed, casting a very, very strong floating charm and yanking it up a bit, just enough to get it out of his grasp. She conjured a long headscarf and pulled it on her face to cover it and her hair up, leaving only her eyes visible, but she added a pair of stylish cat-eye sunglasses. She swooped down, setting the vehicle a safe distance away and blowing a raspberry at the bigger one that she was sure wasn't her brother even though no one could see it. He wouldn't be seen in such a clunky thing. Much more reasonable that the nicely painted red and gold. Her brother was a Gryffindor. No, he was just as much a Ravenclaw as she had been. One. The huge one immediately swiped at her, but she was swift and simply ducked under his arm with a scoff. You've got to do better than that. I expect more out of suit originally designed by him. She yanked her thumb back at where Tony was stood. Are you on a broom? Excellent deduction. What gave it away? The bristles? It was the bristles, wasn't it? She snorted and hissed angrily as another metal fist came swinging at her. She grabbed it in both arms, dropping from her broom and forcibly crushing the metal in her hands. I mean, first you criticize my associates because they're snakes and now you're being a prick about my broom? Rude. So rude. Why you? I've been looking for you. Tony's metallic voice rung out as he blasted the other fist that was aiming to come down on her. Didn't have any luck, did you? She said smugly, digging in her fingers into the metallic arm so she could tear it off. The huge suit stumbled back. I thought you might have died back there, Reap. Did you shorten my name? Reap? Really? Was Reaper that hard? She grunted. And clearly, I'm alive. Sorry for any lingering survivors' guilt you may have harbored over my unknown fate. Have you seen a therapist by any chance? I'd recommend it. I don't need a shrink, he scoffed, and she snorted in response. Yeah, okay, I'm serious here. Where have you been? Don't mean to break our beautiful reunion moment and all, but I honestly think we've got big blustery blockhead here to worry about more for the ammo. Something from the shoulder of the angry beast came up, and she raised her eyebrows before grinning viciously and banishing the missile before it could be fired as she crushed the shoulder to the arm. She'd just torn off to an anguished howl before she was thrown off, and she hit into a thankfully empty car hard. Were she a normal human, the force might have shattered her spine or killed her or something. Honeysuckle never had been normal. By the time she got up properly, the man was monologuing to her brother about the company. She took a deep breath and ran towards it, kicking viciously at the back of the knees and watching it stumble and fall. She grunted as the back fell onto her before turning and kicking viciously. It had been a while since she used her martial arts outside of boring clients with easy-to-beat muscle. She thought for a moment and concluded that given this metal monstrosity was what it was, she didn't have to hold back on her strength, and she grinned as she grappled the torso down. Then suddenly something was going on at the robotic boots, and she was suddenly being scraped into the ground harshly, ripping up her shirt and back. She snarled as she felt the debris be forcibly shoved into her, and the robot came off the ground. Her body rejected the bits and pieces, and she could physically feel them being pushed out of her muscle and skin as her body healed itself. She had left a long trail of blood behind. I fucking like that blouse, she snarled loudly as she clung onto its back and trying to ignore the pain. She gave a sharp whistle as she twisted her fingers to snarl into the metal and ripping and tugging at it before she dropped off and got caught by her broom. You got a plan? Yeah. Tony, who had much more finesse with his flying than the other bot's suit, answered solemnly. Time to go sky high, baby. And he took off high into the air. The slower, clumsier model flew up at a slower pace, and she huffed, following and then beating both as she rose higher, but careful to keep both in her eye. Naturally, it quickly got much colder, but it felt good on her raw back. She might go on a little spa vacation after this. When the bigger bot grabbed Tony's leg, she honed in on it and jumped, landing like an enraged spider monkey and wrapping firm muscled thighs tight around the helmet mask, obscuring his vision. Are you crazy? She heard Tony practically shriek behind her. Aren't we all? She thought wistfully as she banged a heavy fist, denting the metal harshly, and she practically heard him let go of Tony to start grabbing at her, yanking on her with robotically enhanced strength with his singular arm. Well, that end. Her trousers were practically glued by the ice he was accumulating. It was actually starting to hurt a little, that degree of cold. Deciding this was a fine time to let go, she pulled herself off and she winced as she heard her trousers rip away. An entire outfit, ruined. She mumbled a spell under her breath, putting her in a long-sleeved backless. Instead, there was an intricate lace mesh, black dress. It was one of her reserve outfits in case something irreparable happened to her current one. She used her own strength to use the bot as a jumping board to leap up, snagging her broom and flipping herself up and onto it. "Hey, and there's the icing," she heard Tony mutter. She turned back and watched the lit-up eyes go dark, and he started to plummet. She sighed tiredly. It was missing an arm, and the helmet was partially crushed, and the back was dented, and the metal had gouges in it by now. "This was not what I was planning on doing tonight," she mused aloud. All of a sudden, she heard Tony grunt, and she looked over to see his flying thingies flicker and then turn off completely. She gasped, lurching down to grab his arm in a tight hold. She wheezed at the unexpected pull of weight. "I don't mean to sound rude here, but have you thought of shedding some weight? Here, use your other arm to grab onto the broom. Come on." She tried to guide, and he grunted as she pulled him up none too gently behind her. Her broom dipped considerably. "Hang on tight. This is going to be a rough landing, I can tell," she told him, and cold metal arms wrapped around her. "What do you mean a dash?" She didn't let him finish, making a steep vertical drop at high speeds, and she felt his arms pull around her tight enough that it should have broken a rib or two at least as he let out a scream that made her lips curl into a smile. "Again, thanks, Daddy." She pulled up at the last moment, but the extra weight made them tumble forward and into the ground. Well, they landed on a ceiling. She grunted, shoving up and rolling Stark off of her. "Ugh, I think I'm gonna be sick. Come on, chin up." It wasn't that bad. Softer landing than I thought, too. It was like going on a roller coaster that goes at the speed of light with faulty safety belts. "Oh, now you're just being dramatic." She scoffed and listened to him stumble up to start taking off his armor and calling his assistant secretary whatever she was. Like a Swiss Army knife, that woman was to Tony. She shoved Tony back when Big Bad and Bulky slammed down behind them, knocking Tony to the ground on accident. "Damn it, stay down," she snarled, feeling her fingers crackle in angry agitation. She was really starting to get mad now. Ruined her clothes, ruined her night, tried to kill Tony, and even now was still trying. "You're really starting to try my patience," she howled as she threw herself at him in a flurry of superpowered kicks and hits, denting his metal and making him fly back. She wasn't letting him off the fucking hook that easy, though. This little fucker needed to be out of the damn suit. "Methinks it's time to come out of your shell?" She dug her fingers into metal and really ripped it up, tearing wires that sparked and furiously scraping away protective metal plates. She smashed down a fist, her fury only amplifying her already superhuman power and driving him down into the building below. She wasn't really one to rage, but this was really pushing her damn buttons. Could people just not touch Tony? Was that really too much to ask? She watched the metal body fall, saw the lights flicker angrily, and she stood on the edge of a crumbling roof. "Are you all right, Tony?" she called back to the man. You just went Donkey Kong on him." "Please don't compare me to a gorilla," she snorted, calming down a little bit. "Think he might finally be down." "Gonna check," she said before stepping forward and falling to the ground, and only at the last minute lightening her weight enough to land softly. She turned at the interesting blue glow around and blinked. Oh, that's rather pretty," she mumbled, but turned when she heard the groan of metal. She rocked her head to the side before leaning forward and looking at the blue glowy thing on the chest plate. Looked important. It didn't seem to be attached to the person inside like Tony's was either. She turned her covered face up. She saw Tony's face, the mask lifted up, peering down from high on the roof through the hole the bulky robot made. "Is the blue glowy thingy in his armor good or bad?" she called up to him. Not sure, but it powers his suit. So bad for us, good for powering big metal suits?" "Hang on, I'm coming down there." And falteringly, his flight things turned on, letting him down shakily as they shut off and on again. He already had a few more pieces of his suit off. It was as he landed that she only had a moment's worth of warning before both were flung hard into the big blue thingy by the bigger suit, and she knew immediately when it broke because of crippling pain and then energy like she'd down an entire pot of pure adrenaline at once rushed through her. Before she could do anything with that besides grab her brother, and literally throw him away from the worst of the blast that slammed up through the ceiling and sky above. Good on her too, because shortly after that was an explosion. Why was Tony involved in so many explosions? She crossed her legs, watching silently. She did leave him a note this time, to let him know she survived at least. She just didn't want to be involved in all the fuss that happens after Tony's awful near-death stunts. Those men in suits had brought around an ambulance and taken in her brother, but she really didn't think they were heading to an actual hospital. Well, no matter to her then, as long as he was safe, and that tight feeling wasn't acting up, so she supposed it was fine. She turned her attention back to her brother's latest press conference. Dressed in a lovely, stern business outfit and her usual scarf covering, she sat between a sweaty, slightly overweight man and a pencil-thin, lanky man. It was a bit off to the side and not in her brother's direct eye line. Some blonde, young and attractive, interrupted with all the ballsy confidence of a young woman too secure in her convictions, and she studied her brother's response and their little spat, and she scoffed. Probably slept with her then, for that sort of bitter on her side familiarity. And then watched her brother scramble for a second and raised her brows at it, leaning back and feeling her skirt trail a little higher above her knees, the nylon stockings keeping what could be seen a pleasant brown color. She watched the good colonel lean to Tony and murmur something in his ear curiously, leaning forward a bit. "Truth is," Tony began, eyes set on the cards he raised. The flashes of the cameras was all she heard for a moment before he looked up. He sat the cards down, and she suddenly got the feeling he was going to do something spontaneously stupid. She was proven right when he said, "I am Iron Man," and that was all they needed to surge to their feet. All these reporters. "Why did you not just stick to the cards?" she muttered under her breath, now gently pinching between her eyes in an attempt to stave off the coming headache before sighing and throwing her covered head back, slouching in her chair. She stood and deftly made her way behind them, stepping back and crossing her arms in blatant disapproval. She watched Tony's eyes skim the masses before they skipped back to her and widened. Rhodes was moving him along before he could much react, and he shot a disgruntled, stunned look at him before turning his gaze back to her. She wiggled her fingers at him in a dainty little wave before turning to leave. "Reap dash," he called over the noise, and she raised her hand back in response in yet another wave before walking off. "Idiot," she kicked as she held shoulders of the two women on either side of her. This whole Starkets thing was pretty fun, to be honest, and since Tony barely gave more than a glance and didn't actually know what her face looked like besides her eyes, she was safe from being discovered. She watched him come down hard, standing in his suit and generally being the attention whore he always was, just with a more heroic flair now. So she danced and strut up when he was left in his suit, and at the end, wrapped her arms around herself and strut back behind stage again, laughing with the girls around. Her brother had really made a spectacular use of himself in the last handful of months, and she followed his adventures devoutly in case she might need to pop up again. So far, everything was kept handled as Tony made progress with his suit and his abilities with it, becoming more comfortable and at ease with the usage. Either way, his decision to start up Daddy's old expo had made a thrill race up her spine. She loved when Daddy used to tell her stories about it, or what she got from his mind or old fuzzy videos. She listened to Tony's speech from the stage behind with a delighted smile. She would be spending quite some time, she was sure, roaming around the expo then, rolled her eyes at his bravado, and changed from her skimpy little outfit while she talked to Trisha about what she wanted to see most. She was pretty interested in that Stark Fujikawa HUD glasses thing. If only they could make it less ugly. She dressed in casual clothes before sneaking out to watch her daddy's old video before sneaking off again misty-eyed. She had all sorts of exciting things to see after all. It might not be as adrenaline-filled thrilling as, say, crossing the Trift Bridge on a windy day, but it was its own kind of awe-inspiring. Being once more disguised in a lovely, fitted business suit with her usual headscarf disguise and a pair of thick bottle glasses to skew the look of her eyes, she sat and watched her brother argue with the SASCWSDP. Even the acronym was an awful mouthful, with amusement. Trying to take his inventions, were they? Just like they tried to take Daddy's. But that's why he built that vault. For a moment, she thought about starting a Stark blog or something. Musing this, she pulled out her fancy little Stark-made phone and pulled up a browser. Might as well, right? She can be one of those ranting bloggers online that she liked to read from. Oh, maybe she can add in about that green giant thing that's been spreading a little more online too if she can. In fact, why not just make a weird super tribute blog? Or at least, a Stark-centered one. She looked up in vague interest when Hammer was called up, seeing the string bean man sit in the table beside Tony and listening to Iron Man's barbs. When he stood up and started talking about her daddy, she perked up and narrowed her eyes at the man. He spoke of her father's penchant for weaponry like it was the only thing he did, and that bothered her a bit more than anything. Though she did believe he was right that Tony can't handle every threat that comes up, but she wasn't much one for giving away high-powered suits to the government, be it for military or not. That was a power no military should wield. That, and it was Tony's thing, not anyone else's. His. He wasn't bound by anything to just give it away willy-nilly to whomever made grabby hands at it. When Rhodes was called in and Tony got up and murmured to the man, she frowned. When Senator Stern asked Rhodes to recite something from his file reports and Rhodes made the comment about contexts, and whatever, she shot a mild, stinging hex at Stern for his maneuver and watched the man fidget in his seat. Then an itching one. Then one that would make him pop an erection where he sat, and she watched his face get blustery and red for a few moments, clearly uncomfortable. When Rhodes went on and aggravated Stern, she sent another stinging hex, this one a little harsher, aimed specifically for where his thigh would be, and watching him jolt and become more openly antagonistic with the minor pain. Enough for more murmurs in the crowd to erupt. She sighed through her nose and turned back to her phone, deciding to look Stern up properly so she could blast him on her newly made Stark blog. She didn't worry overly much about them taking his suit away. Her brother was a wily one, and far too savvy to be outwitted by old power-hungry men and bitter rivals. Still, if she could somehow tear down Stern's reputation for his gall, and she just didn't like his face, she wouldn't turn down the chance. He seemed slimy to her. She did grin when her brother hacked the screen, though, and wondered if the strange holographic phone thing he had was for commercial sale or not. Hold on here a second, buddy. Oh. New little dialogue boxes popped up. Boy, I'm good. I commandeered your screens. I need him. She heard him over the louder mutters of the people around the room, and she sat straight, peeking forward. Welcome, Mr. Stark, popped up next. Time for a little transparency. Now let's see what's really going on, he said to the room as he pulled up something else and directed them to pay attention to the screens. She watched Senator Stern lean forward, a spark of apprehensive panic sparking in his eyes. What is he doing? He demanded. If you'll direct your attentions to said screens, he fiddled with his little screen phone. Whatever he had, I believe that's North Korea. And a video popped up of a huge, unrefined hunk of metal in a vaguely humanoid shape. It played with bad audio, and the thing's guns went off when it tripped over itself, unable to stop, and they watched blood splatter on the camera lens. The white noise of people's voices got a little louder at the semi-gory display. Stern was now partially standing, pointing over to the screen. Turn that off. In response, Hammer stood. Take it off. Tony was unbothered, stating Iran. As another video came up, this one had a flying version that quickly failed, smashing down in a haze of heavy smoke and clashing metal, or maybe bad control since the failed suit next came smashing into the camera and whomever had held it. No grave, immediate threat here, Tony said, turning his attention back to the senators. Is that Justin Hammer? This time it was said man in a much clearer resolution, talking to a few men in reliefs, a tank beside them. How'd Hammer get in here? Tony asked sardonically as the lanky man aggressively tried to cut the screen and videos off. Justin, you're on TV. Focus up. While his was far less primitive looking, it was still nowhere near the sleek design Tony had managed to create. When directed to turn to the right, it forced the man inside to turn around completely backwards, no doubt practically ripping the man in half inside, and the man inside gave an anguished, startled wail before the entire thing slumped in standing position. Oh shit. Oh shit. They heard from the video? Hammer finally just unplugged the entire TV, but the damage had, of course, already been done. Wow. Yeah, I'd say most countries 5 to 10 years away. Hammer, 20. Tony said to the aghast crowd. Testing such unsafe technology on the soldiers, she tooted to the older woman beside her. An absolute tragedy, she agreed. I'd like to point out that that test pilot survived. Hammer tried to save face. Sure as hell didn't look like it. That machine twisted him entirely around. I think we're done with the point that he's making. I don't think there's dash. Stern was standing, limply moving his hand around to gesticulate himself. He had gone pale beneath his fake tan. Point is, you're welcome? Tony interrupted with all the casual nonchalance he always seemed capable of in the face of blustery old men in positions of power. I guess. For what? Stern couldn't disguise the hiss in his voice, but Tony remained calm. Because I'm your nuclear deterrent. It's working. We're safe. America is secure. You want my property? You can't have it. But I did you a big favor. His voice pitched up and he stood to face the crowd behind him. I have successfully privatized world peace. Then threw up 2 peace signs. She shook her head. Nearly 40, and he still maintained his youth, she thought fondly. Soon most were standing and applauding, which really seemed to happen at the end of almost all of Tony's public outings nowadays. What more d'you want? He called to them. She didn't really hear what he said next, but knew some of it was directed at the men and women sitting up behind Stern. But she damn well heard Stern when he said, "Fuck you, Mr. Stark. Fuck you, buddy." Yeah, that would be well noted in her blog. My bond is with the people, she watched him say to a camera, and I will serve this great nation at the pleasure of myself. If there's one thing I've proven, it's that you can count on me. He did a twirl, taking off his sunglasses, to pleasure myself. She scooted her way to the side to be able to grin at Tony as he shook hands and made his way back to the doors. Not that he would see it, hidden by her scarf and all, and she held out her hand. He only looked up as her hand was in his, and his eyes widened as she used her free hand to pull of the fake bottle-thick glasses. She was just out of the way of the cameras, hidden by the mass of other people. Reaper, I much preferred the show you made at the expo last night. Much more fun, but this was pretty entertaining too. You were there? You may not have noticed it, but I tend to keep an eye on you sometimes. She grinned again beneath her scarf. You should get going. Wait, how can I contact you? I'll send you something, don't worry. For now, I'm sure you've got more exciting things to worry about. And she slid her hand out from his, sinking back as she let others beside her take Stark's hand. She turned 2 different eagles into postbirds. Not like it was difficult, just a simple little ritual that gave it advanced intelligence and a few magical upgrades, so to speak. The reason for eagles was more for use for Tony, and when she was in the US, though she had to admit, they were pretty glorious creatures. Huge, glorious creatures. One was to be sent to live with Tony, as their personal postbird, since she didn't think he'd be using him overly much besides contact with her. He had a few more charms and a fancier, more complex ritual done to avoid, say, tracking devices and being followed or being poached or captured. The second was more of a pet companion than anything, though he and her 2 snake companions didn't seem to get along very well. At least they stopped trying to eat each other. Tony's new bird was already named. She decided to name it after the man she'd met a while back. She hadn't known him long, but she had been able to learn he was some super smart scientist with a bunch of PhDs under his belt even before finding out his last name and looking him up. Tony was Science Y and all, so the golden eagle was named Bruce. If she ever saw that man again, she might tell him she named an eagle after him. It was to that end that she took pictures of her darling new postbirds. They were intelligent and preened under the attention. She would dare say they even posed for her, majestic and frightening looking on their perches. She sent Tony another note, signed Reaper, just like the last, to warn him about the upcoming postbird and to not freak out about it, and that he should be ready to install large, comfortable perches and study up on golden eagles, and also that his name was Bruce. She let a week pass after that before sending Bruce to him. He was a beautiful bird, all nearly black-brown feathers with lovely golden circling around and hinting at the end of certain feathers. And he was a sharp but noble bird in temperament and seemed quite tolerant of company. Behaved at the least. The other eagle was a magnificent American harpy eagle whom she lovingly named Severus. He was a surly, finicky bird who nipped more often than not, but he was always careful not to actually hurt her. And he seemed to have a natural, disdainful, disapproving look that struck her as a bird version of her old professor's glare. Severus and Bruce mostly only tolerated one another whilst Bruce was awaiting dispatch. She spun in her ball chair with a leisurely sigh. This was her mobile home, a thing she bought for when she didn't want to just live out of hotels, motels, and the like. As in, she had bought a beat-up retro V-faced Volkswagen bus that was in quite a state of disrepair. And she, more or less, made it into a wizarding tent. Oh sure, the actual inside looked normal, but she had taken out the middle set row of seating and positioned it instead to face the back row, and connected the two around the side without the door with only one break, and that was for a built-in table surface wedged between silky faux fur seating. The seating, all of it, was done in vivid indigo, and the floor was shiny glitter-infused epoxy and eggplant purple. The roof was charmed to look like the night sky, dark and pretty with constellations from afar. There was a sort of tube running the bottom in what some might suspect as LED lights, and they created neon backlight. The windows had small curtains and were done in the same night sky pattern and color as the roof. The passenger seat could swivel into a small space to join the rest of the seating area in the back, and if she were moving from one continent to another, the passenger and driver's side could be magically switched accordingly. That was all normal looking. Outlandish, but feasible for an eccentric with enough money. The wizarding tent part came in at the hidden hatch. One need only unclip the cushion of the bench seating with its back to the front seats. Well, and then they'd have to climb down or, if feeling a bit more adventurous, go down the tube slide right beside the long ladder leading down that really shouldn't have been possible. Both ladder and slide spanned 2 floors with appropriate stops between to get on or off. At each floor down, for the slide, one would land in a pit of super soft giant pillows and eye-searingly glow in the dark neon colors. She had thought instead about putting in a pole to skid down but had vetoed that. Chutes and ladders was a lot more fun anyways. The entirety of the hidden space was all wonky wizarding space and complicated wards and rituals. It wasn't a terribly large place, more like perhaps an old bunker that's been renovated into a funky 70s-inspired safe cell. She'd done it to match her equally 70s-inspired converted industrial building. It was out in the middle of nowhere, suspiciously enough, surrounded by dense forest in North Carolina. A few rough-hewn wards ensured it was ignored by muggles, unless she specifically invited or brought them to it. Something like the Fidelius, but not quite. It was a standard sort of warding that was used on buildings like the Leaky Cauldron, out in the world, but hidden from those without magic who hadn't been made aware of it. And since she was the only one she had thus far seen with her specific magical core, and her own old-world specific way of creating wards, she thought it was a fairly safe idea, especially for its remote location. She had been tempted to use the same methods as the one used in making sanctums, but she didn't want to bring overdue attention from any of the masters of mystic arts. PSH, maybe this world's mystic arts. She may not have stayed long at the London sanctum, but as a former Ravenclaw and particularly knowledge-hungry unspeakable who had a rather flexible moral compass, she had weaseled out some of their methods. She wasn't efficient with all their methods, their learned magic being different enough that she was an outlier even amongst the people there, but when she learned enough about she could recreate their effects with her own magic in another way more suitable for her own abilities. It had been a struggle to keep under wraps there with her magic, being so fundamentally different from theirs, but at the heart of it, not different enough to be labeled as non-magical on either side. But then, she didn't often like to think about her time there, or how isolated it made her feel as the only one with magic as she knew it, or about her orphan status, and how her hormones had been a riot at the time, which really only made it so much worse. Nevertheless, their objects and usage of magic was impressive. Knowing it could be learned by near anyone despite not being born with the magical capabilities she and her original people had been born with was astounding enough, but then, with things like aliens and inhumans and enhanced around, could she really be that surprised? Their incredible mirror dimension had been where she spent most of her time there, though it had taken much time to learn to use a sling ring. Eventually, she had managed to recreate their magic through a different funneling source of her natural magic, though it was difficult for her at first, as she imagined it was for all the novices of the mystic arts. And instead of their fiery-looking magic, hers had been a hauntingly familiar shade of green and electric sparks. She had seen it back in her old world and saw it again whenever she looked in a mirror. Their magic, their form of it, was natural, but there had been an odd sensation about it. She couldn't put her finger on it exactly. Or maybe it was the same, but they had just evolved differently between her old world and this one. These were all thoughts she had down in her little hidden swanky pad. She sighed again, listening to Petals berating Teacup again, and she hummed as she turned and directed her magically levitating orb chair to scoop the smaller, venomous snake up. The colorfully blue and black and teal scaled snake coiled around her securely, happy as she ever was to be wrapped around her warmth. Honestly, Petals, what did Teacup do now to upset you that much? Insult. Petals' voice was slow, sultry as far as snake voices went. She imagined that were Petals a human, or at least a humanoid creature, she would be a seductress or temptress of a sort with that kind of voice. Possibly also a lounge singer. Teacup, on the other hand, had a pleasant, higher bubbly, but also rather raspy voice. She was pretty quiet most of the time, but could on occasion be very easily excitable. Insult? Insulted what? Clutch size insult. Oh, Teacup, that's a very rude thing to say to a python, she chided. Petals was a calm sort most of the time, tending to spend her time simply relaxing and hidden under furniture and whatever other hiding spaces she could fit herself into, or lazily slipping up around her when she sat or slept if they were in the same vicinity. I'm going back up. Teacup, you're coming with me. Stay, the Viper said, pleased with the outcome, and she frowned disapprovingly. It's not a reward. It's to keep Petals from crushing you, she chided. Not that it mattered to Teacup. She shook her head and moved over to the loft area, glancing down at the floor below before swinging herself up the ladder and clambering out. Teacup slithered fluidly into her stylish, thin fashion scarf and down into her cleavage. Honey huffed and adjusted her loose blouse a tiny bit. It was tucked into a purple skirt that was only a smidgen too long to be called a miniskirt. One could just see where her thigh-highs ended, and they led down into delicate knee-high heeled boots. She played with her plethora of bangles for a second before plopping into the turned passenger seat to then scoot over to the driver's seat. She was craving nachos, which was how, 20 minutes later, she bumped into a vaguely familiar man. Bruce, she asked the man with a hood covering his downturned face with a few of his curls peeking out. At her call, he looked up quickly and blinked at her. She gasped in delight, beaming at him and clapping her hands once. Oh, it's been ages. I'd been wondering how you've been. He blinked at her, and she scoffed playfully. Forgotten me, have you? And he winced guiltily. I remember you. I do, it's just dash. Relax. Like I said, it's been ages and we were only together, what, 2? 3 days maybe? I'm Honeysuckle. She grinned at him again. You seem awful friendly to a man who ran off on you. Then he winced. I mean, I didn't mean to sound like, not my business to pry. For all I know, you finally got annoyed with my workout sessions and sugar fiend ways. Or my tacky taste in novelty places. Speaking of novelty, guess what I've got outside? She bounced on her feet brightly and he frowned, moving along as the line to the register moved and her a step after him. Something novelty? He asked dryly. Sort of. A Type 2 split-face Volkswagen bus in absolutely stunning glittery plum and platinum, she gushed. Oh, she's beautiful and a real trooper to boot. Got her for a steal, I did. Poor girl was just so out of shape they practically gave her away, she sighed. I'm taking her back up to my hidey hole in North Carolina. North Carolina? He perked up and she nodded, rolling her shoulder as Teacup shifted around and slid along her back. Yeah. Got a little place hidden out in one of the forests up there. Old abandoned industrial place. Fixed it up and made it a home away from home. A home away from home? Can't live out of hotels all the time, she shrugged. I got it a few years back since I realized how much time I started spending around here. Are you a dash? I am well paid and very private, is what I am. She grinned at him. It wasn't a lie. But her sporadic whim-taken jobs didn't pay for everything, and she only very rarely touched the money left to her. After all, it was easy to replicate Muggle money with magic, and she had no qualms exploiting that after the thought finally eventually occurred to her. And I've got a bad habit of insatiable wanderlust. In fact, it's downright lucky I was here in the States at all. I had originally been planning to head to Australia and stay there, but I decided to wait until my birthday as long as no extenuating circumstances show up. Oh. And I named a golden eagle after you. What? Hang on, she huffed, pulling out her latest wallet, black with delicate floral lace, and pulled out a photo. Eagle Bruce sat on a majestic perch, sharp eyes clear and focused as she offered him a rabbit in the frame. That's an actual dash. Yes, he is. I've another, but he's not nearly as friendly, and he's named after an old professor of mine. I don't. How did you even get an eagle? No, wait, I don't want to know. You said before you were going to North Carolina? That is correct. Would you mind, if you want to tag along? This time I have a vehicle with windows and doors, she sniggered. It was after getting out of the small food mart, and after she brought him over to her van that he asked, "Should you really be just trusting me like this? Well, you didn't murder me the first time I met you," she snorted, and he frowned, opening his mouth to speak again until she opened her door. Then he was more immediately drawn to her interior. The tinted and rather reflective windows on her vehicle made it difficult to see what was inside. Is that blue fur? Faux fur lovey, and it's indigo. The passenger seat swivels. By the way, are you going to sit up with me, or sit in the back? I'm fine in front, he said after a moment, slinking his way to the other side to crawl in. He kept his hood up and set his bag on his lap. She snorted and put in her keys. There was a huge puffball keychain attached in metallic gold and red, with 2 blue spots. It was more a small plushie of Iron Man's mask, and Bruce noticed it. You a fan of his? He asked, and she looked at him questioningly. He gestured to her keychain. What, this? Got it free at the Stark Expo. You went? Oh, it was amazing. Some of the things one can find there were mind-boggling. I mean, there were products there that could entirely change the face of the medical and rehabilitative industry entirely. Are you interested in that kind of thing? Me? Oh, I'm no expert when it comes to things like that, but seeing technology that heals, seeing the minds of geniuses and prodigies directed now instead on healing than military uses, it kind of, well, it excites me, I guess. My mother, you see, she was terminal. If they'd have had the technology they have today, but that's neither here nor there. And of course, I like all the other interesting leisure gadgets too. So far, there wasn't much in their muggle medical field that could ever approach what her magic could do in terms of healing besides that super soldier serum, but that wasn't really about healing. Well, besides their prosthetics. Those were really a marvel. Even the MOTMA, Masters of the Mystic Arts, could only brush on the healing abilities magic allowed, and they weren't nearly as efficient. This wasn't to say magic could heal anything. Certain terminal illnesses were unable to be cured, mostly all Muggle, since magic tended to make sure magical people didn't contract or develop illnesses regularly, and certainly not Muggle ones. If too long a time had passed or the wound healed over on an amputee, arms and legs wouldn't be able to be reattached or magically regrown. A bone that set and healed wrong still needed to be rebroken. Blood replenishers only did so much in dangerous situations. If under the cruciatus regularly enough, nerves that had been deadened couldn't be healed, and to be driven insane had no way to help. Plenty of unfortunate things that magic hadn't yet found a way to heal. She tapped her nails, currently painted to match her purple skirt, on the fluffy wheel. It had the same silky soft coat all of the seats did. She liked to think about how superior her magic was, but it couldn't fix everything, even if it could fix most of what she had to deal with. And she couldn't use it all the time like she used to back in her old world. She couldn't even use her wand outside and around people, though she was thankfully adept with wandless. Even if she didn't particularly like using that dumb trinket anyways. Should we stop at a motel or hotel anytime soon? Or are you all right with going on for a while? I could go on. Or, well, maybe a place to properly shower wouldn't be bad. Good man. Oh, want to stop through a drive-thru? I just got food. PSH, but you can save those for later. I'm craving a milkshake to go with these nachos. When I said off-grid, I really did mean off-grid, she hummed at a nonplussed Bruce. I wondered why you had those heavy-duty wheels, he grunted through grit teeth, one hand steadying himself on the dashboard and the other clutching the edge of his seat. She laughed in delight, jolting in her seat at a rough patch as she made her way to her North Carolina lair. It had taken some cajoling on her part to convince Bruce to swing by her place before going off to Virginia. Her place was a lot safer anyhow. She still wasn't entirely sure why they were trying to bring Bruce in, but he didn't raise alarms in her head. Don't worry, not much longer, she said cheerfully. 5 minutes after her reassurance, they passed the ward harmlessly, though she watched Bruce shiver with a sharp eye. Odd. It didn't take long for him to then notice the old brick and steel building. You live here? It's huge, he grumbled, staring at the towering building. Then he frowned. I should have been able to see that. Should have. Didn't, because I have a very specific security system. Like I said, I'm a private person, she snorted, slowing to allow the tall iron wrought gate open and then for her garage door to slide up. It slid down into a basement garage. She passed her portable collection of vehicles idly, taking in the way Bruce looked around at them all. Not like there were really that many. 6 or 7, though she supposed that was a lot of vehicles for one person to own. Car enthusiast? Only to ones I think look interesting. I don't have that many. This is my entire collection, all of the vehicles I own, and you keep them all here? Most of the time. What? You just rent out when you leave the country? I usually bring 1 or 2 with me when I take trips. I have been spending an awful lot of time here in the US, though, so it's easier to just have the most of them here. And is there a reason this entire garage is bright orange? He spoke of the bright orange walls and painted beams. The shiny large tiled floor was white though, as was a thick horizontal stripe spanning all around the wall. The floor was shiny polished white too. And white. You know, this shade of orange was quite popular in the 70s. The 70s? My inspiration for this place is a stylized 70s look. That neat future age but also retro because, you know, 70s thing. With some of the holdovers from the 60s and a few modern things that match the tone, of course. Why? I just like the aesthetic and funky looking forms. Mum had always been into the style too. Home was always in the past like that. Those ball chairs are pretty wicked, I think. And those weird lounge couch bed things, the sectional ones, those should be more of a thing. Oh, and living room pits. Those are so swanky. She grinned as she pulled into park. I like all the colors and zany designs as opposed to the now popular dull tones like all beige and all white and blues, which I like blue personally, but the way it's being used in like those home interior magazines, which are supposed to more fun and radical than what reflects in most modern homes, just gets so dreary and dull after a while, and ugh. It's just so boring and clinical. No personality, I tell you. But this? It's like something out of old movies. You seem pretty, passionate about it. I just don't like modern interior design as much. I'm sure taste will change again as time goes on, but until then, the current tastes seem to be acquired and far too tame. So you like more gaudy. I suppose some see it that way. She shrugged as she climbed out. It's not like I'm always specifically so into this style, but it lightens my mood, I guess, and reminds me of Mum. And it's not like I spend so much time here anyways. This is my own little rest spot, my safe territory. It makes me happy, she shrugged. Knowing I have a safe space like this. Safe space? That makes it sound like I'm hiding, doesn't it? Hiding? From what? Not hiding so much as was hidden, she corrected thoughtfully. I'm just an illegitimate child. She turned to grin at him over her shoulder. It's become habit to keep out of sight, I guess. For some reason, I don't think you're one to keep out of sight. Mark my words, Bruce. I am very good at blending and disappearing. She smiled thinly. I've never much been one for spotlights regardless of my appearance. He frowned at her, but they'd reached the 3rd floor. The main living area. Plants and greenery and swanky furniture and decor everywhere. Whoa, this looks straight out of a movie set. Bruce whistled. The whistle attracted the attention of the 2 eagles that were perched high above in the loft section, and they both swooped down. Incoming! She cackled as they perched on 2 brilliantly disguised and reinforced perches. Bruce, this is Bruce, she directed, even as she stepped forward to take the letter tied to the eagle's leg. Is that a letter? Are you using an eagle as a postbird? Yes, to both of those questions. Technically, I've given him to my brother to keep in touch, she replied cheerfully, delicately stroking Eagle Bruce's head. Just a few meters away, Severus screeched at her irritably for seeing to Bruce before him, and she laughed as his head feathers bristled up in annoyance. She set the letter down on a nearby end table to croon soothing murmurs to Severus. He huffed under the attention, nipping in chastisement but settled. There, Severus, you know I love you too. She smiled, but the look slid off her face for a moment, and her face became doll-like. Placid, empty of human warmth, but it disappeared so quickly Bruce wasn't sure he actually saw that look. She grinned at him again. They're pretty calm and they won't attack or anything, Though Severus here can be a vicious little blighter, she said fondly, petting his feathers. How do you feed them, HM? Well, sometimes I let them wreak havoc on the local wildlife, but usually I can get them to eat cow meat from a butcher shop a ways off. They only hunt to soothe their natural instincts. She shook her head. I can't help but to spoil them. Seems kinda extravagant. Well, they were both rescued from poachers, you know. Can't see it now, but they've got a couple scars now that sort of, well, hinders them. She stroked through Severus's feathers again. It's lucky Severus can fly at all. The damage they did to his wings, she frowned. So I keep him here mostly. He likes it, even if he makes faces and blusters around. He mostly does it because Bruce, Eagle Bruce I mean, is here, she clarified. And why did you name him after me? My brother is Science Y, you're Science Y. She waved off easily. He stared at her incredulously. Mummy, chapter summary. This is mostly the first movie, mention of the second, and a little bit of the third. As with literally everything I put up, it's pure indulgence. The sand brushed by low from the breeze, and the noise from beckoning merchants parading their wares made for a pleasant bustle in the market. Not often was she particularly interested in stepping out into society since her time/dimension/probable death mishap, wherein she had been flung through the veil by a cultist unspeakable and somehow, someway ended up in a world that didn't have magic as she had known it, but had some strange power to it. She could taste it in some places. What had not seemed to change when she arrived was the Muggle history. She says that because she had been dropped into time, just as Henry VIII took the throne after his father's death. From the 21st century back to the 1500s she had been thrown. She, naturally, became a hermit, living off of duplicated Muggle currency and enough charms to confuse and baffle the Muggles she had interaction with. She would not be attempting to partake in the nonsense of the time that was for certain. 2 decades thereabouts in, the religious split happened with much controversy abound. She, personally, didn't care for Muggle religion, and as such, this change meant very little to her. Another 2 decades spent trying to find a way home with no luck had Henry VIII die and his adolescent son given the title. That was not what was important. What was, is that many of the creatures and beings she knew of still existed, mostly hidden from Muggle view. Some were odd slightly, but that was to be expected, she supposed, in a world so different from her own. Veelas were practically feral, as were beings, likely from the severe segregation from civilized, for the time period, society. They had an interesting hierarchy and social structure, nonetheless, when they grouped, and she had even managed to catch the rather seductive attentions of one of the males on the Veela tribe she had been studying. The vampires, while more educated and civilized, seemed to only have 4 different classifications she had come across in Europe. Some who appeared as simply very pale and antisocial individuals with unusual charm. Those like that one character from the cinema Nosferatu. Savage, mindless predators. And those belonging to an ancient cult who had managed to find a way to infuse their blood with occult vampires, making them into strange half-vampire hybrids rather than being fully transformed. The lycanthropes of the time at least seemed the same, just normal people with heightened senses and strength who happened to turn into wild beasts once a month based on the lunar cycle. Out on the coasts, the merfolk were as she knew them to be. Selkies and Marrows looking less human, but still fascinatingly pretty in an exotic, non-human way. She didn't know about the tropical ones yet. She had even before encountered Yetis. Beautiful, rather feline-faced creatures. Huge and hulking as they were, of course. But then, that particular trip wasn't an especially fond memory besides the friendly creatures. She might not have been a magizoologist, but her dear friend Luna and her husband had been, and she had more than once been cajoled into joining them on their journeys. Enough that she knew to document what she saw at any rate. For who, she had no idea, since she had, for the moment, given up on returning back to her own world and time. Tracking them down all across Europe and Asia uninhibited had taken another decade or so, even with magical means. Enough that when she, satisfied and with several creatures behind her, returned to England proper, it was under the rule of famous Elizabeth I. It's around this time period that she peeks out into the Muggle world. The clothing of the time didn't take much to disguise herself in, as uncomfortable as it was, and she, for a short time, mingled with humans. Granted, highly religious and mostly uneducated ones, but the company was there all the same. She had even been married for a short time to an unfortunate but rather pretty-faced young man. He died, sadly, maybe 5 years into their marriage. But well, he was starting to question her on her unaged looks and had been getting suspicious of the secret pets she kept hidden from him, and the ink stained into her when her glamour slipped. It had been more for the novelty of it anyways. Sometime later, towards the end of the 1500s, boats started ferrying out singing about a new world. She had scoffed and went back to her newly invested stocks at the time, only later realizing it was the beginning of the colonization of what she had known to be the US. She had been there a few times, as an unspeakable in her own world. Fascinating place at the time on the Muggle side, and wonderfully lax in government on the magical side. She decides to see how it fares later, after the death of the remarkably long-lived, given the time period, of course, Queen Elizabeth I. England, Ireland, and Scotland being forced together under the newly minted king would not be pretty, and besides, there was still plenty of unmarked land in the Americas, hidden away. She spent the entirety of the Civil War in the Americas, finding tribes of Native Americans and creatures and beings alike. Not all of people and creatures she had found were friendly. Those that were, however, and those that managed to gain her favor, she left trinkets and protections for. Charming things and trying to shield them from the worst of what she vaguely knew would come from the foreign invaders. She'd never been a fan of either genocide or slavery after all. She was tempted back, again with a few tag-alongs, by what she knew to be the Victorian period. Carnivals and opium abound, absolutely wild. She married again, this time to a moderately wealthy man who made sure she had a steady supply of opium-laced cigarettes, and when he was off his rocks on other addictive goodies, didn't question things like puffskeins, fairies, and the auguries who sometimes swooped down and ate them in their lovely greenhouse. Didn't bat a lash at golden snidgets, or the horned serpent in the lake with the grindylows and ghostly ashrays, or the glumbumbles who produced the honeys she sometimes sold or mixed into drinks. Only briefly marveled over the magnificent six-winged thunderbird she had coaxed into her company and wondered at the fiery, flame-like phoenix she had met and become close to. He even painted grand scenes of them, and as with many of the artists of the time, they were thought to be marvelous hallucinations and wondrous imagination. She even had a child from him, though he, tragically, died. Drowned, really. And his pretty wife supposedly died in a horrible fire in the greenhouse soon after, leaving a young boy in the hands of his paternal aunt. To be fair, she did leave him a few charmed trinkets to protect him, and he did inherit all his father's wealth. The greenhouse and its fantastical occupants were now in a hidden new home. She wasn't really mother material after all. The phoenix, named Ember since it had been her son who named him, did also check on the child every so often. He's dead by the 40s. 1840s, that is. An explosion, caused by his own errant magic. It hurt a little more than she had expected it to. She had been careful to avoid getting attached to her dalliances after all, and decided that she was apparently not good enough at it if she mourned her son. She hadn't even named the boy, and most certainly never called him by the name his father had given him. Barely saw him while with her husband. He probably hadn't even known she was his mother until after her supposed death. She decided to next explore Africa and refused to believe that she was running from her own guilt, which, after a while surviving in an adrenaline-fueled frenzy for a few years in multiple forests whilst gaining a collection of snake fellows, was quite the magical hotspot. Mostly around what she had known as Egypt, of course, though she had decided to explore the rest of the lands before encroaching on its borders. By 1920, she lived in Cairo. She had quickly come to enjoy near everything, but that might be because she spent well over a decade hiding and mucking around in forests and savannas. Still, it was in many ways beautiful. Enough that she had yet to explore much outside of it. English wear was popular here as well, and many wore the fashions to match, but more wore the traditional wear. Robes and the like. While many of her companions died over time, or couldn't be brought with her into Africa for biological reasons, the horned snake had remained at her side, as had the descendants of her original 4 puffskeins. The thunderbird tended to come around to her every 2 or 3 years to see her and spend time with her, but the phoenix had perished soon after her son. Ember had been particularly close to the boy after all, probably couldn't stand the emotional strain. Skin turned a pleasant light clay color and hair in a seemingly permanent perm. She pulled out her diligently kept trunk. It was currently the size of a moderate jewelry box, but a flick of her wrist had it turning to normal size. She had not much considered herself a hoarder before. In fact, back in her old home, her flat, and even her portion of the dorm in school had been sparse. Perhaps a remnant of her old Dursley days. But she had started collecting trinkets and found it simply impossible to throw away clothes. She was sure it would be worth quite a penny nowadays, some of her pieces and even more in the future, but she just couldn't seem to part from them. Preservation charms rested on several of them. Those old things weren't what she was looking to wear today, however. Instead, she pulled out a drawer of more modern things. There was a split in the middle of the magically deep drawer, separating the robes and the more English clothing, and she silently debated on which to wear. She planned on going to the museum today, so perhaps it would be best for English wear. While back in Blighty, she had learned from various imported rags that while cotton stockings were for day use, she much preferred the feeling of the embroidered silk ones. The one she'd read that in was dated now anyways. A lovely dark teal scoop-neck chemise over the prettily embroidered brassiere, and one could see her tanned, tattooed arms and the lithe, scrappy muscle she thought was rather pleasant. She was a rather small, gamine woman after all, with a pretty elfish face. Very dainty, very petite but well-proportioned for her size, though her hips were slightly wide and her waist shaped a bit smaller, tighter than she had been born with from years and years of wearing corsets of all sorts. Her trim, fit figure was mostly thanks to her inherent athleticism and general habit of restlessness. And of course, broom flying is really a full-body thing, as tended to be winged horse riding and magic carpet riding. She hummed as she straightened the shift. There was pretty, delicate inlaid lace on the dress, and a few spots of bright turquoise and golden bits. It fell to just below the knees, as these garçon-look dresses tended. She pulled out a snakeskin waistbelt, fixing it neatly to emphasize her hourglass shape. She did rather like the high-waisted look from years past, though it seemed a more formless look was in by the recent batches of pretty young tourists. She huffed to herself. She hadn't been much for fashions and styles back home either, but, well, it was actually a bit of fun once she got into it. She supposed she understood now why Parvati and Lavender were so absorbed in makeup and fashion rags and the like. She certainly wouldn't say she was the most stylish woman, or particularly followed fashions either, but she wasn't as disinterested as she used to be. She pulled a shawl up on her shoulders, securing the fringed lattice thing properly, and looked herself over in the mirror. Her shawl was something she'd gotten perhaps only 2, maybe 3 days ago at the market where they sold bright colors and distracting trinkets and jewelry to anyone who would look. This particular one was of a thin material and in a pleasant pale yellow color with little beads and delicate arrangements on the edges. Nodding to herself, she pulled open another drawer. The popularity of overly Egyptian-themed things with tourists and their talk of revival had spurred scarab or lotus designs, the more picturesque animals being embroidered or shaped in jewelry and on clothing. Some of it was awfully gaudy looking, but there were some pleasant and interesting things as well, like the bluish opal drop earrings she was putting on, though that was only really considered revival by the glinting golden-looking metal. Oh, and of course the many rings she owned, with colorful gems and stones. She had been getting into putting multiple rings on most of her fingers lately, and today was no different. She next pulled out a necklace made of roughly hewn, but she thought stunning spessartite strung on a thong of leather. This one she had managed to get from a tribe out in the western portion of Africa. She next pulled on her neat and tidy button canvas top boots with the French heel. She'd gotten them perhaps a decade ago, and they had served her faithfully enough that she had sewn runes on the inside of them. Sturdy, with a feminine heel and shape. Pleased so far, she almost forgot to grab her cloche, tying a ribbon in a matching dark teal on it before cramming it on over her very curly bob, and then grabbed her extensively magically warped envelope clutch. A pale yellow puff skein rolled towards her on the counter in her flat, and she paused to pat it gently before leaving. The many snakes she kept in her current home knew better than to go after the friendly, cuddly creatures after all. They also knew well not to go after Silk, her Egyptian Mao, who would just as likely strike back. He was incredibly intelligent, and of course as a witch, she could never deny the beauty of having a feline familiar. She didn't always dress up like a woman from London proper, but when she did, she really liked to have a bit of flair. And she almost always dressed up when going to the museum, being that she was a rather well-liked benefactor. "Oh, Evie darling, thank you so much for your assistance," she said to the young woman brightly. A scholarly young woman who had lost her parents within recent years and now served as a librarian at the Cairo Museum of Antiquities, Evelyn was perhaps one of the few people she had regular contact with outside of a few choice sellers at the market. Her parents had been very well known for their adventuring ways. Famous, really. She might even call the woman her friend. She also tended to be a little more traditional in her dress, but that was hardly surprising. She wasn't typically one for focus on her appearance. She was quite Edwardian nonetheless. "Oh, honey, you know it's never any trouble," she smiled at her pleasantly. I was wondering if perhaps you might like to get lunch later," she offered hopefully, and really, honey had no other plans. "Oh, wonderful, Miss Blackwell," came the call, and both women turned to see the curator. Honeysuckle had taken many surnames over the years and had a tendency to cycle her favorites. Blackwell was a personal favorite when she was being wealthy. It made her feel snobby and affluent, as childish as it sounded. It also rolled off the tongue pleasantly enough, and it sounded wealthy to other people, which helped when people looked at her many tattoos. By now her entire left arm and shoulder were covered in ink, some on her hand as well. She had more on her back and hidden in the colorful, and magically preserved no less, imagery were runes. It had been a little bit of a fad down with the unspeakables, at least with the ones she used to have lunch with. "Ah, Terence," she cheered, greeting him with open arms and a cursory peck on the cheeks. "You've been doing well since my last visit?" "It has only been a week, Miss Blackwell," he smiled. "What brings you to our humble museum today?" "Oh, more Middle Egyptian learning. It's a beautiful written language. I suppose the hieratic and cursive hieroglyph, the late Egyptian, the written and spoken Demotic and Coptic wasn't enough? What can I say, Terence? I'm an ambitious woman when it comes to educating myself by now, and especially when it comes to languages, be they old, rare, or even dead. Never knew when one might stumble upon something interesting after all." She'd learned a great many languages, written or otherwise, and the only way she managed to keep them all was through rigorous mind magic and a fancy little ritual that had been cooked up back when she was still an unspeakable that allowed their minds to be enhanced in several very helpful ways. "Your retention for language is truly astounding, Miss Blackwell." His eyes crinkled with his smile, and she scoffed at him. "Such a charmer, Terence," she accused playfully. "Ah, then perhaps I could persuade you to help fund a new expedition? If you'll come to my office." He steered her away, and she smiled and waved over her shoulder at Evie before going with the man. She snorted into her salad. "You managed to knock all of the big bookshelves down? Please don't laugh, honey." The brunette frowned anxiously. "But that's not what's important." She pulled out the strange bauble to set before her. She pressed it, and Honey watched as it clicked out in what vaguely looked like an interpretation of the sun. She peered at it curiously. Ancient Egyptians, she thought to herself, had the most marvelous, strange things. Inside of this was a map that I suspect leads to Hamunaptra. Was a map? The part that pertained to Hamunaptra had been, unfortunately, burned off. "My, what magnificent luck you seem to be having today," she sniggered, and her maybe friend sent her a flat look in response. "Yes, very funny, honey. But John says he knows someone who will be able to help." She brightened up, and Honey rocked her head to the side. John, while he seemed like a goof most of the time, was someone she knew as slimy, greedy, and a con man. She suspected that Evie was blissfully unaware of some of his exploits, or at least, not entirely aware of just how sticky his fingers really were, despite knowing that he wasn't much an honest man. He was also an intolerable flirt the few times they had met face to face, which only became worse when he found out about her abundant wealth. Even Evie's stern looks hadn't made him stop. "Now you know I say this with the least intent for offense, but your brother, he wouldn't mess about with this, and he said it was from where he'd even gotten it." She was quick to speak up, maybe not in defense of her brother so much as whomever had gotten the strange bit in the first place. Honey hummed, poking a manicured hand forward and shuddering for a second as her skin touched it, pulling back sharply. Evelyn, in her enthusiasm, didn't notice, and Honey eyed the thing curiously. It wasn't quite magic. Not her own magic anyways, but it seemed to have a residue of some sort. She had come across such things before in her travels. This weird old magic, myths and religions were made. Lore coming up about them, and she thought that maybe the magical history was there, but something had perhaps happened? Maybe the magicals really had been wiped out before she had landed. Perhaps I'll go with you. Huh, came the ineloquent response, and she smiled at the other woman charmingly. Oh, not that I would mind terribly, but, oh come now. It's always better to have a wealthy woman on hand for these sorts of things anyways, right? Honey, I hope you know I would never ask you to do something like that. Evie frowned at her solemnly, her hazel eyes resolute. Honey sighed softly, sliding her hand on top of the other woman's. Of course I know that, but throwing my weight around could still help, and you are my friend, Evie. Besides, this little thing is certainly intriguing. Oh, isn't it just? Evie gushed, and the matter was settled. She slid the thin blouse on, tucking it into high-waisted mocha-colored trousers that clung to her strong thighs pleasantly, bending over to pull on her trusty boots over it. Nodding to herself, she pulled on large pearl earrings to match the choker-style set of pearls wrapping around her neck. They had a pleasant viridescent sheen to them that she liked. Her fingers were again adorned in various rings she had been collecting over the years. This done well enough, she pulled Teacup, a beautiful Sri Lankan viper, up and listened to her curious hisses before promptly settling her in her canvas satchel. Would be strange, after all, if she could pull out huge amounts of money or gems, or whatever she might need to bribe people with out of her little envelope clutch. She checked her reflection, saw her perfectly winged kohl, liner, and the pleasant reddish tint of lip wax, and nodded to herself. Not a lot of use for heavy makeup in a sandy, hot place like this. She pulled her satchel onto her shoulder, snagged her wide-brimmed hat with the bits of flora and feather on it before opening her door to grin at Evie, who had been just about to knock. How do you always know? A charm. Not that I'd tell you, she thought to herself with a mysterious smile. Luck, I suppose. Well, either way, John is waiting just downstairs, she said, then paused and stared at her. Are you, honey? Are you wearing trousers? You see locals wearing trousers all the time. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, she sputtered. But I've never seen you wear them. And they're so snug-looking. Why, Miss Carnahan, how appalling it must be, she tittered at her. They're quite comfortable. You really should try them sometime. I am quite fine in skirts, thank you, she answered primly. Well then, shall we? Oh, we shall, my good lady, she grinned, looping her arm through the brunette's, which was how, not awfully long later, she found herself with her arm being near crushed by Evie's as she hissed an argument with her brother as the warden preceded them. She watched the men and the guards idly. It could do with a few repairs, perhaps, but it looked like it kept well enough. She'd never heard of anyone escaping at any rate. She was swung around abruptly as John tried to hush her about how exactly he'd gotten the box thing. But the headstrong woman was already calling up as the warden cheerily went up to one of the cages where a door was from, presumably, the cell. It was an interesting setup, actually. Now what exactly is this man in prison for? She demanded, an expectant gaze landing over. Well, he began. This I did not know. But when I heard you were coming, I asked him just before you came. He grinned at them, showing off slightly green-looking teeth. Cheerful fellow, this one seemed. Terrible hygiene. And what did he tell you? Evie asked, her hand settling more securely as she looked over to the door. He said, the man's finger came up, he was just looking for a good time. He again grinned at them. As soon as he finished saying that, the door opened and two guards ushered a muzzy, light brown-haired man with, she noted, very, very white teeth. He was pressed to the bars of the cage as he stared at them. He was hit harshly, forcing him to his knees as the warden stepped back, eyeing the man appraisingly. This is Dash. Evie's arm freed itself from hers to point. This is the man you stole it from? Yes, exactly. So why don't we just go sniff out a spot of Dash? Who are you? An American accent called, and they looked back to the man. He was golden, tan, and rather all-right-looking as blokes went when he smiled. She had always been a fan of the stubble look, though neither of her husbands had sported it. Quite a number of her lovers had. He had a rather nice jaw as well. And who are the dames? He asked pleasantly, eyes flicking between Evie and her, not seeming nearly so harsh as when he'd been shoved out. "Dame." Evie drawled in disdain, but her brother was quick to speak up. Evie had always handled objectification with the same classy disdain as a noblewoman being catcalled by a peasant, and it had never failed to entertain Honey. She sniggered as Jonathan babbled out lies, getting closer, and she thought to herself, what kind of idiot would get closer to a man trapped in a cell in Cairo? But, this is my sister, Evie, and of course her very dear lady friend, Honey. He pulled his sister forward with a winsome smile. "How'd you do?" she added in stiffly, and Honey nodded politely from where she was peeking over Evie's shoulder. The man looked at them quietly, first eyeing her, and then Evie. "Ah well, guess she's not a total loss," he said of the other woman dismissively before turning his eyes onto her. "She's a bit boyish looking, but not the worst too." "I beg your pardon?" Evie's outraged expression, furious on both of their behalves, only slightly tempered her own annoyance. She was damn gorgeous, and Evie was quite pretty, and this man was just being rude. It wasn't like she'd never been insulted like that, but to have both she and her maybe friend insulted by a man stuck behind bars was just plain aggravating. It was about this time that the warden started shouting back at his guard to hold the prisoner for the moment, and that he would join him before he turned to them. "I'll be back in a moment," he said irritably, his eyes elsewhere as he strode off. "Lashings." Honey nodded. Her own head turned back to see as John and Evie started speaking with the prisoner. She was more interested in the coming beatdown, to be honest, and turned the rest of her body around, watching the warden take the long, thin leather strip as the unlucky bastard was forced to his knees, crouched to bare the entirety of his back. She jumped when she heard a grunt of pain and clank of chains, turning to see John rolling on the floor and clutching at his nose. She let out a surprised bark of laughter, unable to help herself, and slapped her hand over her mouth, looking at Evie apologetically as the man in the cell was hit for his violence. She was justified that only an idiot would get so close. At least until Evie stepped over her brother, getting close, and she sighed as she pulled John over and he stumbled, almost falling again. "Oh, thank you, Honey." He smiled at her weakly through the pain, and she narrowed her eyes at him, unimpressed. "Honeysuckle to you, Jonathan," she scoffed, dropping his arm but then freezing as she noticed Evie crouching down close to the prisoner. He watched her friend's form jolt before the man said in a gruff voice, "Then get me the hell out of here," before he was again hit, but in a blunt movement, dropped one of the guards, shouting something unintelligible, and now pulled back and away, being yanked back through the door. Evie kept crouched for a second before practically falling over as she righted herself. Where are they taking him?" she asked, a few octaves higher than normal. "To be hanged. Apparently, he had a very good time," the warden said, eyebrows raising at the woman. "So he had seen it too then? He was a deserter, yes? The French Legion has no legal place in Egypt." John sniffled, prodding gently at his nose. He had a surprisingly good tolerance for pain despite being as lanky and crybaby-looking as he did. "Ah, we are paid £50 per soldier to take care of their deserters, though. Can I attend?" Evie interrupted them, and both men turned to her with a frown. "Not permitted in my country, women viewing such things." "I'm not from your country, though. I'm an Englishwoman," she hurriedly argued, all bright gleaming eyes and determined stance. The man frowned, eyeing her and Honey warily. "Come, we may witness it," he bade them with. She followed alongside an anxious Evie, finding themselves at a sort of arena, only with a section for gallows at its center amidst the cheering prisoners below. "Oh wow. Is this method used often?" "Depending on the crime, if it is seen as a reasonable verdict." The squat warden grinned at her. She sat between he and Evie, who was squirming in her chair. "You know, a woman sitting at the warden's viewing spot with no veil, she might as well be bared," he said after another moment, frowning again. "I will give you £100 to save this man's life," she burst, and the warden leaned forward to see her over Honey, eyebrows pulling up. "Madam," he said calmly, "I would pay £100 just to see him hang." She really couldn't help when she snorted in laughter. "T2. £200. Proceed," he hollered down to the men at the gallows. "Warden, how about £500? Honey asked idly, and the man's head whipped to face her after telling off one of the guards. She gave a toothy grin. The warden gestured for his men to wait as he turned to her, eyes flicking down her body. "And what else?" he asked gruffly, hand reaching to squeeze just above her thigh. "I'm a very lonely man. Excuse you." Evie squawked on her behalf, using the journal in her hands to swat at the man's hand. He reared back with a frown at the intense glare Evie was shooting him. Prisoners laughed in a white noise at the put-down before harshly directing his men, and Evie howled, "No," as the lever was pulled and the man fell. Though he continued to struggle, and beside her, the warden laughed in incredulity. "His neck did not break," he scoffed. Evie fell back down in her chair, watching the hanging, struggling man as prisoners moved in a wave, the guards only just holding them back. "Oh, I'm so sorry," he told the brunette sarcastically. "Now we must watch him strangle to death then." The chants of the prisoners rounded around in a vicious cheer, and her lips twitched. He would not be strangling to death, she thought as she made sure he got air into his lungs and keeping a slight feather light on him. Enough that he would still have a hard time, but not so much that he would die. She opened her mouth to bribe the warden with a greater amount of money, but Evie seemed to have her own idea. "He knows the location to Hamyonaptra." She turned, leaning over Honey, who obligingly leaned back enough to make room for her friend. "You lie," he dismissed, and she saw Evie bristle at the insult. "I would never," she balked, and the warden did a double take. "Are you telling me this filthy, godless son of a pig knows where to find the city of the dead?" he spluttered, also leaning a little closer so they both practically hovered near her s. What an interesting day this was turning out to be, she thought to herself. "Yes." Evie's eyes sparkled from what she could see of them beneath her sun hat. "Truly?" he demanded in a quick voice. "Yes. And if you cut him down, we will give you." Her face turned towards where the prisoner still struggled, much to the impressed bafflement of the guards who looked down at him through the trap door. 10%, 50%, 20, her friend haggled. 40, he argued. 30. She shot back just as quick, their staring match over her lap amusing her. Just a little. A man potentially strangling to death or permanently damaging his throat, and here they were discussing profits. Wasn't the first time she'd been involved in something like this, but having her dear, softer-hearted Evie doing the haggling tickled her a bit. It appears that her brother had managed to rub off a few tips and tricks. 25, he blurted, then paused as Evie lit up. "Ah," her eyes glittered as she sat up. "Deal," she said smugly, and the man cursed under his breath, shooting her a glare as he commanded his men to cut the prisoner down. "As a gift, warden, I'll give you the 500 pounds anyways for your generosity." Honey sniggered quietly to the disgruntled man as Evie stood, beaming down, pleased with herself at the man in the courtyard. And at least 25% is still a long way, given it is Hamyonaptra. Evie here will probably donate what she gets to a museum anyways. Not 2 days later saw them at Giza port, their luggage mostly packed onto the ship with the exception of handbags or, in Evie's case, a luggage case. She herself kept her shrunken trunk hidden in a moleskin bag attached to a bit of leather around her neck, but did have her satchel on her shoulder. Teacup was hidden in the thin, pretty scarves wrapped around her head, neck, and shoulders. She wore a loose tunic with a back that scooped down low and showing off her tattooed back, a fetching, flowing long skirt beneath it alongside her boots, and quite a number of accessories, including her snakeskin waist belt, numerous rings, chunky earrings, and a choker of shiny, gleaming teal gems. She also had armbands wrapped about her biceps, and she wore a wide-brimmed sun hat with exotic, pleasant-smelling flowers woven into a flower crown. "You don't have to come. It could be dangerous," Evie was telling her worriedly, but she waved the woman off. "Evie dear, I'm your friend, and if you're so excited about this place, I want to be right there beside you. Besides, I don't think I saw many other women board that ship." She crossed her arms, the scrappy lithe muscle flexing. Evie smiled at her fondly. "Sides, who knows? Might meet a cute bloke on the way," she teased, and Evie rolled her eyes, smile getting a bit more relaxed. "Ah, there you are," John called brightly, settling between them to wrap his arms around their shoulders and just barely missing landing on Teacup. Evie's smile turned into a scowl. Do you really expect that he'll show up? Came the immediate demand. What a way to greet your poor old brother, he simpered. Knowing my luck, of course I believe he will. Don't worry so much, I know his cowboy type. His word is his word. He'll keep it, he assured before turning a more lecherous blue stare onto her. You are looking as ravishing as ever, honeysuckle, he crooned. And you, as sleazy. She rolled her eyes, shrugging off his hand. You wound me, truly, he sighed before turning back to his sister. Fret not, little sister. He'll be here. I don't like him. Personally, I think he's filthy. Rude. A complete scoundrel. I don't like him one bit, she huffed. Anyone I know? Came the drawl, and they turned. He looked like an entirely different man, she mused to herself. A shame that his stubble was gone, but he did clean up rather nice. She peeked at Evie from the corner of her eye, smiling when she saw the woman's jaw work for a moment. He raised his eyebrows at her expectantly. Oh, she breathed, setting down her luggage as her eyes skipped down his body and then back up. Hello. She greeted, and Honey quickly settled her hand over her mouth to stop herself from laughing. John laughed nervously. Ha ha, smashing day for the start of an adventure, eh? O'Connell? He patted the man's chest before taking his hand to pump in an awkward, vigorous motion. Yeah, he agreed blandly. Yeah, smashing, he scoffed as he checked his inner pocket for his wallet. John was quite deft with his thieves' hands after all, a man capable of astounding sleights of hand. Oh no, no, I'd never steal from a partner. John smiled winningly at the taller man as he threw a friendly punch at his broad shoulder. Not until it was time to part ways he wouldn't, she thought to herself. The man, O'Connell smiled in return. That reminds me, there's no hard feelings about the, His arm swung in an idle way to gesticulate what he meant. John moved slightly automatically. Oh no, no, he assured casually. Happens all the time. Mr. O'Connell, can you look me in the eye and guarantee me this isn't all some kind of flim-flam, because if it is, I am warning you. I will dash. Evie had caught his attention, but was interrupted from the froth she was working herself into. You're warning me? The man grinned, mirth in his eyes. Lady, let me put it this way. My whole damn garrison believed in it so much that without orders they marched halfway across Libya and Egypt to find that city, he said with a sharp, warning smile. And when we got there, all we found was sand and blood. He searched her friend's eyes, keeping them connected as he tried to imprint upon her the gravity of his last apparent trip. Let me get your bags. He leaned down to grab the 2 luggage cases after a few quiet moments as he let his words sink in and walked off, easily supporting the weight. Yes, you're right. Filthy, rude, complete scoundrel. Nothing to like there at all, John said benevolently as they watched him go, and Evie shot him a look. Bright good morning to all, came the familiar voice and tone as Warden Gad Hassan caught up to them, dressed for traveling. Oh no, Evie didn't try even in the slightest to contain her dismay, and Honey sniggered into her fist. What are you doing here? She confronted him bluntly. Honey wasn't too surprised. Being promised treasures from Hamyonaptra could easily entice a greedy little man like Hassan after all, regardless of potential perils. What she was curious about, will the prison be all right without you there? She inquired. He grinned. I have set a small council of the highest-ranking guards and hired several soldiers. Most of the workers know well by now how everything works, he assured her, pleased with and confident in the efficiency of his men. As for you, Miss Carnahan, I am here to protect my investment. Thank you very much, he said as he climbed up into their designated boat proper. You know, I doubt he's ever left Cairo. I wonder how he'll fare, she mused aloud. John's hand slid up her arm. One can only guess at this point, though I'm sure we're due to find out, he grinned at her charmingly. She neatly grabbed his hand and flipped him face first onto the ground at her feet before daintily holding her skirt to step over him to board the boat. I'm sure we will. For now, we really should get on before they try and leave without us, right? She hummed as she fiddled with the strange box a bit more. She would be the one allowed to hold on to it, since Evie didn't quite trust either men to, and she was already worrying over the map. She shrugged to herself and carefully wrapped it in magically enhanced velvet to protect her other things from it, and the strange energies it emitted before letting it drop into her moleskin bag and getting up from the room she and Evie would share to go wander about to find the woman. She paused when she spied her and O'Connell sitting together in a secluded little corner, snorted to herself, and smoothed her skirt as she went out to the front where the tables and people were. She smoothed her dress again, a longer one and fitted only to flare slightly at her calves, and it sat high on her waist. It was a deep teal color and glorious velvet. She wore a neatly fitted black blouse with elbow-length batwing sleeves. Her shawl, pretty and in sheer black with gold and teal accents, only partially hid where Teacup had secured herself on her arm. "Ah, honeysuckle," she heard John call jovially, and she hummed as she went over to the table he was at. For men around him, 3 were rather handsome, and the 4th looked like a textbook representation of a scholar of the time. "Would you care to place a bet as well?" "Now hold on there," trying to coax a lady to gamble. The one with dirty blonde hair and quite a set of dimples to complement his jawline smiled at her. "Oh, I assure you, gentlemen, Miss Blackwell here can play with the best of them. Care to join us?" He grinned up at her winningly. She hummed, gesturing for a chair that was hastily brought over to sit between the handsomely stubbled man and John. "I do believe I will if you've just started." She pulled a stack of money from her clutch to set down. "Whoa there. That's quite the pretty penny there, darling. Miss Blackwell is inordinately wealthy. So much she's not even interested in the treasure, only in the sight itself." John blabbed cheerfully enough. "Ah, honeysuckle, these men are also going to be looking for Hamunaptera, really? Will they be going the same path as us?" She glanced around at them. "No, ma'am." The man with round-rimmed glasses smiled at her bashfully, cutting the deck for their next game. "Sure wish we were, though, to travel with a lady pretty as you." "Honestly," the older man of them scoffed, acting like schoolboys at one pretty face. "Excuse their manners. Miss Blackwell, was it?" "Indeed. Honeysuckle Blackwell, but really most call me Honey. A pleasure to make your acquaintances." "Yes, I have heard of you once or twice, I'm sure," the man in the monocle drawled. "Dr. Alan Chamberlain, Egyptologist. I'll be David Daniels, but you can call me Dave." A man with cropped black hair grinned at her. She supposed he was handsome enough, but really, the one to her side and even the man in the glasses were more her preferred types. Well, with the one in spectacles, it was more about what she could see of his frame. The slightly bookwormish look was off-put by enticingly broad shoulders and a fairly pretty face. Even sitting, he seemed quite tall, as did the blonde at her side. "Speaking of the blonde, Isaac Henderson," he grinned at her again, showing off his dimples now as he dipped his head. "OL 4 eyes over there is Bernie. Bernard Burns," he corrected quickly. "But, yes, people do tend to just call me Bernie if not Burns." She only bothered to stay for one round, but smugly collected her winnings, leaving a bit for them with a wink as she bid the men a good night. She met Evie in their room, snorting at her distracted mumbles as she switched to a flimsy, thin white chemise. Unlike some of the popular sleepwear she'd seen in the more Western-style clothing shops, she wasn't a fan of the flattening, washboard look. She had damn it, rather nice ones at that. Either way, it drifted only perhaps an inch or 2 down her thighs, quite short and airy. More of a baby doll style than anything, she thought as she rolled off her stockings and pulled on slippers. Her boots, her clothing, all of it were crammed into her charmed trunk, shrunk and once more hidden on her person. She sure as hell didn't trust the locks on the door of this boat, or the people on the boat to let her possessions sit while she slept after all, she mumbled, slipping into the little loo area to switch the uncomfortable knickers for a much more forgiving pair of just as thin, white chiffon bloomers. They were much shorter than what she knew Evie wore, and didn't peek out from her short sleep slip. She jumped, startled when she heard Evie make an odd noise, and then a low murmur of what seemed to be a man's voice. Her eyes flared in indignation. Had a man just waltzed into their room? She certainly hadn't slammed the door open expecting to see a man clothed in all black with a strange hookhand/glove thing holding Evie in place, nor for O'Connell to then burst in or the short scuffle. This little expedition was already more exciting than she had initially considered. When they managed to slip out, Evie stabbed a man's eye with a candle. Evie had, for a moment, tried to go back into the room with the fire. But then suddenly it seemed like everything was going up in literal flames, because before she knew it, people were jumping down into the river to get away. There were more men in the black robes and wraps, most of them with symbols on their faces that she was a little too preoccupied to really get a good look at. Seeing the amount of fire going on, she decided that putting out the flames now would be of no use and simply snuck along, taking the heavy duffel bag/wrap thing from Evie as she yanked O'Connell from where a bullet slammed through the wall behind him. When they got to the edge, and Evie obviously didn't quite catch on fast enough when he asked if she could swim, Honey watched her flail and cry out as she was hefted over. He turned to her, and she raised her brows, hopping up to sit on the ledge, hugging the bag to her chest and falling backwards into the water after the other woman. She swam after where she saw Evie bobbing up to the shore, shaking her head as Teacup angrily protested the entire event, squeezed around Bicep tightly. She listened to Evie grouse about losing their things as she handed off the bag to O'Connell and starting to wring out the thin fabric of her sleepwear. Her things were all perfectly okay, of course, having been in her moleskin bag, and she sneakily pulled the velvet-wrapped box to fiddle with again. "My clothes," she bemoaned. From the other side, a man shouted out to their guide, bragging about having horses and equipment and the like. O'Connell's short response of, "Hey Benny, looks to me like you're on the wrong side of the river," made her grin to herself, setting a fist on her hip. From her side, John coughed slightly, handing her his jacket. She blinked, taking it to hold around herself. "Thank you, John. That's surprisingly sweet of you." She praised him, and he grinned. Even in the dark she could see his face, ears, and neck were red. Honey, I don't mean to alarm you," Evie stuttered, and she looked to her friend questioningly. She pointed and Honey looked, only to roll her eyes as Teacup slithered up around her neck to escape the wet clothes. "Oh, don't worry, that's just Teacup," she assured her friend. "Teacup? You brought your pet viper with you?" she shrilled in response. "Your venomous viper? No need to shout, Evie dear. I am right here," she grumbled. "Teacup, besides, what do we do now? Head for the nearest town." O'Connell grunted, offering his own jacket to Evie, who hastily took it. "O'Connell!" came the aggrieved shout, and they turned again to see Hassan slosh up angrily. "Wait here? Wait here?" O'Connell smiled innocently. Nude-colored underthings, sheer black on top of it, tight-fitting and flattering. Tall black boots meant to keep out the sand. A sheer veil and headscarf. Evie wore hers with her hair out, but Honey kept her hair pinned back and hidden beneath the thin material. She paid generously for their new attire and went off a bit more to get a few new sets of jewelry and to buy a few provisions for the journey. Snacks, mostly, since she had carved a few handy runes into the waterskin she had gotten when they got into the village proper. By the time they left, the sun left the desert orange and, frankly, quite beautiful. She wasn't sure when she quite dozed off, but she opened her eyes to see O'Connell delicately prop Evie back up on her own camel, and she smiled sleepily. "Cute." She yawned wide, listening over her shoulder to Hassan, still snoring, and glanced back to check on them. She was just in time to see John wake up, glare groggily at Hassan, and hit him in the face to wake him up and stop the racket. She sniggered, turning back to face front and pulling her scarf down to sit around her neck. Teacup grumbled tiredly, shifting and then going back to sleep. She rubbed the sleep from her eyes, leaning over to grab something to nibble on for the moment. She watched O'Connell's head turn and followed his gaze over to a group of people. She squinted into the distance, frowning. Were they from the group that had burnt down that steamboat? Her head rocked to the side as she observed them. They weren't moving along, just seemed stationed up on a cliff, watching them. She sighed to herself, cast a quick little protection bubble at Evie, then another at John after a moment of consideration, and closed her eyes to nod off again. She startled awake at shouting and blinked rapidly to peer across the way at another group. The man from the other side of the river was shouting to O'Connell again. The much larger group met them, and the hasty Americans got a bit antsy as they stopped to wait. She huffed, tugging down her veil and ignoring the ribbing from the other side as she blinked, squinting and focusing her magic in her eyes. There was an odd sort of bubble around, and she peered into it. How peculiar. When the sun came up, Hamyonaptra appeared before them. That was when the supposed race began, and she rolled her eyes as she urged her camel alongside them. She kept a close eye on Evie, The girl was a bit ambitious sometimes and listened to John's whoops of encouragement. "That's not gonna end well," she breathed, bumping along her own camel. She curled up her legs and muttered spells under her breath to try and smooth some of the way. Evie wasn't a particularly graceful person, much as she looked it, and she had the feeling her inherent clumsiness would show up soon enough. She was proven right when she was sent sprawling into a dune just a little after getting into Hamyonaptra properly. She snorted, slowing her camel down to a light trot and cooing praises at it as she slipped down. "All right, Evie," she called as she led it closer to where O'Connell was stifling his laughter as he helped her up. Evie grinned at her breathlessly. "Oh, I can't remember when I last had so much fun." She laughed and Honey grinned back happily, trying to ignore the crawling sensation of magic nearby. It wasn't familiar to her, but she recognized it as near the same as the one that the little box was permeated in. She felt a cold shiver caress up her spine. Yeah, all right, come on. Up you go." O'Connell grunted, easily pulling her to her feet. Honey took hold of the harness for Evie's camel, then O'Connell's as well as she pulled them to the side to set them down and get them water and something to snack on as John and Hassan finally caught up. It wasn't too much longer into the day that everywhere one could see tents set up and people, hired crew, bustling here to there. She fluffed her hair, standing off a bit to look around and then crouching. She started calling out for snakes nearby, sending out pulses of energy with it. It felt odd that she hadn't seen any bugs or snakes or creatures of any sort in this Hamyonaptra place. None at all. Even out in the desert beyond there were some lizards, some insects about. "This place is hidden," Teacup told her. She sighed and stood back up, wandering back over to her travel companions by the submerged statue. She felt a static charge hit her as she got closer and paused a bit away. That didn't feel too good. She'd been to plenty of places, all across Europe and Asia, which included India, and had skimmed by places with thick ancient magic before, of course. She had just never gotten too close to them before since sometimes they set off little alarms in her head. She watched for a moment as O'Connell fidgeted and mumbled to Evie as she and her brother were fiddling with mirrors, giggling slightly as she handed him something. She shook her head and got closer, ignoring the goose flesh coming up. It didn't take long for them to be dropping down in a hole in the ground, and she looked around curiously as Evie pulled up a light and setting off more mirrors. How handy, she thought to herself. They wandered in further, torches in hand, and she cast bubble heads around them in case. Since, well, this was an ancient area and all, and she didn't quite trust the air quality, all things considered. She wavered, wobbling on her feet in the room that Evie said had the secret compartment, eyes fluttering closed as she listened. It was an old tongue, but some of the sounds were familiar to languages she had been learning or already learned. Ancient languages, she thought. Always good to know them when wandering around ancient magical sites. She jumped when she was pulled over against the dais the Anubis statue was on, blinking lethargically before the other group and theirs met head-on, guns drawn. She sighed irritably, the old magic in the air tickling at her senses. Guns were drawn again and hostility only made her mood go more sour. She had half a mind to simply knock them all out. The other team, that is, but before she could seriously contemplate it for too long, Evie stepped between the men and she followed her, smiling at the men sweetly. Arms wavered. "For goodness' sake, let's be nice children," she said soothingly, and Honey wondered what she found to have her be so placating. "If we're going to play together, we must learn to share." She easily pushed down the guns and they went down. Evie turned serious eyes to O'Connell. "There are other places to dig," she said meaningfully. "Plenty of room down here for us all, I think." Honey agreed. Evie smiled at her, setting her arm on O'Connell's and turning her look back to him. It didn't take them long after that to find their way just under the room they had been in as the Carnahan siblings ranted about beastly Americans and Yanks, excluding, of course, O'Connell, and she watched Hassan sneak off on his own. Not that she much cared. Were it not for the bubblehead charm, she was sure she'd have at least gagged once or twice. She's been through some stenches in her time, but down here where he was sweaty and had not one care for hygiene, she didn't think she could take it. She plopped herself down, looking around and then, after a moment's consideration, tagging the three with her with tracking charms. Didn't want to lose them after all. and then adding the same little protection spells to O'Connell as she had to Evie and John and refreshing theirs while she was at it. She decided to nap a little while they seemed busy and woke only when something heavy smashed down towards them. She snorted as she woke, blinking at the thing that had landed just before where Evie and O'Connell sat. She got up, dusting herself off to wander closer to the sarcophagus as Evie explained what the sarcophagus being there meant. Well, wasn't that reassuring to know? Knowing her luck, it would be the very naughty option, wouldn't it? She stayed a few steps away, shuddering at the magic bound in the thing for a second before taking a deep breath and stepping closer. He who shall not be named. Evie murmured. Right. Fucking wonderful. Isn't that just peachy? Weren't you looking for a book, Evie? She asked her friend pointedly, and was just as easily ignored as Evie got into a flutter as they talked about keys. Evie, the key, honey. You still have it. Evie's eyes sparkled. The book, it might have been buried with whomever, is in this sarcophagus. Reluctantly, she pulled the box out, thinking for a second before duplicating it, shuddering as rather than just make a plain copy. It also copied that strange old magic in it. She handed it over warily, but luckily for her, she didn't actually turn it and potentially unlock this thing. Screaming grabbed their attention, and she watched John snatch up the key part of the copy anyhow. They scrambled into the hallway where they saw Hassan, who barged past them, running off past and smacking hard enough into a wall to make her wince. That definitely killed him, didn't it? They went back up quietly for the night, though she lingered a moment more, staring at the body. She was tempted to see what had him in such a mad dash in the first place, but when Evie called for her, she took one last glance before darting after the others. If she came back a few hours later and collected some new jewelry hidden by summoning it, then who was ever to know? The sound of a commotion drew their attention later that night, and despite being told to stay, Evie quickly followed after O'Connell, and with her, Honey and John followed. The men in black had returned then, had they? She crouched around a pillar, watching and shooting off discreet spells to thin out the numbers around, and at some point someone called a stop to it. She peeked around to watch. They were given a day to leave, and then just left as easy as they came. What the hell? Confused, she slunk out from behind the pillar, creeping back over to the others. Does anyone know what all that was about? They just rode in, attacked, and then decided what? Murder a few people and then leave? She scoffed. The man with spectacles stepped over after O'Connell, refuted the one man's claim that there must be treasure. Honey was sure there was indeed treasure, but that wasn't why those men had been protecting it. You know, maybe just at night we could, combine forces. He offered, face still half covered with shaving cream. She peeked over from Evie's other side at him. She grumbled, cuddling closer to the warmth she was pressed against. Miss Blackwell, came the gentle voice, maybe a hint cautious. Miss Blackwell, I do believe it's time to get up. She let out a string of parcel-tongue curses at whomever was trying to interrupt her sleep, wrapping wiry, unusually strong arms around her comfortable pillow. Makeshift pillow, she corrected herself sleepily. She'd been up quite late last night, giggling over Evie's drunkenness and the almost kiss after all. O'Connell was a little less impressed, sulking for a good while after. Can't rouse her, she heard Evie murmur. I'm afraid if I wake her too abruptly, I'll be hit most unpleasantly, and she'll be upset with me the whole day. And she is rather quite a lot stronger than she looks. I'm aware. Honey dear, stop using my brother as a bed. We've got plenty to do today. Her shoulder was shaken and she hissed again, burying her face into dusty fabric before turning her head to glare tiredly over her shoulder at Evie. Oh, don't make that face. I've quite a hangover as well. Come, drink some water. Muttering under her breath, she uncurled her arms, sitting up and then getting up properly. From beneath her, John sighed in relief, the back of his neck red not from sunburn, as he tended to tan quite well, probably thanks to his mum's side, but probably from where she had been pressed close to his back, on top of him, the entire night. It didn't take long for the splitting headache to go away, and she sneakily helped clear the heads of her companions before they went down into the dig site proper. The sarcophagus was propped to stand, and she stepped back and away to lean against a pillar until it popped open and Evie shrieked a little as the corpse bobbed forward. She eyed it in interest. Definitely magical residue coating it, but not inherently magical. God, I hate it when they do that. Is it supposed to look like that? Most assuredly not. He's been here for at least 3,000 years. It appears that besides cursing him in the afterlife, they also didn't give him the standard burial. Honey scoffed from where she stood, green eyes sharp and glinting. Maybe even buried while alive? But I wonder what kept him looking so juicy. The two men echoed. Not quite the word I was looking for, but that works, she mumbled. I've never seen a mummy look like this before. Evie breathed, looking at the figure closely. Why, it even looks as though he's still decomposing. I wonder if it's a punishment. Honey mused, more to herself than anything. Ancient civilizations were ripe with scandalous things that could result in terrible punishments for seemingly small things like stealing a fruit, or even looking at certain people or the like. She wondered what this man would have done to have incurred this much wrath. Hey, look at that. O'Connell directed their attention to the lid of the sarcophagus, and she stepped a little closer, glancing again at the mummy before raising her eyebrows at the gouges seen. Looks like you thought right, honey. Evie breathed in amazement. This man had been buried alive, and he left a message. Death is only the beginning. Death is only the beginning. Evie said aloud. Why, Honey wondered, did people have to fuss around with mortality and the like anyhow? Some inherent need or curiosity or greed, something that had them refuting what made them human. Immortality had never much done her any favors, and never had the people who sought it either. But perhaps she was getting ahead of herself. Maybe it was part of this man's punishment? He seemed to believe in death, rather than trying to escape it. Well, besides being buried alive, that is. She eyed the corpse again. So, should we explore a bit more? She asked, and the three looked to her before looking at each other. Right, yes, of course. And are we just gonna leave him here like this? I mean, he's air, pretty well preserved all things considered. Should he be left to open air like this? I think he'll be fine where he is, Evie asserted, looking over the body with a scrunched-up, analyzing stare. Later, when night fell, she plopped herself down with the boys, looking in idle interest at the canopic jars those Americans held so covetously. The thin man, who was apparently friends, or something with O'Connell, moved when Evie called over. Scarab skeletons! She grinned at them, and Honey leaned forward. Flesh eaters, really? Let me see. She stood, stepping over to her friend as Evie turned her hands towards her, showing her the pretty little things. Oh my, that's quite incredible, isn't it? Think it might have been part of a trap? She asked her friend. It very well might have, she grinned. But I found them inside our friend's coffin. They can stay alive for years, feasting on the flesh of a corpse. Unfortunately for our friend, he was still alive when they started eating him. Evie sat between the boys, and John scooted to the side so Honey could sit beside her. What a way to go. Honey whistled. That certainly does explain the claw marks. I imagine having one's flesh being eaten as they're buried alive is just awful. I wonder if towards the end he was just numb enough to write that little final word in there. So somebody threw these in with our guy, and then they slowly ate him alive? O'Connell asked, holding one of them aloft. Very slowly, she nodded. Well, he certainly wasn't a popular fellow when they planted him, was he? John sighed. Well, probably got a little too frisky with the Pharaoh's daughter, O'Connell said teasingly, and Evie huffed out a little laugh. Well, according to my readings, our friend suffered the Hamdai, the worst of all ancient Egyptian curses, one reserved for only the most evil of blasphemers. Evie told him. In all of my research, I've never heard of this curse actually being performed, she stressed. That bad, huh? Well, yes, they never used because they feared it so. It's written that if a victim of the Hamdai should ever arise, he would bring with him the 10 plagues of Egypt, she shared. You're going to go grab it? Well, yes, that is my intention. Why not let me, Evie? She coaxed, and Evie frowned at her. If he perhaps wakes, or someone comes upon me, I could always say something along the lines of being interested in what the good doctor thought of the thing. You, however, are our guide and terrible at lying, might I also add. Oh, all right. Just hurry back, would you? Of course, Evie. Which was how, not 10 minutes later, Evie was gently setting the book down. That's called stealing, you know? O'Connell said, eyes still closed, and she watched the way Evie jumped a little, startled. And I wonder what it must be to grab it from an ancient tomb to keep for oneself? Honey returned easily, eyeing the book. It had the same keylock mechanism as the sarcophagus, and she watched Evie grab the copy of the key. She still had the original box after all. TCH. I thought the Book of Ammonius RA was made out of gold. O'Connell questioned, sliding up on Evie's free side. It is made out of gold. Evie told him, fiddling with the copy box. This isn't the Book of Ammonius RA. This is something else. I think this may be the Book of the Dead. She clicked open the key. The Book of the Dead? You sure you want to be playing around with this thing? I agree with O'Connell. This isn't meant for our eyes. Honey added her own input. It's just a book. The other woman brushed off. Honey would beg to differ. That thing was dripping in magic. There was another book somewhere around the dig site she could feel too. No harm ever came from reading a book. It unlocked and unlatched. She opened it and a harsh wind flew by, a slight keening noise in it. That happens a lot around here. O'Connell noted, slightly perturbed looking. That was when Evie started reading aloud and Honey immediately clamped her hand over the woman's mouth. Even the words. It didn't need someone with magic to say it. It just needed to be said to activate the magic. She had felt it coil around the second the first word left her mouth. What are you doing? She hissed at her friend. Surprised at her small, usually docile friend's sudden vehemence, Evie only blinked dumbly before removing her hand. Do you have any idea how dangerous spoken incantations can be? I'm sorry? Honey, this is just a book, an ancient and no doubt precious one, but it's just a book. Evie started, a little defensive now. Do not read from the book. Honey growled through grit teeth. If I've ever asked you for anything, this is it. Do not read from the book. Why don't you, go get a drink? Walk around a little. Calm down? O'Connell suggested after a moment. Honey breathed in and then out slowly. She hadn't had to resort to pranayama in a long while. Yeah. Just don't read from the book. She should have known O'Connell wouldn't stop her. Not even 5 minutes. 5 minutes. EVY, she roared as she leapt over things to get to her friend, ripping mad as she felt the magic burst and Dr. Chamberlain cry out, also scrambling towards the woman who flinched, punching slightly with the book still open in front of her, and a guilty deer in headlights looked to her. You must not read from the book. Dr. Chamberlain shouted, panic igniting in his features. Too late. Honey thundered, glaring at her friend venomously. It's starting. Unrest piled up. The steeds made noises of distress as the others woke, and she glared out as a swarm rose up just outside of the city. Run. One thing, she hissed as they wandered down the corridor. I tell you not to do one thing. And what do? Disregard what I say completely. Now isn't the time for this. O'Connell threw over his shoulder. Oh yes, of course, silly me. It's only the onset of the 10 plagues that we could have easily avoided by just not reading from the fucking book I told you not to read from. What the hell was I thinking? The corridor rocked around them and Honey snarled. Bleeding, buggering, fucking . Then in front of them, from a sudden mound spouted what must have been thousands of scarabs. Evie cried and they turned and ran down the corridor. Honey muttering a trail of protection charms and spells to weave around her and her friends. She might be ticked off at Evie, but the woman was still her friend after all. In all of the hullabaloo, Evie somehow managed to get taken by a trapdoor, and she considered just blasting through the damn thing, but John was soon yanking her along as the Americans raced in, encouraging them to run and soon followed by the scarabs again. Couldn't they have just hopped to those platforms they had just earlier? She concentrated on the tracking charm she still had and hissed as she yanked on O'Connell's sleeve to mutter a direction before the man nodded and took off down another route. Wait, where are you going? John started to follow and she turned as well, going after the man. It didn't take them overly long to find them, and she skittered into John's back as he backpedaled suddenly. She stepped off to the side, freezing at the sight of an animated mummy. One thing, she whispered under her breath. Henderson and Daniels slid to a stop, staring in horror before the mummy growled and then spewed out a raspy, loud noise. O'Connell shouted unintelligibly back, rocking his gun. Fat lot of good, she thought to herself. That would do. Slow him down at least, and that's what it did as they ran past and then out of the tomb. only to be held then at gunpoint by the men in black. One pulled his mask down. "I told you to leave or die," he said. "You refused." He looked around at them. "Now you may have killed us all." She shot a dark look at Evie. "For you have unleashed a creature we have feared for more than 3,000 years. Relax, I got him. He was already dead, you idiot." Honey hissed at him. "What do you think shooting a dead man will do?" She is right. No mortal weapon can kill this creature. Would fiend fire? He's not of this world. That made two of them then. He moved aside for the two men to bring forth Burns, and she stared. His eyes were gone. There was nothing in the sockets. He gave a pitiful groan and was laid with his two buddies. "You bastards, what did you do to him?" We saved him." What she could only assume was the leader responded harshly. "Saved him before the creature could finish his work. You must leave, all of you, quickly before he finishes you all." He turned his attention to his men, a command having them trot forward. "We must now go on the hunt," he said to them. She wondered what they thought they could do. "And try and find a way to kill him. I already told you that I got him." The man turned to face O'Connell. "Know this," he said, a serious, severe look in his dark eyes. "This creature is the bringer of death. He will never eat. He will never sleep. He will never stop." "Well," Honey murmured as they slipped away. "Mr. Pretty Lips told us to leave." "I, for one, agree. I'm not planning on skulking around while Juicy Mummy Man is afoot." "I concur," John quickly agreed, pale under his tan. The entirety of the trek home was solemn and quiet for the most part. Back home, with all of her things, documents, baubles, companions and the like packed up as might be needed if she needed to skip town and shrunken to keep with her, a purring Silk sitting in her lap. "What are the chances," she mused aloud, "that Evie and them could stop this thing from spreading too much?" A pleased yawn and stretch was her answer. "Yes, I feared as much. Come then, let's be off to meet with Evie." She stood, gently displacing her cat as she smoothed down her pale skin-tight khaki trousers. They led down and tucked into her trusty boots, and she wore a silk black blouse with a tidy green ascot. Rings lined her fingers, though these ones had runes etched into their bands. Protective things, all of them. The same went for her delicate shark-tooth earrings and the golden choker wrapping about her throat. Her belongings, all of them, were hidden in a tiny bag disguised as a charm on a bracelet that couldn't be taken off. Aside from fire raining down and the pandemonium happening because of it, she reached the hotel Evie lived out of fairly quickly and followed the still-present tracking charm up only to hear gunshots and Evie's shocked cry, and then John and the two Americans rushing towards a room. She raised her brows and ran too, Silk staying perched on her shoulders all the while, getting to the door in time to see O'Connell being thrown into John and them and hear the piano being stepped on by Evie's cat Duchess. Duchess seemed to terrify the mummy since he spun in place, turned into a sandstorm and fled. "We have a very serious problem," O'Connell muttered. "You think?" "Honey," Evie cried, "in the flesh." "So? What now, gents, Evie?" It somehow led them straight to the Museum of Antiquities, and surprise of all surprises, her darling Terence was there speaking with Mr. Pretty Lips. Well, she thought to herself, what a coincidence. "You," Evie cried, and soon men had their guns out. "Terence, you know the Hamunaptronite?" she asked, setting her hand on John's arm to forcibly lower it and the gun he held. She turned to the other man. "Have you been able to find a solution yet?" "We have not," he said warily. "Ms. Blackwell." Terence greeted her solemnly. "What is he doing here?" Evie hissed. "Do you really want to know?" His gaze flicked across the men disdainfully. "Or would you prefer to just shoot us?" "Quite right, Terence." Honey nodded, stepping to the side, and then over to them to face Evie and them with her hands on her hips. "I very much doubt more senseless violence is going to help us now." She jerked her head back towards the robed man. He and his were apparently the guards of Hamunaptra. "I really don't think they have the time now to come after us. Speaking of which, if you'll remember why we came here," she asked imperiously, nose tilted up to look down her nose at them. Slowly, the guns were set away. She nodded and turned to them. "I dare say you might guess what we mean by coming here." While they were busy having their discussion, she was carefully puttering about the museum, keeping half an ear on them. 3,000 years, Blah blah blah. Keeping the creature contained. Blah blah blah. Cats are keepers of the underworld. Blah blah blah. Evie being confused for the mummy's long-lost love. Blah blah blah. Come on, Silk, keeper of the underworld, she cooed. Let's see how our friends are faring. She turned and crept back to stealthily slide onto the fake horse, Silk hopping up beside her. But what has that got to do with me? He might once again try to raise her from the dead, which is to say, he thinks you are his lover's reincarnated soul and that he's going to try to, most likely, use you in a ritual to bring her back. Which, might I add, would kill you in the process? Honey said delicately, legs crossed from her perch. You're going to be the human sacrifice. What? Evie gasped. Bad luck, old mom. John sighed. On the contrary, it may just give us the time we need to kill the creature. Terence murmured, getting up to eye them speculatively. We will need all the help we can get, the Hamyonaptra man said, eyes tilted up, and she frowned, following his gaze. His powers are growing, and he stretched forth his hands to the heavens, and there was darkness throughout the land of Egypt. John murmured as a shadow quickly filled everywhere, the sun blotting out. Hope no one's afraid of the dark, she muttered. She stroked along Silk, watching idly as O'Connell scooped Evie up, tossed her in the room, and came out to shut the doors presumably in Evie's face before locking them. He grabbed the balding black-haired man. This door doesn't open. She doesn't come out and no one goes in. Right. Right? The shorter man agreed quickly. Right? O'Connell turned to the blonde. Right? He was also quick to agree, and Honey sat up with a frown. Now hold on just a moment here. You're planning on leaving 3 of Imhotep's targets all nicely bundled in one place? You sure that's wise, O'Connell? He gave her a sharp look. She raised her hands with a sigh. Jonathan. Blackwell. Come on. Actually, I thought I might just dash. You just want me for my cat, don't you? She mused. Now, right, yes, well. Off to save the, Egyptologist. John muttered, and she heaved a sigh as she got up to follow the men. After a bit of a goose chase with O'Connell's little friend, remarkably good self-preservation skills, from what she'd heard he probably should have been dead a dozen times over. As soon as she heard him mutter about Evie, she was chasing out of the door, ignoring the screams from the road behind the building and tearing her way back to their room. She considered operating for a moment, but quickly discarded that idea. The ambient, funky magic coating the place might make her splinch herself, and she would be no good to anyone missing a few limbs. She couldn't afford a few days to heal from it right now. She was knocked back by scrambling locals and hauled up by O'Connell as they darted back to the hotel, smashing into the room, then into the bedroom Evie had been locked in. Honey had paused to eye the dried carcass as they confronted Imhotep and scared him off via Duchess. This led them again to going to the museum, and she huffed as she read over Evie's shoulder, faster than the younger woman, and narrowed her gaze. Horace had the book. She mumbled something about the loo before slipping off in the harried confusion. She had a book to find. Well, it's about time, she scoffed, the golden book in her arms as John, O'Connell, and the other man ran in. She'd already ransacked a good chunk of the treasures and golds. Not so much for greed so much as why not? She felt like a dragon sometimes, the way she hoarded. She frowned as she didn't see the rest of the coterie. Where are the others? The American, Terence, and Evie? Where the hell have you been? Where do you think? Managing to squirrel out the book. She snapped back and turned to stare. Disjointed, lumbering movements, for all their speed. Honest-to-death mummies. What in blazes dash? Shit. Go. She shuddered, a wonky feeling curling through her. Honey, what are you dash? John gasped, and she thrust the book at him. Go. Take the book. Go, now. She snarled, 3 different voices chiming in her voice, and she snarled as she felt her own magic curl and tremble. She let her eyes roll back and disperse into black fog, thick and roiling as she slid through the mazes of the pyramid to find the source of the ripples. Death magic, soul magic, stealing something from the rift. Rather, stealing someone. To have such magics performed while she was so close to them set off her alarm bells. She swore. If it was some old god or something trying to possess her body like had happened out closer to the basin. No, not possessing, guiding her to the source of the disturbance. Unfortunately for them both, she could do next to nothing in this form. The Whomever it was that had influenced her to this form change seemed to refuse to let her out of it, and she snarled and warped, coiling to swarm around until this damned thing let her go, or she wrestled up enough of herself to throw the influence off. There was a reason she stayed away from the places that tasted like old magic. The summoning. She needed them to say what was in the golden book. Gods damn it. If she hadn't have touched the fucking golden book in the first place, and then finally the words were said, her black fog turned into silvery bluish purple, like the ghosts of her old world, and into forms that took away his immortal soul. She had to first place it back into the rift before she could return, and she hastened herself. Not much time to lose, she thought. She huffed to herself, reading the letter, and then settling it back in its enfoldment to put with all of Evie's other letters. She was in India again, having finally left her home in Cairo. She would have had to soon anyways, she and her unaging body. Not that where she was meant that much in regards to Evie, the woman had been seduced away back to Blighty, and with a baby nonetheless. Feeling restless, she considered a nice, pleasant little vacation. She had heard rumors of Yetis again in Tibet. Perhaps a good old-fashioned creature-oriented journey would lift her spirits? Nearly being killed wasn't on her to-do list, but then, even if she were fatally wounded, it's not like much would happen to her anyways. She'd pass out, and then wake up as though it had never happened besides the memory. Very rare was it anymore that she gained scars, and those she did have were either so faded one might barely see them or covered in her tattoos. She did, however, manage to befriend a Yeti or two, and even manage to form a crude understanding of their language. Animals, creatures, and the like always seemed to know better than to try and kill her. Unlike humans, even if they weren't mortal, she thought to herself shrewdly, eyeing the woman in the fur coat who had tried killing her a week ago. She had since hidden her presence, and regardless of her vaguely magical mother, it was hardly enough to try to outdo her own power. By the time she went back to Munner, she had a few letters. Evie's boy was already a young lad, and had apparently managed to be kidnapped or something, and Imhotep was resurrected again. And the Scorpion King was also apparently woken, but everything was tidied up. That boy, she reflected, will have as bad as luck as she did as a youth, she was sure. In the meantime, she sent several cards and gifts and a few letters herself to assure the woman of her health and whatnot. She resolved to pay more attention to time, since she had already resigned herself to becoming attached to Evie, John, and even O'Connell to a degree. She hummed, dressed in a slinky, attractive emerald green dress, several shades darker than her luminous pale green eyes. John invites her, quite often, to his nightclub in Shanghai, and well, she did like coming to Imhotep and reminiscing over that awful adventure with him and listening to whatever embellished tales he felt like regaling her with. And divesting him of his good booze, of course. Her curly hair was pinned in gorgeous curly place. It was a bit longer now than she usually preferred, but it was a pretty enough style for the new year, she supposed, and she hummed to herself. Teacup 3 hissed at her in complaint under her delicate sheer shawl, only barely keeping hidden in the dim lighting. Suddenly she heard, from a few seats down where he'd briefly come up, she hadn't even greeted him yet. In quite a snazzy blue outfit, she heard John call out for someone. Alex, and she perked up a little, leaning back in her seat to take in the young man. Surely not Evie's boy? He was yet in college, wasn't he? She had been keeping diligent attention to the letters, and she was sure in the last one Evie had been whinging about her boy not replying to her letters. She watched the young man go past, chasing after the young woman with the lovely fur stole before trotting over to John, only to perk up yet again. Jonathan. And honey as well. Evie, wait, honey? John turned to her with wide eyes. Aging, all of them, she noticed. Honey, I didn't even know you were here. And Evie, Rick, you're here. His eyes darted over to where Alex had snuck off to. In China, brother. Evie hugged the man close before moving on to her. Oh, I swear you've not aged a day since I last saw you. Weird magics, weird genetics, I suppose. What I get for fussing about in tombs, she grinned. I've read your latest book and I say, Evie, you've outdone yourself again, she cheered the woman. She glanced to John. And I only got here maybe 20 minutes ago. I was waiting for you to find me, rather. I always come up to the bar, you know? Yes, of course, honey, he grinned at her, taking her gloved hands in his before turning back to his sister and brother-in-law. "You know, I had no idea he was here," John said nervously, and Rick grinned, teeth as white as ever. "Who was here? Who?" John echoed, realizing what he'd just done, and she turned as a sudden commotion drew her eye. Well, drew everyone's eye. "Alex." Rick turned, a serious frown taking the place of his smile. Oh dear," Honey murmured as she held arms with Evie. So it was Evie's Alex then. And then it turned out O'Connell knew the man who was, supposedly, the pretty young woman's father or something. Or boyfriend. Something or other. Evie rushed forward to her son, and John corralled the club-goers back into sticking around. Well, of course they would stay, given the reservations they had to pay for. She stayed by the bar, letting Evie and O'Connell handle things as they would. It ended with the boys storming off and away, and she raised her brows, slinking over to John again. "Well, I certainly didn't expect a full and up reunion, and with a good dash of rebellious son as well," she told him, and he turned a tired grin on her. "A bit of damage there, I?" She eyed the area with the broken bits where workers were cleaning, then winked at him. "Why not let an old friend help you out with that?" "Oh, honey, you know you don't need to dash. I insist. It's been ages since I last saw everyone." She grinned at him again. "And frankly, I've got even more money now than I did then," she huffed. "What's a little old woman like me supposed to do with it all?" She grinned at him again, and he smiled, patting her arm. The next night, she and the O'Connells, plus Aaron's son, were crammed into a car, and she giggled, leaning out of the window to watch the celebrations, leaning over Evie's lap to do so. There had only been a brief introduction to Alex, a casual thing as though he should know who she was on sight, which of course was ridiculous. She'd never seen the boy face to face before, though she sent plenty of presents and cards for him, and she near snorted at the look of interest he gave her. Little disobedient boys weren't something she found herself particularly interested in. "Might be faster if we took a rickshaw," O'Connell complained, and John scoffed, back in good spirits. "Oh, come on. It's Chinese New Year," he cheered, and she leaned back in for a moment, her pearl earrings swinging and eyes alight. Her earrings, of course, matched the pearl necklaces she had wrapped tight around her throat. Her rings were turquoise, garnet, and topaz embedded in them, all over her long silk opera gloves. "Quite right, only happens once a year. And what a marvelous time to be had," she laughed in delight, leaning out again. "I swear you've become more childlike in your time away." "Away? I've been traveling, dear Evie, not living as a hermit under a rock. Or rather, hermit in a mansion, perhaps," she teased and had her thighs swatted in reprimand. Teacup 3 hissed, rearing out at the woman who used her gloved hand to casually wave it off. Her son, however, "Whoa, what the hell is that dash?" "Oh, I must have told you about Honey's penchant for snakes 100 times growing up, Alex. Whatever are you making that fuss for? They're perfectly harmless." "Harmless? Harmless? That's a viper." "Teacup 3 means no harm, my dear." She leaned back in, sitting on her heels, closer now to his face, and she watched his ears go red at the proximity. Were it not for his mother, she was sure he'd be blatantly staring at her arse, well outlined in her silk dress. She had a soft, delicate stole, just like Evie herself had. Her own dress was in dark green, with a few designs of peonies towards the end and a long delectable slit up the side. "Don't you just love this country?" John sighed happily, and Honey grinned, once more leaning forward over Evie to stare out at the festivities. "So many extra little holidays, and of course drinking is mandatory. I can't believe we get to see your first big discovery." Evie cooed at her son, unable to coddle him as she might if Honey weren't creating a sliver of barrier between. "Ah, yes, Emperor Han. The one who, under his reign, had the Great Wall built. United China under one firm ruler, the first emperor. Truly, an astounding, once-in-a-lifetime discovery. And congratulations on that, young Alex." She turned her head to look at him over her shoulder. She watched his eyes slink from her arse up her back to meet her amused eyes. He cleared his throat and looked away, muttering a thanks under his breath. She couldn't entirely blame him. She looked no older than he did. No wonder the poor child was confused. "I stopped by the loo for only a moment, and suddenly," You've gotten yourselves into such a mess." Honey sighed, arms crossed. She had come just in time to watch Alex and a young woman swing down to kick off a man in military attire who'd been holding something delicate-looking. She hissed under her breath, living little golden snakes darting to her and climbing up her delicate heels to wrap about her dainty ankles. They were quite pretty, she thought, observing them for a moment before launching herself on the woman in military attire, latching onto her back for Evie to land a stunning blow to the woman's chest. Teacup 3 reared up again, and she had to take a second to calm her down as she forcibly pulled her weight back to yank the woman along. No need to kill her. She climbed higher on the woman, twisting sharply and squeezing her neck with her thighs, just enough to make the woman pass out. "It's a eunuch! It's a decoy!" the young rope-swinging woman cried. "Where the hell's the Emperor?" I do believe he is the one holding the leads," Honey said slowly as chinking noises started up. Then the horses started moving. "Oh, how curious," she murmured, trotting over to examine. Evie quickly grabbed her arm, hissing warnings under her breath. Then the terracotta burst and she gasped in delight. "Oh, she's been a little bored lately anyhow. What's another magical mystery under her belt?" O'Connell and Evie had become shoot first, ask later types. She couldn't help but notice, and she watched, spellbound, as some of the terracotta was shot off, and then the man, if he could be called as such, was breathing fire. She felt a thrill of delight run through her, making gooseflesh appear. She laughed a little bit and slipped onto the chariot, hidden with adrenaline coursing through her veins. It's been so long since she's had a good heart-thumping adventure. She crept up to ride in the sarcophagus, giggling just quietly enough to avoid being heard as the leads were whipped and they were sent careening out of the building after the older man was decapitated. She looked back after a little while, only to see Evie driving and a huge firework being aimed. She hissed in a breath, grin still wide on her face, and ducked, watching then with wide eyes as the terracotta emperor managed to kick it aside like it was nothing, and it took her breath away. This was no weak, crumbling mummy. She popped back up, watching in awe as an entire bus went airborne for a moment before they were quickly passing it by. And then somehow the truck Evie was driving careened in front of them, and she watched O'Connell leap back, almost fall, and then wrangle himself a horse. She hurriedly ducked before she could be spotted, though she peeked, only to blink as Alex and his lady friend were hanging off of the back of the chariot. He shouted for his son to get on the horse. Alex refused, and then the Emperor did something or other to the horse because it went a little wild, throwing O'Connell off the trail and diverging. Evie's truck slid back a little, and then the Emperor set fire to a crate of fireworks. "I'll go after the Emperor, she heard the woman. "Trust me, I've got a little more experience with mummies," Alex argued, and she popped her head over the back again. "Well, I've got the only weapon able to kill him. I'm not sure now is the best time to try to off him, to be honest, since he's the one driving this thing." "Honeysuckle." Alex almost let go. She managed to startle him so badly. "Good evening," she grinned wild and broad, eyes glittering in the dark. "Or rather, exhilarating evening," she laughed. "Have you been hiding there this entire time? Since we left the building, yes? And where have you two been hiding?" "We were hanging on the bottom," Alex scoffed, and she raised her eyebrows. Then he clambered up a bit more, gun-rocked. "Come on, Lynn. I'll cover you." The girl leapt up, twisting in the air, and Honey frowned and ducked down again to avoid being spotted since these two were going the full frontal. The girl was flung back, shot, and the Emperor had detached a piece of his facial terracotta to try to knock Alex off. The girl grunted on top of her, having been flung down on her, and Honey wriggled, the old bones of the decoy digging in uncomfortably. The girl flipped herself back with Alex again, and Honey huffed. She was sure that if Alex hadn't made all that noise with the gun, the girl would have been able to sneak up with her specialized weapon, but she kept that to herself. She kept low for the moment. Unfortunately, they were unhooked from the chariot, and the sudden push threw both the girl and Alex into the sarcophagus, and she wheezed for a minute under the weight. If they hadn't have shown their hands so early, she could have followed them all the way to wherever they had been going. And now she couldn't even aim a tracking spell on them since she was caught under the two bumbling dolts. They all managed to sit up, and it led them on a truly extraordinary ride and eventually through a wall where a headless terracotta, or jade maybe, Horse leapt over them, O'Connell hanging onto a banner as they skid to a, eventually, safe stop. At some point, they finally managed to meet up with Evie and John, and all of them squeezed themselves into a car. She sat on Evie's lap, grumbling as they made it back to Imhotep, and eventually stumbled out as she paid the cab that drove them. She brushed off her dress. The protective charms worked well, and she readjusted her stole properly as she looked the others over. Her hair had come out of the pretty braided bun she'd had it in, hanging low towards the bottom of her ribcage in a wild mess of silky curls. Otherwise, she looked near pristine. Not a smudge or scratch on her, not even a tear in her delicate dress. "So," she drawled as John poured more drinks, "Emperor Han can breathe fire, regrow his terracotta shell, control other terracotta creatures, can summon ice. I could have sworn Evie had said you were retired." Had one last assignment. O'Connell grunted, holding ice to his crotch. Well, after riding a terracotta horse, she couldn't really say she blamed him. "You know, I would have killed the Emperor if you two hadn't blown my cover," Alex growled, stalking over to his father, and Honey snorted where she nursed a bottle of something acid green and sweet tasting. "I had everything under control. Perhaps your lovely lady friend might have, but you pelting him with bullets did nothing but vex him." She turned her head to eye the woman. "And of course, alert him that you were both there, sneaking up on him from behind." So the takeaway from this first attempt at terracotta mummy extermination is that normal bullets do nothing, and that despite being living terracotta, he's quite adept in martial arts. Which means we need to find the mystical means with which to destroy him, and also preferably make a backup plan as well. He seems far more capable than Imhotep, and I don't think we should go about this recklessly. Well, if they wouldn't have dash. Doesn't matter now. It happened, and we need to deal with it. She cut off. Finger pointing will get us nowhere fast, even if someone read from the book after I told her not to, she said with a sly glance at Evie, who grinned and rolled her eyes. This never would have happened if Alex started again. "Ifs aren't helping right now," she chimed in next. "Keep your angst in your pants, Alex. We've got bigger problems than heated." As I was saying, a plan. And a backup plan. TCH. He's got control over fire, water, metal, and who knows what else. The young man grunted. "And you dug him up anyways." O'Connell scoffed, but Alex shot him a dark look. "Hey, you're not gonna pin this one on me. You guys woke another mummy dash. Now stop it, all of you." Evie huffed, tearing falsies from her lids. "No one here's to blame anyways. Wilson manipulated all of us." She sashayed back over to them. "Yes, whoever that guy is, sure." Honey snorted, emptying her bottle to set back down, resting her chin in her hand. "Yeah, that's true." O'Connell practically deflated. "I apologize for my parents," Alex told the quiet young woman. "But I thought we worked really well together." "Oh boy," she sniggered into her hand, gaze flicking over to Evie, who had her brows furrowed. Honey slid a few seats over to whisper to O'Connell. "Your son seems to be quite a flirt." "Yeah," he responded dryly. "I noticed." He glanced at her. "I saw him checking out your ass at least 3 times. I think he's got his eye now on a new target." She glanced over amusedly. "Except we failed," the woman, Lynn, pointed out. Evie was already creeping close. "I'm sorry," she said pleasantly. "We haven't been properly introduced." She and O'Connell shared a glance as she turned in her seat to watch with an amused grin. "Who are you exactly?" "My name is Lynn," she said easily. "My family has watched over the Emperor's tomb for centuries." "Ah, like the Hamyonaptra Knights." Honey hummed to herself. "The Emperor cannot be killed unless he is stabbed through the heart with this." Lynn produced the long dagger she had handled before. Honey hoped it had some sort of callback feature, if it was the only weapon with the power to kill Emperor Han. "My mother put a curse on it long ago." "Your mother put a curse on it?" Honey mumbled under her breath, frowning a little bit. There were very, very few people or creatures Honey had met with the ability to enchant over the years. Was Evie's encouraging response. "Well, a quick family meeting, Alex," she said, pushing him over. "Sit down," her husband finished for her. Honey sniggered, turning in her seat to saunter over to the young woman and offering her some of her own drink. "Pleased to meet you, Ms. Lynn, regardless of the circumstances," she said pleasantly. "Ah, Yes, pleased to meet you, she said, somewhat awkwardly. You? You had managed to sneak along with the Emperor. Indeed I had. Indeed I had. You say you've been guarding the tomb? Why yes, I'm not sure if you do or not, but if you're feeling any amount of responsibility for his awakening, I wouldn't worry about it. The O'Connells, it seems, just have the strangest habits of bringing the ancient dead back to life and endangering the world as we know it. This is the third time now, as I recall. Things like this have happened before? The girl asked, slightly appalled. Oh yes, Egypt twice. The first time was a scorned priest. The second was the scorned priest, his reincarnated lover, and a deity-blessed Scorpion King. Honestly, I'm afraid if they decide to go on a family vacation somewhere for their terrible habit of mucking about with the mystical side of things. She sipped at her drink. She turned to the trio and John. So, she called over. Any plans? Please tell me that's what you were doing over there. Seemingly jolted back to reality, Lin quickly strode closer. If the Emperor reaches Shangri-La and drinks from the pool of eternal life, how creative, Honey thought. He will raise his army and no one will be safe. Lin said seriously, trying to impart the gravity of the situation appropriately. An undead terracotta army. Lovely, right? So, plans? Honey looked to them expectantly. John huffed. Much as I'd like to stay this boyishly handsome forever, Shangri-La is a crock, just like Hamyonaptra was? Honey snorted in response. Honestly, John, have you learned nothing? Where's your sense of adventure? I've had quite enough adventure. Thank you, he snorted. And why would you need it anyways, honey? You haven't aged at all since I've met you back in 25. Lynn startled a little, turning to her sharply. Alex blinked a few times, looking her over. Need it? I don't, but I am, unfortunately, not prone to letting undead terracotta emperors potentially revive a near-impossible-to-kill army of terracotta warriors. I can only handle so many undead at a time, you know. You haven't aged? Alex stuttered. How old are you? Never ask a lady her age, Alex, she grinned. He turned to his parents. And you knew about this? He demanded. Well, yes, we always assumed it was something weird that happened with the Book of Life. After that, turned into Black Mist thing? John shrugged. I still have dreams about that, you know. I certainly hadn't meant to turn into it. Probably should have known better, especially after what happened with the Book of the Dead. You know, the one I told Evie not to read from, and she did anyways. Will you ever let that go? Of course not, Evie. I would never, she smiled sweetly. Now, plans? The gateway to Shangri-La lies in a mountain pass high in the Himalayas. Wait. Are there Yetis there? What? O'Connell turned to her incredulously. She had her eyes on Lynn, whose brow furrowed in wary confusion. Big, white, kitty-faced Yetis? Big blue eyes? Ah, yes. Honey's hand slammed on the bar. Gods damn it, I knew it. And let me guess, someone guards the gateway? She leaned towards the girl, who leaned back a little. Why, yes. Fucking hell. She threw her hands up. Honey, I was fucking shot in the chest by an arrow last 2 times I went up there to see the Yetis. At least now I have a reason for it, she grumbled, rubbing at the spot where the arrow had gone through her chest. It's such a shame, too. Those Yetis can be so sweet. You were shot in the chest? Like you've lived the safest life. I know you have bullet scars of your own. She rolled her eyes at her old friend. Anyways, Himalayas. Let me guess, big golden tower? Yes. The diamond, placed on top, will show the way to Shangri-La. Yang still has the diamond. Lin sent her a short, wary look. Ah, yes. These little fellows have been talking about a diamond for some time now. She pulled up the end of her dress to show off the small, writhing golden snakes around her ankles. So, Himalayas. How are we getting there? We'll need a plane, Evie said with a slowly growing smile. Well, I know just the mad dog for the job. O'Connell grinned back. Bundled up in an enchanted heavy coat with the most luxurious fur lining and humming under her breath as she put clips in her hair to keep it out of her face, her heeled boots with the sturdy soles to keep the snow from bothering her, runes etched on the sides for warmth and to keep dry and for sturdy footing. Beneath her long, thick coat, she wore a long, thin cashmere dress and delicate floral thigh highs. Her tattoos were very visible on her arms and shoulders, as it had no sleeves and a turtleneck. She very much enjoyed the feel of the silky warm fur lining against her skin, and it kept her plenty warm enough. Strapped to her thigh, she had magically duplicated the oh-so-special dagger, feeling the weak but steady buzz of the spell the girl's mother must have infused in it. Her thin black leather gloves were much more deft than the thick mittens of her companions. She sighed to herself, nuzzling against the thick, soft black fur. She jumped a little, barely paying attention as her companions started shouting and screaming as the plane started to sputter and their pilot flew down in a dangerous way, smacking off the side of a cliff face and forcing them into a rocky run of it, eventually almost tipping them off a cliff. She cast a hurried, very strong cleaning spell back towards John and the yak, another spell to clear the disgusting air after they landed properly back on the ground. "Everyone all right?" she asked, again stuck in Evie's lap, her arms wrapped tightly around to keep her from shooting out of the seat in the commotion. "Looks like it." The yak," John muttered and Honey hummed. "Isn't this delightful?" she called back to them as they trekked up the mountain. "Are you out of your mind? Not all of us have such youthful stamina." "Careful, John. Your age is showing," she laughed back at him. At some point, their pilot had called in, and they booked it a bit more before O'Connell stopped them all for a much-needed break. They were no doubt far ahead anyways, thanks to their reckless pilot. She grinned at the cold, thin air around them. She loved the feeling of being in high altitudes, even when she wasn't flying. "Do you think we'll see the Yetis? It's been some time since I've last seen them." "Are there really Yetis?" John huffed. "Oh yes. They're so very soft and incredibly warm. If you sleep in one of their piles, it feels like sleeping in a fire pit. Cuddly," she sighed happily. "As big as they are, they can be quite gentle when they've a mind to be." "As how big are they anyways?" Evie glanced at her, shaking the freezing snow from her fur collar. Well, they're mostly muscle and fur, so they're rather burly and well over a human's height," she hummed thoughtfully before pulling out her thermos to take sips of. The chai she brought really did help her feel even cozier despite the temperature. "Here, John, try some of this," she encouraged the shivering man. He grunted, taking a quick sip. His nose scrunched a little, but he still made a small noise of appreciation. "Not what I was expecting, but not bad," he offered. "Wouldn't mind something stronger out in this cold," he grumbled. "Knowing your luck, you'd end up tumbling off a cliff," she teased, bumping into his side. His quirked half-smile had more lines around it, but she supposed it was to be expected. The gray at his temples, and while he was still quite agile and spry, not quite as limber as he used to be. But then, having a cushy successful bar to own might have influenced that as well. "Oh, you'd save me, wouldn't you, honey?" he scoffed in return, nudging at her with his shoulder before sighing. "You know, much as I missed all the adventuring and rascally running around, even some of the danger, I'm sure I'm getting to be far too old for it." He gave a gusty, dramatic sigh. "You're never too old for adventure, John," she cooed, patting his head. "Well, I suppose one thing that's better is that you're a lot nicer to me now than you were back in Egypt," he groused. "Well, you were constantly trying to dip your sticky, grubby fingers into my money. Don't forget. And in my bed, too." "Ah, if only I were so youthful again," he said dreamily. "There, there. You've got a more distinguished look now," she snorted into her drink. "Well, of course I've maintained my dashing looks," he scoffed. "Maybe not quite the same way as you have now, but still," he sniffed pompously. "Are you still flirting with Honey?" Evie cut in, amused and exasperated in one. "I swear, you've been trying since dash." Now, what's a little harmless banter between friends?" John soothed. "We all know John just can't help himself when it comes to a pretty woman. Actually, that's probably where your son got it," she sniggered. Evie shook her head, but she was still smiling as she scooted in close to them. Honey handed over her thermos, and she hummed in pleasure. "Oh, now that's just lovely, isn't it?" she preened. "Say, once this is all over and done with, I think maybe we should have more regular reunions. You know, this whole catastrophe is the first time I've seen your son in person." "Oh, I know. I can't believe how the years have gone by. Letters just aren't the same," she sighed. "Why don't you come back to our home when we're done here? We could spend some time just catching up, going shopping maybe, perhaps a little adventure on the side," she added slyly, a cheeky flick to her smirk. I have been pretty bored the past few years, she grinned back. Nothing quite like the excitement back then, you know? And you know the Amazon is beautiful when you get just the right time of year. Her eyes gleamed. And you know, tales of Amazonian women and snake goddesses, of course, you don't say? Shouldn't we be focusing on one extremely powerful mystical figure before planning to go disturb another? John interrupted despairingly. Oh, you're such a spoilsport, John. Honey and Evie laughed, perhaps a bit breathlessly with the altitude. X-Men Evolution, Chapter Summary, Pure Indulgence. I really liked this show when I was younger, and like looking back, aside from the fucky timeline, there are other points that just bother me. But I mean, it's a kid's show anyways. What are you doing? Came the curious question. Her round-faced guardian flinched, quickly hiding the letters behind his back with a sheepish, nervous smile. Since his acquisition of his goddaughter, the girl had quickly proven that she was nothing like her father had been at her age besides an innate ability for flying and natural athleticism. That she wasn't like either of her parents very much at all, but that wasn't really surprising given the poor dear had been tossed aside after that dreadful night that forced Peter on the run. While he managed quite well in avoiding capture, he was still a hunted man. He hadn't been able to see his goddaughter for almost a decade before he finally found her in a children's home that might as well have just been an orphanage, so very far from the place he'd managed to rat out James, and Lily had seen fit to leave her. She was supposed to be at Lily's Muggle sister's place. There were supposed to be wards there to keep her and the Dursleys safe, and everything but. Well, neither James nor Lily had even bothered to check in by the time Peter had gotten a hold of that information, and when he got to number 4 Privet Drive, there was no goddaughter to be found. Only a hateful Muggle woman with her just as hateful husband and their ball of living fat that they had for some reason believed was a child or some such. Awful creatures, the Dursleys. Since finding and taking the girl in for his own, he'd been driving forward with only one goal: getting out of the country. Off the continent even. He had 2 separate accounts in banks besides Gringotts, and those were untouched thankfully, unlike the ones the ministry seized from Gringotts. Good for his forethought in draining those beforehand when the war really picked up. Peter wasn't one to leave things to chance after all, especially not now that he had his precious goddaughter with him. His old friends have already proven they couldn't take care of her, and even if they did have her, she'd likely just get pushed to the side for their precious little Marigold, the famous girl who lived and the one who ruined everything. The sneaky thief shoved the letters back into a drawer. Oh, nothing. Nothing at all, Poppet. He grinned. She clearly didn't believe him. He never could lie to that sweet face of hers, even though to anyone else he could easily lie straight through his teeth on Veritaserum, and they wouldn't know the difference. There were ways around the truth potion after all. How was your day? He asked, moving them both out of the small room. They were in a dingy little suite of rooms in the middle of nowhere out on the countryside. He was surprised they had plumbing. It was such an otherwise backwards place. I made out all right, she shrugged, pulling out a beaten-up wallet from the pouch on her Muggle jumper and stretching her body in a limber way. She had a strange habit of doing odd exercises that she insisted were conducive to acrobatics and contortionism. He didn't understand it really, but they seemed like they were structured exercises, and she didn't seem to overwork herself, so he supposed it was fine. There wasn't much to practice these skills that he'd been teaching her anyways, but she was fairly good at nicking things here and there regardless. He was a frugal man, used to living on the run with only what he could carry, and regardless of the piles of wealth he owned, he didn't dare to touch it until they were safely away from any territory of the ministry. They were valuable skills anyhow, both what he taught her and her own exercise, though he wished it could be better than it was. Not like she didn't positively excel at thieving and sleights and trickery, given her less than stellar upbringing in that deplorable orphanage. He'd always thought tales of places like hers had been were nothing but stories to frighten children, but, well, that was then and this is now. It was better now, and would only get better soon enough. He finally got a way for them to leave the continent. He'd originally been shooting for Australia, but that was several times riskier and pricier than elsewhere. His runner-up had been Canada, but they had a pretty strict magical government as opposed to their Muggle one, and they might just ship him and his goddaughter back. This left the United States. They were quite a bit lax in their magical governing body, and while the magical side was much more dangerous because of it, It was also a safer long-term place to stay in order to avoid the English ministry and deportation back to it. They would end up in the farthest reach from their home in the country, all the way to California, and Peter had already determined they would make their way towards the east side of the country, though their final destination for a new home was uncertain. He was going to surprise his dearest goddaughter on her birthday with the news. Oh, he knew she would be terribly excited at the prospect. Besides that, he had another surprise. It was a ritual he had found in a book he had squirreled away from the blacks. More to the point, from Bellatrix Lestrange née Black. Oh, and wasn't he giddy about pulling one over on her of all people? Zealous, confident, and capable she might be, cautious she was not. It would, in a word, enhance his darling daughter. He suspected it had been used on Bellatrix herself, and it had reacted badly with her constant overdose of extremely dark magic, with no cleansing period or procedure. But what could he expect from her branch of the blacks? They'd always been off the deep end. His girl knew better, and she would even more when he could afford her real professors and educators when he had access to his wealth. For what it was worth, Bellatrix, though she seemed unhinged, was an incredibly intelligent woman with an amazing sense for comprehension and retention, and a very physically strong and resilient body. She was just plainly, greatly superior to her rather mediocre sisters, and even her parents. It made sense to him anyways that it would have been a ritual like this that had caused it. 13-year-old Poppy Ursa Potter was unrecognizable after the first 2 months in the US, and to tell the truth, Peter almost didn't recognize himself when he looked in a mirror. California was sunny and bright and warm, and the weather certainly was a drastic change from what both were used to. Peter wasn't a large man, being rather short, and he used to be quite chubby. This was before being on the run from the ministry for aiding and abetting the Dark Lord, and his goddaughter's workout kick that she had eventually roped him into sometimes. The time spent in the sun turned his wheat-colored hair a few shades lighter than what he was used to, besides turning his pinkish complexion into a rather fetching tan if he did say so himself. He'd gotten quite a few looks given his baby face, cornflower blue eyes, and fluffy blonde hair. A few tittering girls and appreciative looks. Besides a few wrinkles here and there, Peter, even for a wizard, was aging well. He wasn't the most attractive man around, but he'd quickly learned that even as a short, average-looking man, his supposed accent was considered attractive. It was an incredibly welcome change from back in his school days, being outshone by roguish Sirius or tousled-haired, crooked-grinned James, or even homely but handsome Prefect Remus. Peter Pettigrew, now Peter Peach according to his papers, and his cousin and adopted daughter Poppy Peach were settling well. Poppy looked slightly more different, of course, her skin taking to the sun well from the wan olive it had been before. She also cut her long black braid off, so now it curled messily about at chin length. Her tan and inky black hair only made her bright green eyes more noticeable. Her knobby knees were a bit less knobby looking as she'd gone through a bit of a growth spurt and grew into her long coltish legs. Even with her wheatish tan, even darker freckles spotted her cheeks and shoulders, a few on her chest visible when she wore camisoles. It didn't take long after arriving for Peter to decide a cross-country journey would do them both good, especially now that he finally had access to his well-managed money. Daddy, yes, Flittermouse? What are I dunno. My roots, I guess? Your roots? Where is this coming from? Well, I mean, it's just a silly thing some muggle boy was complaining about, having to dig around in his family tree. I see. Well, you know how I feel about your birth parents. You know, I really have no idea about your mum's family, but I'm a cousin of your father's, so I'm sure I can dig up something about that. Really? Her bright grin made him smile, and he patted her hair. It was getting longer, he noted. Her hair did tend to grow fast. Of course, which is how, about 2 weeks later, he presented her with a thick, dusty book. What's that, Daddy? This, Poppet, is an old family log of the Potters. Lucky for me that your father never really cared much for his own history. Found it in some seedy little bookshop, you know. Despicable it is. He shook his head. But this details your father's side, up to your grandfather's marriages. Marriages? I thought the circuit back in Blighty were more conservative. Oh, those hosh-posh lying purebloods are, much as incestuous old bints they are. Like that fabled sacred 28. All lies, you know. Never believe in the pureblood nonsense. I know, Daddy. It'd be impossible for the magical folk to have survived without muggle or magical being blood somewhere in their lines, she recited dutifully. And that when that happens, the families just blot it out or rewrite their own history. Very good. As Peter had never wanted her to ever get involved like those crazed zealots he did way back when. He'd never really cared for their highbrow supremacy and genocidal agenda. He'd just been lured by safety. After James and Sirius went and put big old targets on their heads fighting Voldemort, Peter certainly wasn't going to go down because some old friends, Burks, they were to him, were deciding to go against the most powerful Dark Lord of the century. Especially not when that Dark Lord targeted him, because he was known to be their friend. Now, let's crack this thing open, shall we? Poppy learned a lot that day about her origins, and it settled something in her that she didn't know was loose. She delighted in knowing that her great-grandmother was Gawazi, amazed that her great-great-great-grandfather was known for being a scarily adept meta-wizard, that his wife was a fierce Gale woman who was just as known to cause damage her husband could fix as a warrior witch. And the pictures. Some had old portraits, not charmed or anything, but towards the more modern times when it was available, there were pictures. Not moving ones, sadly, since the potion for that nifty trick wasn't popular yet, and especially not in old family books like this one. It's not that Poppy needed some sort of validation or anything about it. She had been curious, maybe even a little antsy. Growing up in the home, she supposed, and then with her godfather rather than her immediate blood family had spurned her interest. She had soon after looked into things like river dancing and Raksharki. She didn't really know how to dance, despite all the skills she was amassing, and it seemed like it'd be fun at any rate. Both styles, she learned from more specialist trainers, had fluid fusion styles about them to make them only that much more endlessly interesting. And if she researched Arabic and Egyptian history a little on the side, and traditional Gale witchcraft, it's not like her foreign tutors or daddy-minded. It was just seen as cultural learning, and her international magic history professor even gave her more praise when she turned in what essentially amounted to extra credit reports on both. Daddy surprised her later with the Potter Grimoire, which, while not found in a seedy bookshop, was instead found in some Muggle collector's collection who had no idea what it really was, as the grimoire would only open to mainline Potters. It was magically bound that way. Daddy had grumbled for days in shocked outrage that it had been in Muggle hands, and not in its place in the main Potter vault in Gringotts. But well, all the better for her, she thought. Generations of Potters, married in or otherwise, and their own family spells, own special family customs brought in from outside or no, and all sorts of amazing, wonderful pieces of magic and tips and tricks and spells. For example, within the first week, she knew how to summon a claymore that was bigger than she was. That grimoire was probably one of the most cherished gifts from Daddy so far, besides, of course, his very presence in her life. But Daddy, now, little Flittermouse, he chided the 15-year-old gently. It's an important part of your development. And now that we've finally settled, I think it'd do you some good. I don't want to go to a strange Muggle school, though. They call them nomage here, he reminded her absently. Given that he had only ever hired foreign tutors for her rather than locals, she had absorbed proper Queen's English than the oft-butchered slang of the country. And I'd think you'd like it. You certainly have no troubles in playing about with the local Muggle children. Nomage, Daddy, she retorted, and he hummed. It was a lifelong habit, and harder for him to break. Bavel High is a perfectly pleasant place, Poppy Peach, and I've already gotten you enrolled. It's what those few end-of-course tests were for. Daddy, think of it as a mission poppet, he soothed, and she sulked a little, but looked up at him obligingly. Despite the heights of both parents, she was on the shorter side, the same as him. Malnutrition as a child, no doubt. Magic could and did fix a lot of things, as did those potion regimens he'd had her on, but some things couldn't be helped. At least her body was no longer in danger. She would just be short. Like an infiltration mission. She'd always loved the little missions he'd send her on or bring her on. Peter was still a thief, and a con to boot. Even better, he also worked at a private investigator's office on the side of his more lucrative deals. But what's the point? Getting into a good school for one. You know their universities are a mostly mixed sort, dear. Think of it as an investment into your future. But I've never even been in a school before. Ah yes, one of the many downsides of homeschooling, Peter sighed. It wasn't like there was much else choice given their thus far nomadic lifestyle. He'd only recently agreed to stay in New York, and by now, she'd already passed the US's counterparts for things like newts and OWLs and the like. Peter had made sure to impress the importance of education to her through the short years he's known her. The time just seems to slip from him sometimes. I've never even stepped foot in a classroom. Anything I know about high school is from what I watch on the telly or on the computer. There, Flittermouse, you shouldn't worry so much, he cooed, and she scowled at him. And it doesn't begin until September, dear. Plenty of time to research and prepare, but I'm already learning Muggle stuff anyways. Why do I need to go to a school for it? Peter sighed. I think it'd be an important factor in your social development. That's utter rubbish, Daddy, she accused, and he sighed again. Well, I need to see to some old associates of mine, and I won't be around quite as much for a little while. This is about that Voldemort person, isn't it? Yes, Poppet. I just think it's safer for you. And what about you? I'll be fine, dear. Don't you worry about old Petey Peach. He knows how to play this game. He smiled at her reassuringly, and she sighed. What if, I don't. I'm not exactly like them, Daddy. She picked at the immaculate hem of a fancy blouse. It was currently her favorite shirt. Of course not, Poppet, but I really do think it'd be good for you. We're finally settling down. Do you really mean it this time? Her voice was small when she asked, and he sighed. This wasn't the first time he promised a more permanent residence. Yes, Poppy. I mean it, he told her solemnly, a weary smile on his face. She gave an unsure one back. She wasn't that often shaken, but this was an entirely new situation she was being put in. Now enough of all that piffle. What say you to ice cream? Always. Peter jolted for a moment as a familiar tone resonated from his ever-present satchel, and he was quick to pull out what would look to be a compact mirror and deftly separated from the crowd to go somewhere a bit more private. He was quick to set up a few charms to ensure privacy before answering, and his little girl's flushed, wide-eyed face met him. I think I made a friend, and she goes to Bayville, and she seems really pleasant, and she wants to hang out, so now we're going to go to the cinema with a few of her friends and dash. She rapidly fired at him, and he paused to process her speedy words before turning the mirror a bit more to beam. Oh, that's wonderful, Poppet. Look at that. You still have another month and a half before, and you're already making friends. Such an overachiever. He teased, and she smiled at him breathlessly. I just wanted to let you know in case you come home early, and I'm not back yet. I have to go now, Daddy. Love you. Love you too, he assured her fondly as she grinned again before the connection was ended. He sighed. They grow up so fast, before turning and once more getting back on target. Those explicit photos of Mr. Drew's homosexual affair weren't just going to take themselves after all. Savannah was tall, blonde, and charismatic, with a bright smile and sparkling blue eyes. His pretty-faced, inky-haired, green-eyed, long-legged goddaughter looked perfectly natural standing next to the taller girl, just as beautiful in her own right and surrounded by a few other girls. She looked like she'd known them all her life. Petey grinned as he got out of his perfectly respectable electric blue Volkswagen Beetle to stroll up to the girls. A few of them noticed him coming and started whispering and giggling. It was a fairly common reaction from girls, he was proud to say. This, of course, eventually caught his little Flittermouse attention, and she beamed at him. Her smiles were always different from her father's crooked, mischievous smiles, or her mother's softer but blander smiles. She turned to the blonde and pulled her forward. And this is my godfather. My actual father, really, Peter? He heard her exclaim as he got closer, and he smiled winningly. He knew people liked his round, sweet-faced smiles like that, and Poppy was already rolling her eyes at him in good nature. Daddy, this is Savannah. She flourished her hands towards the statuesque blonde who grinned at him cheerfully. And this is Melody. This girl had long dark hair, and with a bouncy, energetic sort of look to her and golden brown skin. Talia, another blonde, but this one had wavy hair and green-brown eyes. Jackie, a dark-skinned girl with deep-set eyes, wiggled her fingers at him in a wave. And Ophelia. The last had red hair, a touch more like light auburn than the typical orange-red of Ginger's. She had an arm around Poppy's waist as she waved at him. He'd probably forget their names by the time they got home, but he was happy that Poppy was happy. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Peach. Oh no, call me Petey, please. He smiled at them charmingly. He saw a few dreamy looks cross their young faces and almost snorted aloud as Poppy stifled her own snicker as she grabbed several very large shopping bags. "You had a good time, Poppet?" "Of course I did," she beamed again, and he grinned a bit more sincerely. She turned to the other girls. "I'll definitely get into contact later." Or, a message. She paused, then corrected. "Later? Definitely. See ya, Poppy." A chorus of goodbyes followed, and she grinned as she followed him back to the car. "They certainly seem lively," he commented, and she giggled. "They're cheerleaders, Daddy." Her eyes sparkled. "Really?" He only vaguely knew what cheerleaders were. "So they yell a lot and kick up a fuss?" "Something like that. They're meant to sort of excite everyone else, like a morale boost," she told him. "And they throw themselves around in the air, too. Sometimes in really complicated, coordinated maneuvers. Like that gymnastics thing you were into?" he asked dubiously. She had tutors and the like, and places to practice at, as disjointed as it was with all of their moving about and traveling. "I'm still into it, just like the yoga, and the martial arts, and the aerial silk thing, and the circus stuff, and the winged horse riding, or the magic carpet lessons, or that weird board on wheels thing dash. Skateboarding, Daddy. And I wasn't so good at that one. Think I'll stick to brooms and magical stuff instead," she said with a crinkled-up nose. He snorted and reached over to bop it, making her crinkle it even more as she shot him an offended look. "I can only wonder what other strange things you'll pick up to add to your weird list of hobbies." "They're not weird, Daddy. Just because you went to an exclusive all-magic boarding school," she grumbled. "Probably didn't even know any muggles." "Not until I was a young man," he agreed easily, and she rolled her eyes at him again. "I saw that. Is that going to become a habit?" "I don't know what you mean," she said primly, sticking her nose up at him. "Of course you don't, dearest," he sighed in fond exasperation. "So how was your day?" "Well, when I got to the mall, of course I wanted to get the school supplies out of the way immediately, but I really wasn't sure exactly if I needed all the things they have on those free handout lists because, I mean, who even needs all of those things? So I grabbed a few things, but now I figure I can ask Savannah later about what all I really need to have then, but that's before. So I wasn't sure exactly what I should get, blah blah blah. I decided to get some new clothes since I only have so much muggle clothes, and that's where I met Savannah and the rest of the squad." "Squad? Cheerleading squad," she answered absently. I don't know if I was just giving off the impression that I had no idea what I was doing, or what, but she just came right up to me, told me this one shirt would look perfect with my skin tone, and that's how I met her. "She's a whirlwind." She shook her head. I barely knew what was happening, and before I knew it, we racked up a whole pile of clothes. But it wasn't done there, oh no? Because then I needed accessories. I now have 5 fashion scarves. I barely ever wear scarves. Why did I need 5 of them? She let out a whoosh of a sigh. But those, like 8 pairs of shoes, so many bracelets and earrings and necklaces and rings. Honestly, I stopped even really looking at whatever they decided they liked on me. "So they were just shopping for you?" "Oh no, they all shop for each other like this weird group thing. Like a herd or a pack or something," she explained to him, animated now. "And I think they've decided to bring me into it. So we're all just chatting, having a good old time, and then a quick stop for a bite, and then off to the cinema we went." "Was it any good? The movie?" "Well, it was certainly far better than that last one we tried to go to. The seats were clean, the floor was clean, and they had a huge screen on it. Much better than the last." Then she grinned. "And it was a horror movie?" "Ah, then of course you liked it." "Naturally," she preened. He shook his head as he eventually made his way back to the pretty house they owned. It was a bit of a distance, and absolutely riddled with wards and the like to protect them from being disturbed very often. There were several excess rooms and 3 full bathrooms. After years and years of being on the run, living in seedy hostels and motels, this place was decadent to them. Of course, it was much larger than they needed, but it was the freedom of it that had mattered when they chose this one. And on a petty whim, they had the plain old staircase removed to put in a fancy-looking spiral set that was charmed to move them as they pleased from the subbasement to the 2nd floor. Extra taxes be damned. Granted, the subbasement was just a set of 2 rooms, and they weren't on any of the blueprints. The one the stairs led to, and the closed-off potions room, since both of them like to keep a stock of emergency potions and the like at the ready. Too many sketchy situations over the years built that preference. The basement was only one large room and was more of a storage space than anything. But Poppy's favorite place was the attic, which was accessible from a hatch on the ceiling that had a pull-down ladder. It was also her room, the creepy, creaky attic. Oh, it was picturesque in an old house kind of way, with a beautiful stained glass window that was taller than she was. But it was also creepy in that same old house way. Personally, Peter had always been afraid of the attic in the Pettigrew family home, and that inherent distrust of attics never really left him, but it made Poppy happy, so he let it go. She'd made it quite homey since they'd moved in 2 months ago anyways. Soon enough, they were pulling into the drive. They didn't have a garage, but he didn't much think they needed one, given that anybody who wasn't invited onto the property were compelled to ignore their home. He helped her with the bags until they got in the door, at which point she just charmed them to float along them as she continued chatting to him about the girls she had met, little pieces of information about each of them. He was surprised at how open these girls were with someone they had only just met, but then, by the time he was their age, the war was really in swing and no one really trusted strangers. He watched what was for all intents and purposes his daughter as she moved on, talking in a carefree sort of happy way that made his heart melt a little. He rubbed absent-mindedly at the dark mark, currently hidden by a neatly pressed button down. He would make damn certain that she never had to experience the war. Not her. Not after everything else she's already been through. I'm really not certain about this whole thing. Poppy frowned down at herself. Savannah hummed and raked a hand through her long blonde hair as she grinned at the other girl's reflection. No, you totally look great. It's perfect on you. Ophelia enthused on the black-haired girl's other side. I'm actually kind of jealous, she sighed. I just can't wear most shades of purple. Doesn't look good with the hair, you know? Well, the color is fine and all, but isn't this a little totally hot? Yeah. Savannah wrapped an arm around her waist and laid her chin on Poppy's tan shoulder. You worry too much. You've already seen our bikinis. That's still such an odd word. Not nearly as weird as swimming Kazuya. Ophelia argued. Now come on. Everyone else is probably waiting. All right. The recently turned 16-year-old sighed, brushing back unruly curls before stepping out of Savannah's hold and pulling on a pair of fretfully short denim shorts and a cropped, billowy shirt, grabbing her flip-flops along the way as Ophelia grabbed her beach bag. She was normally more excited about beach days, since they reminded her of when they'd first arrived in California, but this bikini was so revealing. She really liked it and thought she looked good in it, but wearing it around a bunch of other people? Thank everything Daddy didn't see it. Or the piercing at her belly button that she may have gotten secretly to match the extra low piercings. She'd only met the everyone else a few times, that particular phrasing meaning more than just the normal core cheerleading squad she had gotten used to most, but also the 5 male cheerleaders and the other members of the squad and members of their wonky football team. She'd rather just call it ninny rugby, what with all the padding and helmets and the like. She didn't much understand it, but they seemed to relish in it. So who was she to say? Soon enough, they were piled in Savannah's pink Jeep. Ugh, Dunk is bringing his girlfriend. Talia groaned, then turned to her. We've told you about her before, right? There's nothing wrong with Jean, Tal. Stop being so jealous. Melody rolled her eyes at the blonde, and Savannah laughed in the front seat. She's on the basketball team and the soccer team, and she's the leader of the photography club and a whole bunch of other clubs. Melody told her, and Poppy rocked her head to the side. And she's an honor roll student, Jackie added in absently, busy texting her boyfriend Connor. She's a good role model, actually, but she won't join the cheerleaders cause it'll get in the way of her other clubs. And she just doesn't want to be a cheerleader. It's because she thinks we're all airheads and you know it. Talia argued with a scowl, crossing her arms angrily. Melody rolled her eyes and tugged on the other girl's braid. You just don't like that she's dating Dunk, she told her breezily. 'Cause she's a snob, and Dunk's not. He doesn't treat us like bimbos. Yeah, since he's your cousin. Jackie rolled her own eyes, slipping her phone away. And his mom would be so ticked if she found out he wasn't treating the girls with respect. Doesn't matter why. Talia sniffed. Just because she's got her hands dipped in like everything. She's perfectly nice, Poppy. Don't worry. Ophelia bumped shoulders with her. And if she's not, I'll finally be able to shove it in Dunk's face. Tal just really doesn't like her. I think I might have noticed. You just wait, Pop. She might seem all sweet and pretty at first, but you just wait for it. I'll keep an eye out. She stifled her laughter. It didn't take much longer after that to arrive at the beach. There were a lot of people, but it wasn't packed or anything, and she felt her fingers tingle with the urge to snatch all the easy money she could make from these relaxed beachgoers. It didn't take long for the pack of them, all pretty smiling teens, found their targets. Talia gripped her arm and rocked her head over, and Poppy looked over curiously. She hadn't met many other Bayville High students outside of the squad and some football members, given that her free times were mostly spent with her daddy or the squad, or occasionally running around at night thieving and sneaking either solo or with a group of nomage kids she had befriended, or working out. Staying as fit as she did required work after all, be it through fun things like gymnastics or martial arts and broom riding, grateful body workout, trying to maneuver those things, or just doing bursts of short basic things that target certain areas. There was always something to do. Dunk had the same golden hair his cousin Tal had, but with cloudy gray-green eyes and a nose that looked like it had been broken at least once or twice. Still, he'd been perfectly nice to her when she'd met him before, as had the other few players she'd met. There were quite a few more people this time, though. The girl on Dunk's arm had hair the color of tomato soup, but she wasn't a ginger by the slight tan and absence of freckles, which was curious. Most redheads she'd thus far met had freckles. Or maybe she was wearing makeup. Savannah, after all, insisted on at least wearing waterproof eyeliner. She was slim and tall, and seemed to favor the color violet. From her other side, Ophelia rolled her eyes. She likes pinks and purples, and no one says anything about it, the girl muttered. Her hair was a deeper shade with more natural highlights of copper and auburn to make it seem to have much more depth than this Jean person. Maybe she dyed her hair that color? If she did marvelously with the roots and had remembered to do something with her eyebrows. Poppy herself had never even considered dyeing her hair. At least not any natural colors, but she could always just charm her hair whatever color she wanted anyways. So what was the point of using muggle dyes that Savannah had told her damaged her hair? Besides, Poppy liked her inky black hair perfectly well. Her hair had a purplish-bluish tint in the light. It was so very dark. She would even say she was proud of her hair that the sun's bleaching effect had no power over. She fluffed her thick plait just thinking about it. Well, your cousin's girlfriend aside, I thought we were going to play volleyball? This distracted her friends, and they and some others quickly conquered a volley court for themselves. I'm Jean Grey, the redhead introduced herself as they went to collect water bottles. They both had sand clinging to their thighs and bums and forearms, both having found out the other was a competitive player. Poppy Peach, she answered brightly. That was a marvelous game, by the way. It's been a while since I met someone so enthusiastic. Most tend to scatter when I spike the ball as hard as I do. But sorry if you end up bruising, she grinned sheepishly. Jean laughed and waved it off in good nature. I may look like I bruise easy, but I'm a little more hardy than that, the darker-eyed teen assured her. And what about you? That was a pretty amazing dive earlier. Oh, just a remnant of gymnastics, she demurred. When I was younger, I had the silliest dream of being an acrobat in a circus. Of course, it wasn't exactly like I pictured it, and they were much harsher than the gymnastics instructors I've met since. Wait, does that mean you really did get to be a circus acrobat? Not so much a circus as a traveling troupe, a carnival, she said absently, thinking back to the one and only time she'd run from her old residence. It was back before her godfather had found her, and she hadn't been able to stay overly long. Or well, I wasn't in any shows, since they said that only someone who'd trained for years and years would be trusted to do shows. And she'd only been there for a year and a half. She learned a lot nonetheless before she was caught and taken back. No one wanted to see people just fall off of those high-up tightropes, even if there was thick netting to catch them at the bottom. She'd always liked trying to master that tightrope thing when she was younger, shrieking like a little madwoman in laughter as she fell. She wondered if she could convince Daddy to set one up somewhere in the house. Wow, seems like an exciting life you've had. That's certainly one way to put it. She grinned at the taller girl who smiled back down at her in response to the bright, charming smile directed to her. Jean wouldn't say she was hesitant about her, but she felt odd, like she was a static charge on the peripheral of her senses, and it was unnerving for the mutant. She didn't even want to know what it would be if she actually focused her powers on that feeling, because it felt like that spark knew she knew it was there and was sliding out of her sight on purpose. Whether teasing her or warning her not to poke around, she wasn't sure. She would definitely tell to the professor about it later. She looked around with wide green eyes at the university they were in. Cheer camp was something she'd been invited to, as she was expected to join the squad and join her friends in mostly wearing a cheerleading outfit during school on game days. Jackie grabbed her arm, whispering in her ear with a sly gleam, and she grinned back, running off. Choreography sounded like a fun thing to learn. It would help anyways, right? They had 2 weeks out here, learning a whole bunch of tips and tricks. There were 30-some girls and boys in all from the entire Bayville area, given that they would sometimes compete in competitive cheerleading. Of course, 2 days in, and she may have been playing on their gymnastics equipment. She was skilled enough to do a triple twist, and to perform Kononenko she was quite proud to say. Stilted her guidance might have been, she worked very hard at her hobbies. It was a vicious ambition. She'd seen it, seen the fine control and calculation in their bodies, and wanted to be able to accomplish it. The same had been for her martial arts training. To be fair, she may have also watched a lot of martial arts movies too. Wing Chun? Oh yes. Muay Thai? Absolutely. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? She would like all of that. She wouldn't say she mastered either three, but she liked to think she was pretty okay at them, especially when it came to tricking. Her body had been trained from a young age to better withstand more rigorous training as she grows. Her frame was rather dainty, so her musculature didn't seem like she'd been training her body since childhood. Her muscles grew lithe and slim and scrappy, all the better for a lithe, slim, lean look. Well, she was growing into a wide set of hips, and her bum was pleasantly cushioned, but there was definite muscle there too, and long, strong legs. It was nice. If her body type were different, she was sure she'd be buff, but as it were, she was perfectly happy with how she was. Her innate flexibility and athleticism had already earned her a spot in with her friends in the core group. That and, of course, being their newest darling friend. Daddy, yes, little Flittermouse, you'll come to a few games at least, right? To see you? Of course I will. Don't be silly, he chided fondly. The year hasn't even started yet, and didn't you say that for the first bit there aren't any games anyways? Well, yes. But still, she huffed, fiddling with the strap of her messenger bag. It was dark purple with a slew of blue to purple sequins on the opening flap. Melody had a matching one, in pinks and oranges. Poppy, at current, was dressed in a comfortable high-waisted bootleg denims with 4 big buttons on the front and a comfortable, clingy Henley shirt in neutral dusty pink and dark gray over it, and her shoes were comfortable shoes designed more for mixed martial arts. Always good to be prepared and all. Besides, they were cute. She flicked at the plate sitting on her shoulder. It was weaved and twisted to sit like that. Rings littered her fingers, along with a few choice, stylish bracelets. She even wore a cute little pearl choker to go with the matching pearl earrings dotting up her lobe and helix piercings. Now, Poppet, you've nothing to be worried about. Daddy soothed in the car on their way over. I don't think I'm really worried or anything. They said my grades were phenomenal and all, and I have friends there already, she said, but her hands still managed to find something to toy with. He glanced at her with a smile. I mean, at worst, this whole school thing is just going to put a hamper on my usual schedule, and I'll have to rework everything around it, which is annoying, I suppose, but I think I can handle it. Probably. We've been over this before. Outlined a new schedule, and all with room for error. I don't think I really needed to cut out the measly 2 hours of advanced runes I get, though. It was either that or potions, he pointed out, and she frowned. Between the two, both subjects that she liked for the sheer potential use of both, potions had eventually won out. Besides, you've been doing well enough to shed a few hours, last Professor Quinley told me. You've already passed what goes for the graduating class of Hogwarts a year and a half ago. Thinking back, Bellatrix's husband had boasted quite a lot about how Bellatrix managed to skip the last 2.5 years of her Hogwarts career, which, if Peter did the math right, set Poppy around the same age as when Bellatrix skipped out. He'd never regretted doing that ritual, and his precious Poppy seemed all the better, all the healthier for it. Most of the damage from her life beforehand and the one time she'd run, she refused to ever tell him much about where she was or what she did, had cleared up nicely as well after it. Honestly, Peter wouldn't put her through a measly public Muggle high school if he hadn't been a little more than paranoid. He really did believe she needed more social interaction with kids her age, Muggle or not, but better because of the universities being more mixed, and she would breeze through classes, he was sure, so she could still focus on other things even while in the classroom. Mentally anyways. He couldn't very well have Poppy in a fully magical institution after all. Too many prying eyes and nosy staff that would put his girl at a severe disadvantage, especially if they started trying to dig around. Muggle things, documentation, and the like was laughably easy to create, and here in the States, wasn't government regulated. Back in Britain, the ministry has to go through one's case and hold a hearing about making fake Muggle documentation. Squibs, or those wanting to branch out, would have to go through a lengthy waiting period even to get their papers, or parchment as it were, so much as looked at. People who were found making their own fake documents were swiftly found and either fined or, depending on what they were doing in the Muggle world, incarcerated. At the same time, he didn't want to have her idle while he went and sorted out business with his old lord and cohorts. He might not want Poppy anywhere near, but it was Peter's war too. She could take care of herself, he had no doubts, but she might overwork herself. Sometimes she just used white-eye potion instead of sleeping, which, if used long-term, could produce quite unsavory results. Or she'd do reckless things, like use dog's breath potion for fun out in the Muggle world and say she was a fire breather or a dragon lady. She'd done it before, after all. But being in a school, a structured settlement with regular contact with others should slow her down, or at least help her moderate herself, right? Honestly, Peter's been doing this since she was barely 9, and he still had no idea how to rear children. And making meaningful friendships was important for kids, right? Right. She'd had a few, but considering how often they moved, they always lost touch after the first few weeks out. Bye, Daddy. Goodbye, little flittermouse. Have a good day. You too, Daddy. She grinned before he pulled away. She sighed, smile dropping a little anxiously. There were hordes of kids, much more than during that orientation 2 weeks ago. What the heck is a flittermouse? Came the confused question, and she turned at the vaguely familiar voice. She saw Jean Grey behind her, a tall boy with red glasses behind her. Jean Grey smiled at her reassuringly when she glanced between them. It's, a rather old endearment, I suppose, but it means bat. He calls you a bat? The boy asked dubiously, eyebrow raising. He was handsome-looking and had chestnut hair and a lean frame. She shrugged in response. Sorry about him. Jan elbowed the boy, who made a sort of oof noise. He's Scott Summers. Scott, this is Poppy Peach. She's starting sophomore, right? Yes, that'll be it. But honestly, I've been homeschooled up until now, so I'm not really sure how all this works cohesively. I've tried looking it up online, but most of what comes up is parents talking about the difficulties of transitioning a homeschool child into the public education system. Or just teenagers complaining about their teachers. You don't call them professor, at least. Professor? It's what I called all my education instructors. Instructors? But didn't you say you were homeschooled? Yes, but not in the my guardian teaches me way. I've had qualified professors up until now, and I'm not entirely sure how smooth this system is compared to my old one. I'm sure it's gonna be a real eye-opener. Scott, no, any honesty is appreciated. I usually like to know what I'm walking into in Savannah, and the others have all been perfectly lovely, but they don't really know how to explain it. Jean guessed, and she smiled at the other girl. Yes, exactly that. So, why are you coming to school anyways? I mean, if you've been homeschooled before. Scott, that's a very personal question. Sorry, he apologized to Jean. Not Poppy, to clarify. It's fine. Daddy hasn't really told me much, but he did say something about being around people my own age. That and, he has to go back to England for a little while, and feels it would be better for me to be in school. Then why not a private school? There are plenty of those around here. Gee, Scott, are you trying to make her feel unwelcome? Oh, no, it's not that. He turned to her apologetically. It's all right, really. I asked Daddy the same thing. He said that the private schools were a little too cult-like for his tastes, whatever that means. Summers snorted at that, and that most of them seem to be boarding schools. Daddy doesn't like boarding schools, says it brings up bad memories of his own schooling days. I try not to bother him about it. Seems like a sensitive subject. Poppy! Came the bright call, and she turned to see Melody jogging over with a wide grin on her face. There you are, come on. We're gonna miss breakfast. You want the full high school experience. You need to eat cafeteria food. Oh, all right, yeah. See you. She waved as she was being dragged away by the other girl. That was the beginning of the strangest, most people-involved day she'd had in months. She blew across her nails, nodding at the shimmery acid green before turning her over to her giggling friends. Halloween was coming up, and more, there was going to be a party at Talia's older brother's place. Of high schoolers, seeing that Talia's brother was off in Mexico and had given her permission to use his place as long as his bedroom, the laundry room and his wine cellar remained untouched, and that his pet snakes, while they could be admired, were not bothered. Wicked little witches. Melody giggled and Poppy did too. They didn't know the half of it. They'd been trying on their costumes together, cooing and cheering each other on in Talia's huge arse room. Talia had elected to be a fexy cop, with black aviator sunglasses and indecent short skirt alongside her shiny fake cuffs. Savannah had gone for Angel, in a cute baby doll-type white dress and an LED halo connected to a thin headband and feathery fake wings. Jackie had decided to play on that and be a sensual devil in a skin-tight black and red leotard with tail attached, clip-on little red horns and devil's pitchfork. Melody decided to be a woodland nymph, complete with peasant blouse, short flowy skirt, flower crown, headband with small antlers and deer ears on it, and delicate strings of flowers to drape around herself. She would do a little bit of corresponding face paint for the final look, naturally. Ophelia was going to be a love nurse. Dark pink little nurse costume, little hat thing, and big needle. Poppy, of course, was going to be a witch. She was going to charm her skin green, wear a cute little black dress with a ragged hem, striped tights, a plastic cauldron candy pail, and of course what was a proper muggle witch without a broom and pointy wide-brimmed hat, and those stylized witch shoes of course. Tomorrow was the night after all, and they had everything. It would take them at least an hour to fully do their makeup and hair, and as soon as they were done making sure everything fit exceptionally well, they would go back over to Talia's brother's place to continue setting up. They'd been doing it off and on for about a week, adding tidbits here, or a fog machine there. He had a beautiful, expansive loft after all, and it was all the more fun to decorate with spooky things. Of course, she may have magicked some of it when no one was around to see. Her phone went off, and she paused from where she was hollering compliments at a cutesy angel-esque Savannah. She stood and crept over to the other side of the room with a vague signal to Talia, who nodded. "Daddy, Poppet, how are you?" "Oh, just trying on our costumes. We'll be back over at Mark's place to decorate for the party after." "How are you?" "Well, all things considered. I just wanted to call, check up on you and all. I might have to extend my stay a little bit, but I'll definitely come home for Christmas." Oh, okay, Daddy. You'll call when you can, right?" "Of course, Flittermouse. I love you." "Love you too, Daddy." And then hung up. She frowned at her cell before shaking her head and going back to her friends. She had hoped he'd be able to swing by before then. She tried not to think about it too much. She came across a wand boy who was digging through the coats in the closet. People set their jackets and coats in when they came in. He was sniggering to himself, and not even trying to be subtle about it. "You're gonna get caught if you're going to be so blatant," she told him, watched him startle and give a small shriek. "Look, you didn't even notice me opening the door. You weren't even trying to conceal yourself. Are you trying to get caught?" He froze. "I was just, looking for my buddy's jacket. He left some stuff in there and told me to go get it." He grinned badly. "That was a terrible lie. You should have just gone with something like, I was putting whipped cream in their pockets or glitter or something as a prank. You should have already had it thought out too. And don't go for the easy targets in the front. That makes the theft seem that much more suspicious. Go for the ones hidden in the back. That's where all the ones with money are hidden, or folded up on the shelf there. And put some of the stolen goods into someone else's pocket." She pointed to where, indeed, a few nice-looking jackets were neatly folded and slid back. "You're not very well versed in this pickpocketing thing, are you?" "Oh, wait, hold up. You not gonna rat me out? What? And have Duncan and the rest circle you to beat you down? No thank you. Those boys are always too eager to hit someone smaller than them. Besides, you've got pretty eyes, I think." She nodded to herself. "Keep a better ear for the door and be prepared to hide next time." She turned, grabbing about 5 boxes from the small mountain of board games. "Oh, we're going to have a Twister competition, if you're interested. The grand prize is $100 since Talia is certain it'll be one of us squad members who wins." With that, she left the stunned boy. She giggled. shoving Candy as they hid in the tall rafters in a mega mall, in a looming space that had been like an IKEA or something. It had been shut down but still had a lot of the old merchandise inside, and she, Candy, Melody, and Penny, whose uncle had let them in as the custodian of the big store, were racing around and playing. She supposed she could say it was, in itself, a form of exercise when they climbed up huge shelving units and rafters as fast and as stealthily as they could, to then find and build a fort. Another group of their friends would come in a little later and find and build their own, probably closer to the ground, and what would commence was a massive sleepover of terribly epic proportions. She and Candy had decided to pair up and raced around the abandoned mall, grabbing pillows and throws and soft fuzzy rugs, beating them to get some of the lingering dust, and she had grabbed some cleaning stuff just in case where they ended up was a little grimy. It would be odd if she just magicked it squeaky clean after all, even if that's what she was going to do, while Candy clambered down to grab more of the pile of supplies and things they had left down at the bottom. It took the other girl a good 25 minutes to both climb down safely, grab a bag or two, and climb back up. They were pretty high up and all. They, she noted, were lucky. Penny, from her advanced English literature class, had only brought the three of them in early to get a head start on everyone else. She had always loved finding hiding spots and the like, and making them into cozy little spaces for fun? Absolutely. And she could say it helped her scavenging skills. This mega mall was huge too, and it took some time for them to even find this place. She was glad she wore comfortable clothing and shoes at any rate, and that Candy had helped her make 2 braided buns rather than her normal plate. Kept it out of the way. She peeked her head out from between 2 tall, sturdy boxes to see Candy's progress. In the dim lighting, there being only very dingy high-up ceiling skylight, Candy's burdened figure was slowly crawling her way up. She was from the volleyball team, so she wasn't really as comfortable or adept at climbing and the like as Poppy herself, but limber enough to make decent time. She grabbed the girl's arm when she was close enough, hauling her and their goods up. "Whoa, you really went to town on this place," she said in awe as she looked around their high-up perch. They got up from the small space between the uneven shelving, climbing up that way. "Well, if we're going to be here all night," she grinned widely. "Figured we could make it habitable. Bring the shag rugs up first?" "Yeah, and some of the pillows." "Excellent. Oh, I think I figured out a sort of pulley system, to bring it all up." "What? Really? Damn, I'm glad I partnered up with you." She hip-bumped her and Poppy smiled back before digging through her purse to get her scented hand sanitizer and some of the wipes she kept just in case. "I wish we would have thought to bring gloves, though. It's so dirty in here," she sighed, sharing with the other girl when she held out her hands. "Always next time." Penny said that it'll probably be a long while before someone buys this place out. "Oh, so we can come back in the future? Excellent. Even more reason to make the best fort out of everyone's. Think we can find a little disco ball or something to hang up? I really want to make it as extravagant as possible. We can go look for one on our next hunt." "Excellent. We've got a pretty airy space up here. Need to fill it up proper." "Oh, we can grab cushions off of those display couches and stuff too. Think we could bring one of those mini display beds too? And we can make a second floor right there for it." "Yes." The two grinned at each other. "We'll grab one of those huge platform carts and go around, hook it up and heave it." The next 2 hours were spent collecting for their fort, occasionally bumping into Melody or Penny before hauling it all up high into their space for another half hour at least, probably closer to 40-some minutes. And then they spent another hour rearranging things and bathroom breaks, which were a real bitch, but at least not far off from where they had stationed themselves, and at least the water and plumbing were still functioning. Sweaty at all the labor, she grabbed a towel to wipe herself down. Now that was a workout. "What time is it? They're supposed to be here by noon, right? They should be showing soon, and some are probably gonna be fashionably late." She rolled her eyes. "This place at a good 15-minute walk away from where we got in, and that's without all the wandering around that's no doubt gonna happen. More time for cool down." She unrolled the yoga mat that she was definitely going to be taking home with her. "Yeah, you do that. I'm just gonna plop down." Candy sighed gustily, throwing herself back on a futon cushion they'd set up. They weren't playing around when it came to best fort after all. They even managed to grab a few battery-powered fairy lights in one of the little dollar stores in the main mall section. "Hey, I'm gonna put up my speakers." "Go ahead." She smiled over her shoulder from where she'd started her routine. It was all about smoothly sliding from one position to the next in a languid way. It was only calm for another 5 minutes before Candy's cell went off, and she turned down her music. Hello? Jake. Hey. Oh yeah. No, totally. Yeah. I'll meet you there. She beamed as she spoke with her boyfriend. K. See you in a bit. Bye. And sighed happily as she turned to her. My boyfriend needs help finding a decent spot, so I'm gonna go help him out. You gonna set him up around here? No. He's got lung issues. It's a little too dusty. It might take a while, so I might not make it back, so take lots more photos for me, okay? Of course I will. Have fun with your boy. She waggled her brows at the other girl, who blushed a little and laughed, waving her off as she packed up her drawstring gym bag. Always. Will you be all right here by yourself? The brunette asked, poised to start her descent. I'm sure someone will come around at some point. Don't worry about me. At worst, the squad will call in to find me, she assured her. She leaned over to watch the girl carefully make her way down, waving when she looked back up. As soon as she was reasonably far, Poppy grinned and swung herself up to the second level of the fort, landing softly on the cushiony queen-size mattress. They had dragged up 2 of them and stacked them, making it absurdly comfy. What am I even doing with my life? She smiled up at the skylights above her. Despite classes being mostly boring and behind her own studies, she liked it. It might only be mid-November now, and she still had the rest of the year to go, but it wasn't bad or anything. Friends were easy to make, so it seemed like most of her free time was spent with them. She was even beginning to reroute her studies to spend time with her friends. Speaking of, she thought to herself, pulling her purse closer. It had a few handy runes sewn in, making it essentially a bottomless bag. It had been her present for Halloween. Daddy always sent her presents for Halloween, since he said that was when she was effectively made an orphan and he a runaway. She pulled out a few of the books her old professors gave her. It would likely be a little while before she was disturbed, right? And she had a battery-powered doorbell situated at the bottom of the shelving with the little receiving end taped up below, besides the alerting spell that she had set for the general space around her entire area. She might work long and hard on her body, but that didn't mean she didn't work just as hard on her mind and magic. She looked around, slipping at least 3 cute little vibrators into her purse in a spot she had determined had no cameras that had a clear visual of what she was doing. The charms negated any possible alarms going off from security devices. It was mostly a novelty store she was in with a few of her old friends from when she wasn't going to Muggle school. She slipped back over to the lingerie section, cast a Notice Me Not, and a handy little spell Daddy taught her to obscure nearby Muggle cameras, and swiftly stuffed a few different things in. Then back to the toy section to snag more of those. Lubes, lotions, all sorts of things. She also snuck in drinking paraphernalia, cute or novelty flasks, shot glasses, an adorable glass that said, "Binks is my boo." She even totally got the reference. She was normally a horror movie type, but she'll watch most anything with wicked or evil witches too. And a ridiculous, oversized wine glass alongside a pentagram chalice. A shot roulette thing, a cute little spin the shot game, some strange Jenga drinking game. She could have done the same with the original 3 vibrators, safely hidden beneath concealing charms, but she needed her friends to actually see her swiping something after all. And she would buy the other things she wanted, with, of course, magic conjured money, which wasn't something the American magical government could track, unlike the British side. Nothing more suspicious than a group of teens coming in and then suspiciously leaving after loitering around, but for the stuff in the back one needed to be 18. Or so said the cashiers. Lal had said that unless you look weirdly young, they'd sell. She canceled her charms and grabbed a cute mug that had a unicorn head on the side and font that read, "Fucking magical" around it, and decided she would gift it to Daddy. He would appreciate the lilac-purple mug. She also grabbed both him and her new ashtrays and cigarette holders. Hers had a cute galaxy design with a cat on her ashtray. She next snagged a few blacklight fixtures and few trippy blacklight posters. She was going to redecorate her locker after all. She wanted to be delighted every time she opened it. Then she managed to get sidetracked and nabbed several velvet chokers in a few different colors, and that only led her to look at more jewelry. Like the snake ring she found herself enamored with, or 3 different ring packs, or the ridiculous large hoop earrings and rainbow crystal earrings. She blamed her jewelry obsession on the squad entirely, by the way. By the time they left in a skulking group, was calling his older brother. The only time she had met Ed, the handsome man, was buying booze on their behalf. As long as one had the cash and of course a little fee, he would go out and buy. Normally she had Daddy when she would occasionally, very occasionally. Booze wasn't a personal vice for her. Want? Say a hard lemonade or other malt liquor, but not beer, drinks of that nature. Not overly strong but pleasant enough to maybe get a buzz after a while. She liked fruity ones most. The only other alcohol she liked would be wine, but again, only very rarely. Maybe for a major holiday or something. Manny wrapped an arm around her shoulders with a grin. The usual? Sure, why not? For old time's sake. She smiled back, rolling her eyes. Hey Pippi, I finally found a legitimate guy. Has a government licensed parlor and all. Who does piercings? Faith, a girl with vivid dyed teal hair and always wearing bold-colored lipsticks, shoved Manny off to take his place. What, really? Yeah. I was thinking about getting my nips pierced. Maybe a Princess Albertina, maybe a Christina, she said with a feigned nonchalance, gazing at her long lime green nails. You want to come? Maybe get some of your own? You know, I have been interested in that thing, where they have piercings by their hip bones. What time are you going out? Next week, Tuesday night. He's real flexible. Can do stuff at his parlor as long as you got the cash and all if you want. She winked. I'll think about it, she shrugged. I gotcha. She bumped hips with her and Poppy hit back. That looks kind of cool. Jackie poked at her new triple dermal hip piercings when she was changing. It was carefully symmetrical on both sides. But those weren't the only new piercings she had. One of the new additions was already noted and questioned. Does eating feel weird? Does it have a taste? Did it hurt? Earlier that day, a venom bites tongue piercing. That didn't mean it was the only piercing in her mouth though either. She certainly wasn't someone to do things by halves after all. Double rings pierced her uvula, and she had a barbell through the frenulum under her tongue. Those still weren't all she had done though. Horizontal nipple piercings, a Nefertiti piercing, and a fourchette piercing. It cost her well over $1,000, and she was not at all ashamed to say that she used her magic to heal it properly so she could put in, or really, on in the dermal case, prettier ones. Titanium, most of them though she did have a new glass-like one for her belly button piercing when she'd gone out to get more accessories. It probably wasn't advisable to get so many piercings all at once, but lucky for her, one of the piercers was a witch and had quickly swept her up after her own personal alert charms pointed Poppy out. She was given a list and small demonstration for a few specific charms, designed purely for piercings and the care of them too. She hadn't even known charms like that existed. Clearly, there was a lot more to learn outside of her professional stuffy professors. She just had to broaden her learning sources was all. Good for her that the witch had recommended a certain library bookstore for her curiosity, wrote down the address for her even. She needed to make time for it at some point. Yeah, that's kinda pretty. Melody agreed, also coming closer to get a better look. Are you allowed to wear those in school though? Came the dubious question and she turned to Haley. It's usually covered by my clothes and the cheerleading skirt is high enough that it covers it too, so it's fine. Poppy assured them. It's only facial piercings that people get in trouble about. And your tongue one? That's in my mouth, I guess. Come on, or we're gonna be late for homie. Daddy? Yeah, I know, Daddy. I miss you too, I know. I love you, bye, Daddy. She hung up, staring at her phone for a moment before smashing it against a wall. Christmas alone this year, huh? He sent her another Potter family heirloom and a bribe for forgiveness. An invisibility cloak that he'd managed to finally steal away. She trained harder over the winter holidays than ever, ignoring the holiday completely besides sending her friends thank you cards for the presents they got her since she'd sent their presents ahead earlier. She watched Todd sneak under the bleachers and pursed her lips, then sighed in exasperation when Dunk, Keith, and Mal stalked off after him. She tugged at Savannah's skirt. I'm gonna take a quick break, all right? Yeah, sure. The blonde smiled at her sunnily before turning back to the crowd to smile and wave around. There were more than enough of the squad milling around that her being gone for 5 or so minutes would be fine after all. She turned, only to see Summers also making his way back, and she frowned. As far as she had been able to tell with her rather, very limited experiences with him, he didn't seem too fond of Dunk. She glanced around and slipped back to see what was happening, just in time to hear Summers suggest he just give the money back. No harm, no foul. She almost snorted out loud, but Tolinsky seemed all for it. Not surprising when Dunk had him pinned to a pillar with two other muscly, strong teens prepared to wail on him. What do you care about this scutso, Summers? Not much, he answered easily. But I'm not crazy about 3 against 1 either. So how about we settle this peacefully? I think me and my buds are gonna squash this slime ball. So you, and your stupid sunglasses, at night can just bail. Dunk sneered before returning his attentions to Tolinsky. When Dunk threw him down in the dirt, she watched the way Summers tensed up, and just when Dunk went to presumably kick his face in, Summers outright tackled the bulkier teen. I said, knock it off, and then managed to actually throw him towards the others who were knocked down at the force. She crouched a bit more, watching in fascination. Summers was tall and lean, but Dunk was broader, heavier, and bulkier in muscle and his football gear. Tolinsky wisely chose this time to escape in great leaping bounds not dissimilar to a toad or frog. She cast a quick notice me, not spell under her breath. She didn't have her wand on her, but she did keep a ring foci on her at all times just in case. Mal and Keith took off after him, leaving Dunk to slam face first into the mud. Dunk, for his part, looked furious as he brought his face up. Big mistake, Summers, he growled as he got back up. Unfortunately for her entertainment, Jean stepped around the corner. Scott, no, she cried, even though it was Dunk who had started it. Distracted by the redhead, Dunk hit him hard enough that she was sure he might have broken his jaw, sending the other boy to a pillar. Scott, the most fascinating thing happened next. Once his sunglasses came flying off, red beams spit from his eyes. From his eyes. The blast sent Dunk flying and then hit a propane tank, causing an explosion, and she gasped in wonder. Screaming and running started up, but Poppy stayed where she was, idly casting a shielding spell around her to keep on watching. By the time firefighters, police, and an ambulance or two came, she was watching Jean move things about. But not with magic. Something else? Maybe whatever allowed those fantastic lasers to come from Summers. She snuck off a bit, operating back to her place. She had a new project now. She brushed back her braid, doodling in her notebook. She couldn't draw at all, but it still made her feel a little better to do something while she waited for this boring, useless class to be over. When the bell finally rang, she waited a bit before following the stampede, rushing out to lunch. You all right, Pop? You've been distracted all day. I mean, can you blame her? The explosion yesterday, we were so worried, you know. One minute you were with the rest of the team. The next we can't find you, and there's an explosion and fire everywhere. You know Duncan got a concussion? Sorry about that, she managed a sheepish smile. I saw him get thrown, but honestly I hightailed it out of there when it blew. Thank goodness. It was pretty scary. Melody sighed, slumping against her. Thanks. She accepted the get well card they had gotten for Duncan. The squad was signing it for him, and it would be brought over by Talia after school. It was given to Poppy next, and she signed her name in glittery red pen before passing it on to Jackie. Poppy was antsy for the day to just be over. She had bigger things to worry about, and not for the first time. She was cursing public school. I really can't sing. She turned down her friend, and Melody frowned. There's a big difference between cheering and singing. Really? I've no voice for singing. You sure? It feels like it's been a while since you've come out with us. How about we watch that new horror movie and go for dinner, say, next Friday? I'll see if everyone's good, she grinned. We miss you, you know? It's just been a little hectic lately. Poppy, your dad is still... She slammed her locker shut a little harder than she meant to. He's just been a bit more caught up than he expected. Sure. You're over there alone, aren't you? You know, if you ever want to stay at my place, or one of the girls' places, the door is always open for you. I know. Thanks, Mel, she smiled. She really didn't want to talk about how she hadn't seen her dad in months, or how he was part of some violent magical cult taking part in a restarted war. It was easier to focus on the strange abilities that Jean Grey and Scott Summers had, and those new students too, when she thought about it. They all seemed pretty close. There were some mumbled things in books about oddities in that library bookstore. She had finally gotten around it, but they didn't have a name. Only that they were entirely muggle and seemed to manifest strange abilities or are born with odd mutations. It was pretty vague. Everything considered, but it made more sense than them potentially being aliens or partially beings or something. They would have set off her alarms when she'd sneakily cast a few spells on them if they were. They also tended to skip out sometimes. Not overly often, but now that she was paying attention, it was usually as a group. She shook her head a bit. First it was that German kid, then another girl, and around the same time came a gruff-looking kid who apparently went to the same school as the girl before, though he didn't seem to be part of whatever Gray and Summers and those two other kids were. Well, she had potions to brew, so she would have to just set it aside for now. Just because she had a new project didn't mean she was going to just ignore her never-ending studies. "Daddy," she blinked in surprise as she answered. It had been almost 2 weeks since he last called, and she put on speaker, setting the phone safely away from where she was working on making another batch of YEA I potion. Had to keep up with her schedules after all, in school, most of the time nowadays, seemed to be nothing but a waste of her time. She liked her friends there, liked the socialization, and all, but the classes were so dull and time-consuming, and she was starting to get frustrated. Well, she had been, but it was really starting to get her stressed now. She'd been getting weird nightmares too. Nightmares. Huh. She knew better. She supposed distance made it easier. This weird connection she has to Voldemort and his snake. It didn't happen that often at any rate. But the little scar on her forehead always seemed to bleed after one of them, and she'd had to style her fringe to cover the puffy lightning strike scar and use glamour charms on top of that. It was a thin scar at least, and usually silvery pale when the light hit it as it crackled down her forehead and down her eyelid, ending just beneath her eye. Thankfully only the strike spot. The top got red and bloody. She normally concealed her scar with makeup or charms anyways. On top of all that, yet another new student rolled in. This one with a distinct punk goth look to her, and a neat stripe of white hair and otherwise dark auburn hair. Poppy thought it looked natural. Maybe she had piebaldism? She, like Alvers, didn't seem to be with Gray and Summer. She was honestly half tempted to just break into their heads, but she wasn't quite confident enough in her ability to do it without incurring possible damage, and she didn't want the information that bad. Yet, acclimacy was one thing. Legitimacy was another entirely. "Pop it, sweetie. Daddy's so sorry for not contacting sooner." Her daddy's hushed voice came through. "The other side has been launching attacks on our bases, and we still haven't found the mole yet, so I've barely had time to myself. How are you doing over there?" "Good." His voice was practically pleading for her to talk, so she did. Not about her newest project, or about the explosion earlier in the year or anything. No need to burden him down with all that. Instead, she talked about the most recent movie she had seen, about who had broken up with who in the squad, the boring teachers she had to put up with. Easy little things like that, things he'd want to hear about while he was over there in turmoil and violence. "Thank you, Flittermouse. You've no idea how much it helps me to get through my day to hear you doing well," he sighed. "I hope you're not living off of takeout?" "Daddy, you should know me better than that. I eat cake and cupcakes, not takeout," she teased. "All triple German chocolate, of course." "Of course," he huffed a little laugh. "I love you. You know that, right?" "Of course I do, Daddy. And I love you too." "Good. Good. Daddy has to go now, Flittermouse. Keep your grades up and smile for me at least once a day." "Always, Daddy. Love you." "Love you too." And that was the end of that call. The newest one, and by far the largest, came in the next day. He was big. He was strong and, of course, different. Unfortunately, he wasn't as easily overlooked as some of the others for his size. He'd apparently ripped a set of lockers from the wall just that morning. "He's got some crazy anger issues," Melody murmured into her ear as he walked into the lunchroom. "You know, I heard he didn't even get in trouble for ruining those lockers? Or for trying to, like, crush dunk with them. I think it's weirder that there have been so many new students the past few months, honestly. And have you noticed they tend to stick to themselves mostly? Like, they talk to other people, I guess, but they're, like, weirdly divided. The goth, the cute grunge dude, and Tolinsky are together. And Summers and Gray seem to have, like, adopted the German kid and that tiny girl who can't do pee. Wonder who this one will go to? Obviously the rowdier-looking one. Duh. There's a clear divide between one group and the other. Whoa?" Jackie paused as Penny finally got her attention. "Dude, look at all that food. And I thought Poppy had an endless stomach." Candy snorted. "I burn a lot of calories," she defended as she stuffed another snack cake in her mouth. Magic was an intense draw on calories after all. Daddy had said that back in his old school they had really rich, fatty foods to compensate for all the calories they burned learning and using spells. Some, of course, overate or didn't care for what exactly they were eating, but still. And besides that, she was an incredibly active person with a high metabolism. Oh, oh, I don't think our chairs are up for dash. Penny started uneasily. And like a catapult, the food that had been left over on the table he had stomped off to flipped across the room, and they all watched in morbid fascination until it splattered on where Dunk, Savannah, Alexis, Keith, and Mal were sitting. They got up, and already people were laughing at where Dukes was slipping in the mess. When he bellowed at them, it was apparently a signal for him to start what amounted to a food fight. She, automatically, ducked down and away even if the food wasn't heading their way yet. "Let's get out of here," she called to the girls sitting at her table as they quickly slipped down to the floor and more or less army crawled their way to one of the exits. She spotted Gray using whatever she had to keep from getting messy out in the middle of the cafeteria and rolled her eyes before they managed to get out. Well, that was more exciting than a normal lunch at least. Speak for yourself. I almost got applesauce on my ass. You? I almost got milk dumped on me. Ugh, the smell would be awful. The important part of both of those statements is almost, ladies, she said with a cheeky grin. Come on, let's get to class. I wonder what the next one will be like. Next one? Transfer student, I mean. You think there's gonna be more? Well, I mean, based on the year so far. Is it normal to have so many transfer students? It wasn't like this last year or the year before. How odd, she smiled pleasantly. And none of them even had the decency to come at the beginning of the year like me either. Oh, he's gonna be one of Summers, she noted. You can tell? Immediately. Can't you? She asked her friend curiously, and Melody scoffed at her. I dunno, this one seems iffy to me. Looks like he's itching for a fight. That is true. But it just seems like, I dunno, under all that, she sighed. He doesn't seem like he'd be in with rogues. Rogue? That's what they call the girl with the cool hair. I think her actual name is Amory, but don't quote me on it. I like her best, so I'm going to call that group Rogues group. And Summers? He seems the type to be anal about being captain, so. She shrugged, and Penny snorted her milk, making a low noise after as she grabbed napkins. My nose. Well, that there was your own fault, love, she sniggered. Huh? Oh, sure, I guess. I didn't think there was going to be a game tonight. Yeah, neither did I. But Zach called me and I dunno. I guess the principal threw it together really last minute. Candy, Jackie, and Melody already said no to me, and I need a ride at least. What about your parents, EW? Who gets out with their parents at a game for your boyfriend? Anyways, are you coming or what? Sure. Just let me get dressed, I guess. Yes. Thank you, Pop. I'll buy you snacks and stuff next lunch. Pin. I already said yes. You don't need to bribe me. Which was how she ended up watching the new boy, Daniels, get knocked over by a boy with stark silver-white hair as she dropped her friend off. Wow. He only got here like a week ago, right? Yeah, but he's apparently a star player or something. Penny rolled her eyes. I don't see how good he could be if he moves like that. Guess you were right about the summer squad thing. Looks like he's breaking up whatever little spat they were having. I like that alliteration. Then what could we have for Rogue, though? Retinue? Ugh, that sounds old and gross. Regiment. Rogue's regiment and summer squad. I like it. Oh, the white-haired one back, handed Summers' hand off. Cute. Anyways, thanks for the ride, Pop. No problem, Pin. And you're sure he'll drive you back? Yeah, don't worry about it. All right. See you later. Later. And somehow, she ended up watching the white-haired kid, now clad in some ridiculous attire, running up and down the streets like a demon on crack or something. He broke glass, moved cars with the sheer speed he possessed, and she parked her daddy's car safely into a nice little side road to keep it safe. It had some pretty strong charms on it, but better safe than sorry before she got out to peek over. She spotted Jean, what she thought was Summers, and the new boy all dressed in spandex of some sort. Didn't Daniels have a game right now? As they struggled. Eventually the boy, who she could no longer see from his speed, was raised up in the air, and the only thing that seemed to do was make him able to form a mini twister. In the middle of the street, she grunted, sliding back until it suddenly died down after a red beam. Summer's eyes? She peeked again. this time staring at the strange things pinning the shouting speedster. When the sirens went off, she sighed and got back in the car, pressing a button to make it more or less illusioned and starting it up to fly back home. So Jean could move things or make barriers. Summers had eye lasers, Dukes had something to do with strength, Tolinsky had some oddly toady attributes. What about the others? She supposed those stakes that had trapped the blue-garbed boy were from the new kid. You know, I'm not even that surprised, she grumbled to herself, seeing the white-haired kid in school. Yeah, he's in Rogue's regiment, but he's so pretty. Rogue's. See, look. She waved to where he had sat, sprawled in a chair next to Rogue, who only scooted away. You're getting really good at calling it. You know, it'll be kind of disappointing when the year ends, and we won't have new transfers to say which group they'll be in. Yeah, hopefully this continues next year too. So who's going to Duncan's party? Duh? Cheerleaders? Melody told the other girl. She giggled at them before gobbling down the rest of her goodies. During free period outside, she managed to turn the corner just in time to see Wagner dancing on a table, and for a tail to come out in Summers to yank him down by it. Blue pointy tail, she thought to herself. That was certainly interesting. And after a few moments of arguing about it, she distinctly heard, "You pulled my tail, man." He just poofed, as in, a cloud of smoke, and disappeared. Fascinating. And then there was a fight in the halls, and the German kid was missing? She ended up distracted by it for the rest of the day, and later, as they were leaving, she couldn't help but notice that Summer's squad was nowhere to be found. But then there was Dunk's party, and really, she was too busy having fun to care for the rest of the night, and Summer's squad, including Wagner, managed to show up anyways, so all well, ends well, she suppose. Jean. Poppy called with a confused frown. Aren't you supposed to be Dash? I got booted, she said sourly. Last minute, and they didn't have time to call Professor Xavier. Our functioning guardian, Jean awkwardly explained. Oh, bad luck, mate. She rocked her head to the side. You were supposed to go up in the caves, right? Yeah, Well, I'm sure you'll get more chances for fun things anyhow. Wanna grab a snack? I feel like most of the times I see you, you're eating. She quirked a half smile. I may be small, but I burn a whole lot of calories, and I've got a whole lot of muscle. Poppy grinned, pulling her sleeve up to flex the muscle there. SWHY people are so surprised when they try to pick me up. I suppose I can relate to that. She laughed into her hand. I may look all skinny and lean, but I can pack a punch. Well, you're quite tall, so the muscle has to contour to your length, I suppose. Poppy nodded. I don't think I'm that tall or anything. Maybe you're just small, she teased, and Poppy snorted. The important part is that I have a mighty fine arse and thighs, so I'm all right with being small. This time Jean really did snort in laughter, quickly covering her mouth. Is that doubt I hear? No, just, you really are something. Excuse you. I am Poppy, not a something. Now come on, that vending machine spits out the crisps if you rattle it right. Something definitely changed. Poppy noted critically. Ugh, gods damn it. Now we need to find a new name for those guys. I dunno. Rogue's regiment was really growing on me though. Can't we just keep it the same? Melody frowned. Not if she's been absorbed into Summer's squad, we can't. She sighed, twirling the end of her plate. Well, I mean, Todd was here first, so Tolinsky's tour? That doesn't really roll off the tongue, you know? Why not cute rocker guy? Alvers? I mean, maybe? He does seem to fill in the leader role a little more. No, go with Pietro. God, he's so hot, Penny sighed. I'm gonna tell Zach you said that. Melody grinned, and Penny shot her a dirty look. Candy too. No, not Candy. God, she's such a gossip. Like you're not. But I only say what I know is true. Candy will blurt out anything she hears from anybody. No source checking or asking around to make sure. Penny groused. Anyways, what are we calling them now? Alver's Arc? All-Stars? Jackie raised her eyebrows, peering over at their table pointedly. Do they look like all-stars to you? They're like the bad scraps, pushed off away from people who go into Summer's squad. Harsh, but true, she sang. Army? Definitely not disciplined enough. Assortment? Assembly? Alver's Assortment. Sounds like an antique or a thrift shop or something. Perfect. We have the new name. Still like the last one better. Well, what can we do? She got seduced to Summer's squad, and you can't have Rogue's retinue without Rogue. Alvar's assortment it is. Hey, any of you gonna try out for that play? What? The weirdly musical Dracula one. I am. Jason is playing the lead. Haley grinned broadly. You know, Dracula was based off of Vlad the Impaler, who was called that because he impaled people, and he had a garden where they would be impaled. The spokes set upright as they slowly slid down on it, ripping up their internal organs, and he would reportedly drink their blood from a fine goblet and eat grand meals to the sounds of their screams and cries. Don't think he was much of a rock and roll guy, to be honest. That's great, Poppy, thanks. Not hungry anymore. Anytime, she replied cheerfully. You going to eat that? You can have it. You want to hear about Elizabeth? More commonly referred to as Elizabeth Bathory, she was dash. No, that's okay, I think we can do without. Melody quickly cut her off. Poppy shrugged. Your loss, she shrugged. It's pretty fascinating, and I'm pretty sure she was at least distantly related to Vlad. She found Todd grumbling as he kicked a few cans and rocked her head to the side. She'd been out for a casual little stroll, window shopping while she was at it. From the distance she saw the blonde from Summer's squad skating away. What are you so upset about? She asked and listened to him sort of shriek. Her lips curled up immediately at the sound in a smile. It was a funny way to scream, and honestly tickled her pink to hear it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Watch it there, girlie. You trying to give me a heart attack? He scowled at her. And what's it, Taya, anyhow? Don't recognize me without green skin? Honestly, I'm hurt. She grinned at him, and he squinted at her, looking a little closer. Hey, he drew out the sound. You're that chick that found me in the closet. He pointed an accusing finger at her, and her grin turned lopsided as she pushed his finger down with a tan, manicured one of her own. Poppy Peach. And you're Todd Tolinsky. How'd you know my name? Should I not? Her head rocked to the side. He scoffed, shoving his hands in his pockets. What do you want anyways? Want to be friends? Huh? You're kidding me, right? He eyed her dubiously. I wouldn't ask if I was kidding, she told him easily. So, she asked expectantly. What? Do you want to be friends? Why? He asked suspiciously. Why not? That ain't an answer, he balked. What do you expect me to say? Besides, I think you could have a real talent for sleight of hands if you really tried. She smiled at him brightly. Whoa now, what? Daddy taught me a lot of tricks, but honestly it was the orphanage that really gave me an edge, I think, she went on. You've got a raw talent though, I think. A little refining would do you well. Now hold up. Are you saying you dash? Yes. I'd thank you not to spread it around. She beamed. All bright white teeth. I don't bother at school. Nobody there has much of interest, and I need to deal with them on a fairly daily basis, but out here? Easy pickings when it's busy. You bein' serious, he said slowly. I am. Why? You don't look like you're huntin' for money, he said shrewdly. No, not anymore, we're not. Of course out here in America Daddy isn't a wanted convict anymore, and I'm not some orphan anymore. Or, I suppose I'm still technically an orphan, she shrugged. Hey, I don't need your life story here, he protested, and she threw her head back to laugh deep. Oh, Ducky, that's nothing, she told him with a wry smile. So, friends? Yeah, sure. Friends, he muttered, keeping a narrow gaze on her. She clapped in delight. Great. Want to go to the cinema? There's a new movie out I've been meaning to see. No, Daddy, really. I'll be fine. Promise, she said quietly, peering blankly at the screen of her computer as she signed up. Sergeant Hawk's survival camp looked like it promised something that she could properly vent with, and she won't have to deal with several of her friends poking around and asking how she was with sympathetic eyes because her daddy still hasn't come back. Love you too, Daddy. Be safe, okay? She set her phone down. She would not smash another one over this. She finished the payment with a deft click and then mechanically went down to the potions lab. There were several interesting things she'd found at that library the piercer had guided her to. Nictitating membranes sounded awfully handy, and something for her to have tapetum lucida? That sounded like a fine idea to her. And with such a short recovery period to it too. Only half a day with covered eyes. Most of her senses were already peak performance, but going beyond standard magical folk? Yes. Are most of these rituals, spells, and potions dangerous? Yes. Are some of them illegal? Yes. Was she going to do them anyways? Yes. She was careful. She did lots of research and weighing on what she had narrowed her options down to and made sure they didn't conflict with one another or that ritual she had squirreled out that daddy had performed on her at a tender 10 years old. But then, most don't conflict with that ritual anyways, only a select few do, and she wasn't interested in those. She had another lined up for her hearing. Another still would give her the same taste-smell abilities that snakes had and would enhance her regular smelling. She also knew several spells and charms and had enchanted jewelry, so handy, that could muffle them if needed. She had wanted to use a spell to give her a hawk's perfect vision, but that one had a 43% chance of rendering the user blind, and she wasn't comfortable with those odds. Her body was already pretty hardy, even amongst wizards and witches, and she'd always been a fast healer, but enhancing those attributes? And sure, some of the ingredients were dangerous to get, but so worth it. Most of them weren't even dark, the rituals, spells, and potions. Just deemed too dangerous, and some frowned upon because athletes and sports players use them to enhance themselves, and even then it's only disapproved of. Only a few were really dangerous or dark. Hell, the one to enhance her healing ability was from the grimoire. A few of them were and are special family secrets. She snorted when she thought that she was doing the Potter history more justice than the actual family. Most of the options she took were for their speed. While brewing a few would take a day or two, some of the spells were only half an hour of pain to get results, and while some of the rituals required absolute paralysis, all they would do is knock her out for a little while as the magic adjusted her body. She would be in tip-top shape by the time she left for training camp. "Todd," she said in surprise as she got to the bus that would take them out. "Didn't think you were a survivalist type," she said as she bounded over. She was dressed in clothes she could move and work out comfortably in. A skin-tight sleeveless leotard hid beneath a cropped, sleeveless hoodie and short, flowy athletic shorts that were loose and easy to maneuver in with compression leggings under. He was, naturally, with Alvar's assortment. "I ain't," he bit out. "Boss lady's making us go," he grumbled, and she grinned wide, shoving into him and wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "Oh, but think of all the fun to be had. I was reading up on the sergeant's activities, and honestly I can't wait." "Yeah, good for you," he sniped. They'd hung out a few more times besides going to see that movie, and she'd learned Todd and horror equals hilarious shrieking and finding herself with a lapful of Tolinsky, and she had been muttering sleight of hands tricks and performing them on people around them. He was a sharp student in that way, though with his constantly slouched posture and general hoodlum way of walking around, people were slightly suspicious of him sometimes. He was keenly intelligent, though. "Who's the girl?" the big blonde asked gruffly, frowning down at them. "Ain't none a ya business." Todd waved off. "Poppy Peach. Nice to meet you, Dukes. You know my name?" he asked, blinking down at her. "Don't see how anyone wouldn't. You're the biggest guy around." Alvar spoke up before turning to her with a shrewd eye. "Do you actually have a girlfriend, Toad?" That nickname was a bit on the nose, she thought absently as Todd spluttered. "No way, man. She's a friend." "Who'd want to be friends with you?" the roguish teen snorted, crossing his arms. "You're a cheerleader." Maximoff butted in, his eyes intent and narrowed on her. "Huh, I am," she confirmed easily, letting go of Todd. "What are you doing around with him?" he asked next, sliding closer. "Poppy," Jean called, cautiously coming closer. "Oh, hey, Jean," she smiled at the girl. "Are you excited for training camp?" "No way," she snorted before throwing a wary look at the boys she was with. "Do you know them?" she asked carefully. "I know their names, but Todd here is my buddy." She punched his shoulder lightly and he yelped, rubbing the space. "Ah, don't call me that. It's lame," he complained. Jean blinked in surprise. "You're friends with Toad?" she blurted out as Summers came up to see what was happening. "Everything all right here?" he asked, a warning tone in his words as he looked between them. "You act like socializing with people is suspicious, Summers." Poppy snorted with a grin, setting her hands on her hips. "Yeah, well, some people are pretty shady," he muttered. "What did you say, Summers?" Alvars immediately stepped up with a scowl across his face. Poppy blinked between them for a moment before rocking her head to the side. "You know, I think I'd rather save that energy for the 20-mile hikes if I were you." "What? Wait, what?" Todd shrieked. "Hold up. Nobody said nothing about anything like that." Just like that, tension was broken and she beamed at him, bouncing on her feet as Summers frowned over at her, and Alvar's nose scrunched up at the thought of such a long hike. We'll be climbing sheer cliff faces too. Oh, I can't wait. I can feel the burn in my muscles already. She sighed happily. Why are you happy about this? Todd shrieked again. She grinned and flexed the wiry, but still obviously visible muscle in her arms as she again wrapped an arm around him. Think of all the improvement. I'm perfect. I ain't need no improvement. Time to get on the bus, she noted cheerfully. Come on, sit with me, Todd. She dragged the boy with her. I've got a new game. He brightened up slightly at that, taking her manhandling in stride since he'd gotten fairly used to it. What game you playin'? Dukes grumbled quietly behind them, maybe 10 minutes in. It's a bunch of arcade games formatted. Todd, how are you so bad at Frogger? Shut up. I'm just testing the controls. Sure. You want to play something next? She turned to ask Dukes. Oh, he looked embarrassed. I tend to break stuff like that. Hands are, too big, he mumbled. I want to play. Maximoff turned from the seat in front of her and Todd, arm resting idly. You died again. It's his turn now. She plucked the handheld from Todd, who whined a little under his breath as she handed it over to the silver-haired teen. So how long have you and Todd been friends? Dukes asked awkwardly. A while, I suppose, she shrugged. Is he blackmailing you? Alvars asked suspiciously, also turning around. No way. He's not smart enough for that. Maximoff brushed off the idea absently. Not funny, man, he scowled beside her. How'd you know she was a cheerleader anyways? I've seen all the cheerleaders, duh. She could hear him roll his eyes before he cursed, his Mario getting pummeled by a barrel. Alvars snatched it from his hands and started playing Pac-Man. Hey, enough that you know them on sight out of their cheerleader outfits? The brunette asked snidely. She's also the only British girl, and everyone knows the British girl is a cheerleader. He mocked right back. Who knows, maybe the next transfer student will be English, she hummed thoughtfully. Next one? Well, I hope it doesn't stop. My lunch table, and I have the best time with it. What's that supposed to mean? It's hard not to notice that all of the sudden transfers either get absorbed by Summer's squad or come here, to Alvar's assortment. Yours used to be called Rogue's Retinue, but sadly, since she was seduced away, we had to change the name. Have you been spying on us? Maximoff balked. Don't be silly. Of course not. She rolled her eyes as she pulled out a trashy erotica to read. It was a plain black cover with slim gold lettering on the spine, so no one could really tell what it was. You guys are so obvious we don't need to. Still, we were all pretty devastated when Rogue was stolen away into Summer's squad. She shook her head. Are you treating us like some kind of soap opera? Todd demanded, and she grinned like a shark. You just make it so easy, she teased. And anyone with ears hears about it. About how Pride and Alvars came from the same school and how Evans and Maximoff also came from the same school, and both at about the same time came to Bayville. And all the transfers sticking in one of two main groups for the most part that appear to be opposing, and that often seem to disappear, for which none of you seem to get in trouble for despite the teacher's complaints. I'm honestly surprised no one's bothered any of you guys about it, she said absently as she flipped to a favored scene. A smile curled her lips when she found it, a slight giggle escaping. I wouldn't worry about it anyways. Most people are over it and ignore it by now. She glanced up at their silence. What? Did you think no one would have noticed the obvious? She snickered into her hand before returning to her book. And no one says anything? Alvar's disbelief made her snort. Would it matter if they did? She countered. The teachers have tried and they've all been shut down. Parents' complaints from grumbling children are ignored or glossed over with false promises. There's no point, she shrugged. Jean and Scott, besides the occasional missing of class or cutting, are still considered model students and can get away with even more because of it. If they vouch for one of the others, the teachers are more likely to be lenient with them. With you guys, everyone knows how often you're called to Darkholm's office and how it's never for punishment. There's been lots of weird rumors floating around that. She grinned and licked her teeth at a particularly tasty part. The book was abruptly pulled out of her hands as Maximoff frowned at her. Are you serious? Do you think I'm joking? She raised her brows, snatching her book back. There's also word that you had to be bailed out. What? He hissed. Sources are divided on whether or not that one's true. She went back to reading. Any on me? Aside from being a thief, she asked. No one will tell you to your face and will deny if asked, but they say your dance skills are top-notch, she said, and watched a smug grin cover his face. He crossed his arms behind his head and leaned back. Yeah, Toad's got the moves, he boasted. They also say you eat bugs, she said thoughtfully as Toad cursed under his breath sullenly. Ah, and less a rumor that Maximoff is a man-whore. What? Toad whipped his head to her. He gets around, she said easily, and Maximoff shrugged with a haughty little smirk. I can't help that the ladies love me, he preened. He was promptly elbowed by Alvars. Oof. Any of this ass? He asked with a scowl, rubbing his ribs. Alvars? I mean, mostly it's just the girls saying how dreamy he is, she said, then watched the tips of the boy's ears and the back of his neck turn red. There's a divided faction among a few of them who debate on which one is hotter between the two of you. They're pretty scary. They have fan clubs? Todd shouted, making the all of 15 some teenagers in the bus look back at them. Inside voiced Todd, you're disturbing the others. Poppy hushed him. She stood a little to wave a hand and smile brightly at them. Sorry, carry on, she told them cheerfully. She watched Summer's stern face linger on them for a little while before he finally turned back around. Only a few are really fan club, why I suppose, but I guess so, she shrugged. I guess there's also the star-crossed lovers thing too. The what? But I don't think that one is really anyone's business, she went on. There's only so much to be said before things are too personal. For rumors? Alvars scoffed, a bitter look in his eye as he tossed the handheld at Todd, who caught it with fumbling hands and a small yelp. Some things are no one's business, she responded easily. You know, Maximoff started off casually. There's some stuff floating around about you too. I'm sure there is. We're in a high school, she waved off easily. But you weren't always right. You used to be home tutored, he drawled. Until this past year, she nodded. They say it's because your dad abandoned dash. Her hand was over his mouth so fast, and her book dropped to her lap as a hellish look overcame her face. Don't. Ever. You know nothing, she snarled in a low, growling timbre, eyes glittering and barely contained hostility. He went pale under his olive complexion at the feral rage she quietly displayed, nodding quickly under her hand. She took a deep breath and let go, leaning back into the seat. It was quiet the rest of the ride as she kept her eyes closed and rested against the window. She would need, she reflected as she tried to calm down, to work on her response to touchy subjects more. Or let out her pin-up aggression about them at least, so it wouldn't blow up a little like it just did. Springing out of the bus and into fresh air did wonders for her mood, thankfully, and she was back to smiling and bouncing on her feet in enthusiasm. Oh, I hope we get started right away, she giggled beneath her hand. Todd grumbled something rude under his breath, and she once more practically choked him as she hooked an arm around him. Come on, where's your sense of adventure? She asked jovially. Oh, must have forgot to pack it, he sneered sarcastically, and she grinned at him, letting go and pulling up her braid to pin into a bun formation. Where'd you even get that muscle? Alvars asked her as her biceps flexed with the movement. She glanced at him and smirked. I'm athletically inclined. Then why are you only in cheerleading? Savannah got to me first and I have studies and activities outside of high school, she shrugged. Besides, I'm a little competitive. Sore loser? I've never been called one, she shrugged. I just get a little too into a game, then she scoffed. And anyways, cheerleading is a very physical sport. You think getting up in the air, kicking about for hours on end and practicing routine is for flimsy girls. She crossed her arms and lifted her nose. One kick could knock a man out. Have you seen the thighs of the core squad? Pure muscle. Geez, I'm sorry I asked, he grumbled. As well you should be, she sniffed before breaking out in another smile. Oh, I'm so excited, she gushed again. An obstacle course. Her eyes gleamed in glee, smile getting all the broader. She bounced in place again. I can barely contain myself, she clapped delightedly, and once that whistle was blown she was scrambling up the rope and not even fazed when the entire structure dipped and groaned when Dukes tried to start climbing, grin wide on her face as she snatched at her prize and giggled the entire way down to land in a neat tuck and roll to then spring herself into a raft, yanking skillfully at the knot with a little burst of magic in her fingertips to undo it before anyone else could get there and to get her little raft moving. She heard a small commotion at the shore she'd left but was already pushing and paddling her way, absolutely beaming at the strain she could already feel in her arms. There was only so much one could do in the city, regardless of magical abilities, and she loved trying to push herself. She could take it slower, no doubt, but this was a race, and it's been a long time since she was set against others, and not just timed by physical instructors in large buildings. While they had enchanted items and the like to move with her and create their own obstacles, it was far different to an outdoors one with no magic involved. She didn't have time to look behind her and see who else had made it. She was getting close, and she leapt once she was sure she was close enough, curling into a tight ball to propel herself to land, and while her knees got scraped up, she barely felt it as she made a mad dash to the finish and promptly fell through it with a breathless laugh as she laid in the grass, panting a little, but not overly exhausted as she heard a loud whistle. She grinned broadly, sitting up and watching Alvars paddle the rest of the way to shore, panting as he eyed her and got on land. How, he wheezed, the hell? I'm athletic, she grinned back toothily, and a little competitive. Before she hauled herself up, she glanced down at her leggings. They were only torn a little bit and there wasn't much blood, barely grazed her skin with the harsh landing, and she was pleased. While injuries weren't as easy to get as a nomage, she still should have sustained more damage. Not 10 minutes later, and with band-aid patches on her knees, she wondered how she and Alvars somehow got pulled into punishment push-ups. Not that they were really punishment, and she took to doing them with one hand behind her back. Not that it made it any harder. 60 was hardly a punishment. Maybe it was for expediency's sake? She kept in time with the others, and while they were able, they were as a whole slower than she would have given them credit for. She popped up easily, holding her wrist behind her back as the sergeant called them up. Here at Ironback, we got ways to weed the loudmouths from the tough guys. A gleam started in Poppy's eye from where she stood between Todd and Pride, the three of them the shortest out of the group. We fight it out in the wilderness, against the wilderness. She bit her lip to keep her grin from peeping out. You grunts want to prove how tough you are, fine. First team to snatch a flag, I got planted on top of MT humiliation. She couldn't hold back her grin now as he pointed towards a particularly picturesque mountain. And brings it back to me wins. Cakewalk. Maximoff swaggered up. Our team can take a sauna. He boasted and mused to herself that given his speed it probably wouldn't be much for him to run off and snatch it. I'll get it myself, not if I beat you there. Wagner chimed in, a sure smirk on his face, and she considered the strange, poof-related disappearance. Sergeant Hawk turned to them. The whole team or no one? He impressed upon them. As proof, I want a snapshot of every member right there at the top. He pointed far above them. Are we clear? Sir, yes, sir. So, whose team am I on then? Even out the numbers, he grunted, pointing her towards the boys. You leave in 5 from opposite trails. Be ready, he warned before stalking off. She heard the starts of another macho showdown from Alvars, and where Summers and Jean were but shrugged as she followed the others with a spring in her step. She eagerly scrambled up the mountainside. Not as quick as Todd was leaping around, but she was doing a far sight better than Maximoff and Alvars, who were tied to Dukes as he climbed. She eyed them a moment before casting a subtle charm to lighten Dukes a bit, make him a little faster before she turned her attention back to her mad reach and grab up the mountain. She snickered as Dukes pulled the protesting boys up, arms crossed as she waited for Todd to get back. He'd brushed off her inquisitions to join him. It looked like fun. Just in time, she thought as she saw his silhouette move closer. Toad's check-in for a shortcut. Dukes grunted as the other two joined them. There's a tunnel in there that's like a stairway to the top. He walked his fingers across one of the boards. Now you're talking. Alvars ripped one of the boards off. That flag is ours. That looks like it's a little stuck there. Wait, no. She peered up as Alvars picked up Todd by his shirt. Hang on here. Give me a tick. She picked up a small rock, testing its weight before focusing her eyes. Stand back, boys. This might be a little dusty. What are you trying to do? Weak spot. Found one. Stand back. She pulled her arm back before flinging it hard up at the blockage above them. They heard an echoing smack before a rumble above them, and the angry creak of wood distracted her. "Shit," she hissed. "It's coming down." Dukes cried, and she was quick to cast a strong barrier around them and another to give them breathable air. "Everyone all right?" she called in the darkness, casting a faint lumos. What the hell?" Maximoff coughed, disoriented. She turned back to the small entrance. "Guess it was blocked up to help protect the integrity of the structure here. I can clear it out, but I'll have to be careful not to endanger the mountain's stability." She set her hands on her hips before turning back to them. "Are you lot all right, though?" "No injuries." She looked around at them. "You're a mutant." Todd pointed at her in shock. She raised a brow. "I've been called a lot of things, but I can't say anyone's ever called me a mutant before." She snorted and rolled her eyes. "I'll take that to mean everyone is uninjured." She stepped closer to the entrance and muttered quietly under her breath to clear the worst of the debris on the ground away and peered up. It was a little small. No way would Dukes fit like this, and she sighed, scrubbing at her temples. She wasn't kidding when she said she would need to be careful. That shield was strong, but if a bad enough wave hit, it would break under the strain. She cast another one under it just in case before breathing deep. "I'm going to climb a little bit," she told the quietly arguing boys behind her. "I need to get closer to see where I can fit what to make sure it's stable and big enough for all of us to get out. Can't you just, like, blast our way through or something? That might get us out, but it could cause an avalanche and get us crushed outside. Besides, we don't know if there are hikers on this mountain or where Summer's squad is, and I would much prefer not to get anyone killed or seriously injured during training camp if it can be avoided. But the flag dash is not as important as everyone's safety." She shot a look back at Maximoff. "Now stay in the pretty green bubble." "Ah, damn. The bottom half of the ladder is gone." "It's them," she heard abruptly. "Rogue," she called up. "Is that you?" "I'm afraid we've had a little accident," she called up. "Are you lot all right?" "Are we?" "Are you?" She called back down, and she squinted up to see Summers and Jean pop their heads over the side. "We're fine. No injuries. I'm going to ask you to move back, though. I need to make sure the layer I accidentally disturbed is stable again." "Huh? How do you plan on doing that?" Jean called down worriedly. "Layer you disturbed? You mean it wasn't Alvar's?" Summers called down in surprise. Behind her, she heard the teen grumble. "No. I hit a weak spot to try to come through here, and well, it all sort of fell around our heads." "Stand back, please." She yanked herself up on the bigger rocks and cast a few featherlight charms and maneuvered her way to look at where the worst of the damage was. "Whoa, questions later," she called up at them, eyeing the area critically before peering back down at some of the rocks. "A little bit of Tetris," she thought to herself before casting another featherlight down and pulled the rocks up with her as she started to carefully pack them into place, sticking charms and ones to make sure they wouldn't just crumble under the pressure when she was done. "Kind of don't want to leave them down there for long if I don't have to." It took a few minutes of angling, but she surveyed the amount of space before sighing and calling down. "All right, boys, line up." She barked down, and Todd was the first to appear, and he leapt with all of his dexterity, latching onto spaces and leaping out. "Well, that works too, I suppose," she mused as she latched onto a side and floated down. "This might feel off, but try not to squirm around too much," she warned briefly before smacking another floating spell, this one on Maximoff, and he wobbled, making an aborted shout before she guided him up through the space. An arm grabbed his and pulled him out of the way. I prefer solid ground," Alvars said nervously, and she rolled her eyes. "If I make it so your gloves and boots can stick, will you be all right climbing to the remains of the ladder?" "What? You can do that? Are you good or not?" Yeah, he said eagerly, and she cast appropriate charms and smacking his shoulder to get him moving. He was cautious, but finding the ease of movement, he grinned. "Sweet. It'll only last 10 minutes, she warned him, and he waved her off, climbing quickly. "You good to fly?" Sure." "Oh, good. All right. Remember, try not to bump anything," she told him, and he froze for a moment as he started to hover off the ground. "This is weird," he said, a half-fretful expression on his face. "You're doing fine," she soothed before carefully making sure he was squeezing through. Once he clambered out of the entry, she hummed and scaled her way up, flipping up and on her feet before brushing herself off. She was covered in dust and dirt, and a little tired. She wasn't used to having to cast such a strong barrier on the spot like that, and it took more out of her than she would like. She would need to practice more. She also didn't expect to have to expend so much energy just keeping Dukes in the air. He was unusually dense, and really she could do with a cake and a nap. Obviously, her current training regimen didn't prepare her properly for live scenarios, and she frowned to herself. She couldn't even ask Daddy about getting different trainers since he would immediately panic about why she thought she needed it. And her frown got a little deeper. He wasn't around. He wouldn't know about this either, she told herself balefully. If she didn't tell him, he'd never know it happened. Just like the explosion. Just like her recent foray into magical enhancement. He had no idea what was going on in her life right now. She shook the bitter thoughts off. "You're a mutant?" Summers demanded, and she blinked, abruptly brought back to the here and now, and she chastised herself for drifting off. "You know, Todd called me the same thing. I suppose it's not just a synonym for freak then, but how did Cerebro not pick up on you?" Jean murmured to herself. "Unless it's the same thing that makes your mind like static noise? Static noise? That's an interesting way to put it." Poppy's eyebrows rose. "Do you hear that?" She turned. "Hear what?" Jean asked intently. "It sounds like—" She turned and peered off into the distance. "A plane? What? Where?" It didn't take much longer after that for a black aircraft to appear before them. "Are we about to get kidnapped?" she asked. "No, that's the X-Jet." "X-Men," came the smooth voice. "The professor is in danger. And so is Mystique. You guys just have a jet lying around?" She frowned at their costume changes. Wagner was full-on blue, and sighed as she transfigured her sleeveless hoodie into an inky cloak that reached her hips, pulling up the loose hood and placing a sticking charm and ditching the shorts. And of course, casting a few freshening and cleaning spells on herself and her clothes. She followed them down and was thankful they seemed too distracted to question her quiet presence, and she marveled as they headed beneath a frankly beautiful mansion into a weirdly metallic futuristic-looking labyrinth underneath. She wasn't so surprised they had a jet now, at least. They made their way to a large room with a man in orange and black on the floor, a very large man with a strange dome thing on his head, a man in a wheelchair, and a red-haired woman that was blue. Were blue people just a thing? There was a dramatic entrance statement before Jean knelt and lifted the large man off the ground. She wasn't able to hold it for long, though, and he easily floated back down as Jean crumpled a bit. "Kane's helmet, remove it!" the other man growled, and she rocked her head to the side. There was something odd about the large man. "Petrificus totalis," she muttered and watched him freeze before falling heavily to the ground. She apparat closer, not wanting anyone to have time to stop her from investigating. "Poppy, he's dangerous." "Yeah, thanks, already got that." She waved off, a barrier coming up around them as she scrutinized him. "What on earth did you do? It's not dark magic. It's not really enchantment. What is going on here?" She circled him before darting forward to undo the latches. She could feel him struggling harder under her spell, and she frowned down at him, muttering a stronger spell to keep him contained before yanking his shell of a helmet off. His eyes were wild with anger as they rolled up at her. "Please, let down your shield." The man in the wheelchair rolled forward a little. She glanced up at him. "We must neutralize him. He is a danger to everyone." She looked back down at the man whose eyes went even wilder, pupils contracting in fear and then in fury, and she skipped back, barrier falling as he managed to break through her spell. She blinked in shock. A nomage, no matter if they had weird abilities like these ones, should not have been able to break that. He roared in outrage, starting to stampede at her, and she apparat away with a twist of her feet, and then watched as the wheelchair man put fingers to his temples and close his eyes. She felt a weird twinge in her head. It wasn't directed at her, but her magic could feel something mental and something dangerous, and she watched as the huge man eventually went down. "What is he?" she asked in the aftermath. "Juggernaut," came the response as the man turned to face her. "I'm afraid we haven't met?" "Professor, this is Poppy Peach." Jean was quick to throw in. "She's a student at Bayville." "Hello." She gave a cheery little wave. "I'd say it's nice to meet you, but under the circumstances I'll refrain." She set a hand on her hip and pulled her hood down. "Well, now that all the fuss seems to be over," she paused and frowned. "Wait, should I go back to camp? I did leave my stuff there, and I was so looking forward to it. Is that really what you should be worrying about right now? Maximoff looked at her incredulously. Well, the big man is down, everyone is uninjured, and while I might stop for some snacks, I was having fun at camp. She frowned at him. That and, oh no. What if Sergeant thinks we've gone MIA in the mountain? We dropped off the photo. Wagner pointed out. Oh yes, and I suppose us just disappearing via jet isn't worrying at all, she retorted, crossing her arms. We'll call him Kid, the burly man grunted. He's had dealings with us before. Well, I suppose there's that, she sighed. I suppose I'll have to find something else to occupy my time then, she grumbled before brightening significantly. Oi, Todd, she grinned broadly, and he winced where he stood. Oh, come on now, don't make that face. I was just going to ask if you wanted to crash at my place and play video games. She grinned. Come on, I'll buy takeout or pizza or something. She needed to take a few days to relax. She was due for a break anyway since she'd been pushing herself so hard. Rest was important after all. What? Can I come? Dukes asked, lumbering closer. More the merrier, she beamed. Hang on, hang on. Are we not going to talk about you being a mutant? At all? Pride frowned. Should we? She blinked. Yes, especially if you're hanging around with them. Evans piped in, pointing at them dramatically. What's wrong with them? They're the Brotherhood. Wait, you guys already have names? Does that mean I can't call you Alvar's Assortment or Summer Squad anymore? She frowned. Because honestly, they've really grown on me. What? Enough! The blue woman interrupted, lips pursed. You're a mutant, she demanded. Poppy shrugged, neither denying nor confirming. Let them draw what conclusions they will. She already managed to figure some s out. Rogue grumbled. She what? The grumbly man snapped, narrowed gaze aimed at the cohesively dressed Summer Squad. Have you been using your powers out where anyone can see? Poppy pursed her lips. Right, well, I think I'll just be going now, Todd. Dukes? Ah, man. Come on. I was so close that time. We're not, Duke snorted in response, both boys on her very sturdy couch as he won again. There were at least 4 pizza boxes and plenty of 2-liter soda bottles, along with more snacks and food, and she lounged on a chaise as she watched them, the small booklet she was studying for finals forgotten and unneeded as she fiddled with the small ring box Daddy had sent to her. There was dark magic positively drowning it when she had first opened the box, and she was quick to shut it again while the 2 boys were here, and she positively itched to read the small note. But she was also just happy to have someone else in the house with her. Sure, she could talk to the girls, but they would look around and make pointed looks and ask in soft voices how was she doing and that she could come over to their place. No one would mind. She hated the coddling. Yo, Pop, what you reading for? For the finals tomorrow, she answered, blinking back into the present. She really needed to get a handle on her recent habit of spacing out. Both boys froze. Her brows rose slowly. Don't tell me you forgot? She asked incredulously. Over the past week or so, the 2 had been hanging around after school more regularly, and after the first 2 days, just finally crashed in the living room. I'm gonna fail, Todd wailed, throwing the controller down. You? I'm already set up for summer school. Dukes panicked, and she rolled her eyes at the 2. She would love to tutor them, but she honestly has no patience. She comprehends things quickly, and trying to explain what she thinks is easy is a one-way ticket to frustration for both sides. Calm down. I'm sure Darkholm isn't going to let you fail. Learning their principal was actually the blue lady had been weird, and the meeting she'd had with her about talking, if she needed to, about any problems with her mutant status or whatever. The woman oozed ruthlessness and cunning, so Poppy would absolutely not. But still. But she would. Todd moaned, falling back into the cushions. Hell, even if I ain't gonna fail, she would do it to torture me. Dramatic. You want to use my study guides? What? Girl, you're in advanced classes, hell no? Guess you have a point, she sighed. You gonna crash here again tonight? Nah, gotta make sure they don't raid our rooms while we're gone. Dukes shook his head with a sigh. I'm telling ya, I'm just gonna bring all my shit here. Todd railed. Poppy shrugged. We have extra rooms, she said easily. And since you won't let me hang out at your place, we ain't got shit over there. Todd rolled his eyes. And you always got food here. Wow, I see how it is, she grinned. Either way, I'm heading up. You know where everything is by now. She waved off. Heading upstairs. Try to get some sleep. Coffee won't fix everything. Neither will energy drinks. Night, night, they chorused back, and she felt content that she wasn't alone in the house. What do you want? Todd snapped into the phone, held between his shoulder and his ear as he mashed buttons and combos. He's gotten better at this game, she noticed. Huh? I'm busy here. Can't you handle it? She's not my girlfriend. She's got games and food and a big-ass fucking TV. Man, if you came over here, you wouldn't want to go back to that shithole neither. Did you need Todd? She asked after slipping the phone from him, and he grunted, once more focusing on beating the level he'd been stuck at for the past 2 hours. It's a brotherhood thing. Maximoff scoffed over the line. We got orders from the boss lady's boss. Sounds important. Todd, you can just pause the game. I won't turn it off, she told the teen, phone still to her ear. Oh hey, did you or Alvars want to come over? I'm buying a feast of takeout tonight and having an all-out gaming night. Yeah, whatever, free food, he said impatiently. Is Todd coming or not? Yeah, I'll get him. Just get Todd or Dukes to bring you over then, she said and blinked as he hung up. Well, how rude. Yeah, Pietro's an ass, Todd said easily. Poppy snorted. Come on, go get your thing done. I'll make sure to order from that Chinese place you like. And you won't turn the game off? He asked suspiciously, pausing it and eyeing her suspiciously. Have I ever when you and Dukes are playing a game? She asked, and he sighed. Yeah, all right. See you later, Pop. He got up and stretched before making his way out. She rolled her eyes and went back down to the potions chamber. While she liked watching him or Dukes or both play games, she was more often doing other things around the house. She couldn't stop studying after all, or training. She might be naturally athletic, but her body took time to train and shape the way she liked it. She'd left the boys in her house before too, hanging out with the squad, shopping or watching movies, or in general hanging out. It wasn't like they had access to the whole house. More important or telling rooms were hidden beneath charms, and the like to hide them from anyone other than Poppy or Daddy after all. She fiddled with the now dark magic free ring on her finger. A little black stone that she set into a new ring that wasn't quite so gaudy. That thing that had been attached had tried to latch a hold of her, but, well, her studies weren't for nothing. She knew something trying to overtake her soul when she felt it, and was prompt in using her magic to more or less eat it, and incorporate it into her own power. Granted that as the sliver it did almost nothing for her anyways besides give her a slightly better proficiency with dark arts. Wow, you guys look rough, she said, sprawled in her chaise lounge as Todd trudged in, Dukes coming in after an Alvars more cautiously. Pietro grumbled as he stalked in before looking around. She'd redecorated after Christmas. The walls were bright red and covered in band, movie and game posters. There were more beanbag chairs. The couch cover was dark tie-dye. More games and movies and consoles. You live here? Nice, innit? Todd sniggered tiredly before flopping onto the couch, dragging himself to his spot to grab the controller he'd left there earlier in the day. Poppy grinned, setting her laptop down. Well, regardless, food should be here soon. All of it. I managed to wrangle someone into picking up all my orders and bringing them to me, she said smugly. Manny was easy to manipulate with money and cigarettes after all. Sweet. Duke sighed, also settling himself in the corner of the couch he preferred. Make yourselves at home, boys, she waved to the rest of the furniture. It was a wide-open living room with cushy, comfy furniture, plants, and all of the DVDs, DVD player, a portable DVD player, games, CDs, and the like, along with what Todd had appropriately called a big-ass fucking telly. A half wall was all that separated the kitchen from the living room, and it was also quite spacious. She already had snack bowls out alongside a stack of sturdy plastic plates and plastic cups. Sodas and juices were also sprinkled on the counter. She was glad for the charmed rubbish bins they had bought. Meant she didn't need to worry about bags and overfull garbage. If you need it, there's a bathroom right down that little hall there. You know, somehow I imagined you lived in a treehouse, Alvars said suddenly, and she raised her eyebrows before rolling onto her back. Much fun as that would be, I'm afraid not. What are those? Maximoff was suddenly leaning over her, scrutinizing her toned, flat stomach. Piercings, she said dryly. On your hips? He asked dubiously. I mean, I've seen the belly button ones before, but those? You should see the ones in her mouth, man. Todd said absently as he started playing the game again. Maximoff turned to him. And you would know? He taunted. Thought you said she wasn't your girlfriend? She ain't. Todd snapped. But when you constantly hang around, you see how often she changes the jewelry out. I still don't know how you managed that one in your throat. Numbing agent and absence of a gag reflex. She responded easily. And it's called the uvula. Geez. Got any more piercings? Alvars asked sarcastically. None you can see. Slipped out before she could stop it. Oops, she muttered. Wait, what's that supposed to mean? Maximoff leaned towards her. How many more can you have? The doorbell rung abruptly. Oh, look, food, great. I'll just be getting that. Be right back. She grinned brightly as she slipped away. She heard Maximoff ask again and vaguely heard Alvars grumble something as she opened the door. Manny raised his brows and grinned at her broadly. Have my money? Long as you got my food, she smirked back, grabbing the 12-pack carton of cigarettes to hand to him. Why'd you need so much anyways? Feeding an army? He asked as she followed him to his van. I got some friends over, she shrugged. What, from school? He asked dubiously, and she rolled her eyes in good nature. What are you snooping around for anyways? She shoved his shoulder with her own, and he grinned a little wider. You know, Faith just wants to know if you've got a boyfriend yet. You can tell her that I don't, and that she needs to stop plotting to steal him if I do. She sighed exasperatedly. Wasn't she screwing Will's brother? But that's for weed, he pointed out, and she huffed. I love her to death, really, but she's gonna end up with another STI if she's not careful. You know Ed's a slag. Hey, I told her already, but you know she doesn't listen to anybody telling her anything. I guess, she grumbled. But hey, off the record, did you get a boyfriend? He asked playfully. Come on, you can tell Manny. No, I did not. She rolled her eyes. He gave a drawn-out sigh. How am I supposed to live my dreams of a cute boy dating me through you if you still don't have a boyfriend? You'll manage to find your own? I wish it was that easy, he huffed. Are you sure you can't at least find a gay football boy for me? Or a male cheerleader, maybe? Oh, I could say I'm really dating a cheerleader then, he sighed dreamily. I'm no matchmaker. Honestly, you're too much of a dreamer. I'm just a romantic at heart, honey pop. He gently bopped her nose. Now come on, any longer and all this food is gonna leave a smell in my van. She tapped her nails, now shimmery aquamarine, in boredom. Todd said they had more brotherhood stuff to do, but she could tell by the way he was acting so nervously that he was hiding something else. He didn't say his usual see you later either. He said bye. She sighed and slumped where she sat. What was she supposed to do with her weekend now? She swished her pom-poms along with the others, smiling wide as the game ended with Jean having managed to score the win, and then watched Duncan congratulate his girlfriend. Summers steamed close by, and she watched them and how Duncan taunted the other boy. She wondered if Summers' jealousy spurred this sort of behavior in him or not, because Duncan wasn't usually quite so haughty with his expressions. She rocked her head to the side before shrugging and waving off her friends as she and everyone else started leaving. When she got home, she sighed and set her pom-poms down. Good game. Alvars called from where he was sprawled comfortably on the love seat. I still don't understand why it's called soccer here, she sighed. Also, does Summers have any idea how obvious it is when he's feeling jealous? I swear that's why Duncan's such an ass to him. He's only really like that around Scott. He's usually pretty decent. Duncan's a douche. Toad grumbled. To you he is, if he catches you. Which I couldn't help but notice he hasn't lately, she said slyly. I'm getting better. He aimed a rocksure smirk back at her. Where are the other two? Blob's picking up pizza and Quicksilver's on another date. Alvars rolled his eyes, continuing to flick through channels. Still? No, I mean he came back, bragged, and then went on a date with another girl. Alvars' nose crinkled up in disdain. Huh. I knew he was a player, but I didn't think he gets around that quick, she said as she plopped down on her chaise, not bothering to change out of her cheer uniform yet as she pulled her hair down from the space buns she'd had them in, sighing happily when her hair fell free. Ah, freedom. If it feels so nice, why you always put your hair up anyways? Because it's a snarling mass of evil that hates gravity and cannot be tamed otherwise, she responded casually as she pulled out her phone to text Melody. Then cut it? Excuse you. It took me 3 years to get it this long. She turned a glare and Alvar's lips twisted. If it wasn't such a hassle to straighten it, she grumbled, running long nails painted gold, red and white to match her uniform through her tresses. They were silky enough with her care routine, but they were curly and loved to twine and tangle, and her hair was very thick besides. It was both her bane and her pride. Besides, she huffed, I'm certain Melody would cut me if I tried to lop it off. Which one is she? Todd asked as he flipped through his comic. Black hair to her ass, right? He nodded. Don't seem like the type to hurt people. You've never insulted her nails, she told him neutrally. Other girl had to get 14 stitches. Lucky she refused to identify her. Holy shit. You serious? Cheerleaders are ruthless. Poppy nodded. Then she shrugged, starting to braid her hair. But she was on an opposing cheer team too, so Melody was especially vicious. Geez, glad I ain't into cheerleaders. Todd shuddered. Back, came the call as Dukes came in, careful in shutting the door as he balanced 7 pizzas in one large hand. She waved off her friends as she trotted up to the Jeep and crossed her arms as she came to stop beside Pride. So, she tapped her nails on her arm. That could have killed our new principal, she said calmly, and Alvars winced. Like, yeah. Not cool, Lance. The other girl agreed furiously, and both small girls sent him a glare. Ah, come on. I said I was sorry. His shoulders hunched up at bit as he glanced between them. Get a clue. She turned to walk off, and as Alvars reached out to grab her, Poppy grabbed his wrist. I would suggest not grabbing a girl who's walking away. Doesn't look pretty? She scowled, and he shot one back, opening his mouth to say something before Summers interrupted them. Something going on over here? Some scolding for that little prank? She told him tersely, watching Alvars through narrow eyes as she let go of his wrist. So you don't need to say anything about it. He used his powers, and someone almost got seriously hurt. Summers scowled in response. He doesn't even seem sorry. Hey man, no one actually got hurt. Alvars stepped up to him with a scowl. Because Jean was there. What would you have done if it really did hit down the principal, huh? All right, that's enough. Poppy pushed between the tall teens and pushed them apart. Both of you need to cool off. I deal with enough alpha male bullshit from the team. I don't want to deal with it when I don't have to. She pushed Alvars to the Jeep. You are in for a talk when we get home, she muttered to the brunette, who scoffed but got in the Jeep. I don't know why you hang around them, Summers said harshly as the Jeep started up. Todd protested, and Poppy whirled to him, poking him hard in the chest with a long nail. I hang around them because they are my friends, Summers. They're hoodlums. They're teenagers. Just like me, just like you, just like everyone else in this school. You're gonna regret it. God, can you sound like more of a tool? Look, I don't interfere with whatever rivalry thing you've got going on, but can you please just drop it for a while? I swear it's like they took your toy or something. She rolled her eyes. Go calm down, Summers. God, I don't want to deal with this. She rubbed her temples. I need to go get ready for the rally. Stop provoking my friends, Summers, she warned before turning to get to the blue beetle she'd adopted as her own. Are you guys coming to the rally? I've got money if you want food, she asked as she came down. The 4 were hunched close together and looked up at her in a way she found distinctly shifty. What happened to that talk? Alvars snorted. What, do you think I was going to reprimand you like you were a child? She rolled her eyes as she fluffed her high pigtails. They were long and not a style she normally wore them in, but Melody wanted to match hairstyles. It's not like you meant to drop the scoreboard. Just be a little more careful next time, all right? Who knows how much more the school building can handle without destabilizing and breaking down around our heads? She shook her head, peering at her reflection in the mirror in the entryway and frowning before pulling out her lip liner and neatly correcting before popping her shimmery red lips. Honestly, I was mostly ticked at Summers. Just because Jean's hanging out with her boyfriend doesn't give his jealous arse the right to be a prick. I still can't believe what an ass he was. She pursed her lips angrily before shaking her head again. Anyways, will you be at the rally? Yeah, we'll be there, Alvars said slowly as they glanced at each other. Shifty, Poppy frowned to herself but brushed it off. She had to worry about getting to the rally. Right, whatever. I'm setting 60 here for you then. They pump up the prices ridiculously at rallies. She rolled her eyes. Well, I'm off. See you there. I dunno. It feels like we haven't really been hanging out lately. Jackie sighed and Poppy paused to look up at her. I'm still here, she assured her quietly. I dunno. Things have been kind of hectic in a weird way. You space out during lunch a lot more. The other day, you didn't even finish your food. She sighed. My dad thinks he might be stuck over there for my birthday still. My birthday is the end of July. She grumbled, and immediately a white noise of low sympathetic noises met her, and she found herself in the midst of a group hug and lots of comforting words and assurances. We're always here for you, Pop, Melody told her. Yeah, if you ever need or talk or just hang around, don't hesitate, okay? Savannah squeezed her. The game is underway and Bayville has taken the dash, the announcer abruptly cut off. Excuse me, folks. Poppy frowned, settling for a moment to turn and found Alvars standing on top of the announcer's box. Hey, can I have your attention out there? What are you doing? She whispered with a frown, stepping closer. One of the lights was shifted, and she cut a sharp look to see Maximoff for a moment as the light landed on Alvars. Duke stepped up, and Todd leapt forward in his toad crouch, and Maximoff joined them a moment later like he'd been there the whole time. Her pom-poms dropped. They were in their costumes. That's better, he smirked down. My name's Lance. I also call myself Avalanche. Oh, tell me he's not actually going to dash, her body tensed up. Because I'm a mutant, he told the crowd. That's right. Me and Toad and Blob and Quicksilver here. We're all mutants. What is he talking about? She heard Alexis murmur nervously. I don't know. What are they trying to prove? Jackie frowned at them and Poppy's chest squeezed nervously as she glanced at the cameras focused now on them as well. Born different. What you might call, he grinned, freaks. Savannah, I think we should start evacuating, she said in a low voice as she slunk to the taller girl. She glanced at her before nodding, quietly gathering the other members up and creeping to bleachers to try to stealthily get people out. Poppy really didn't like where this was heading, and she skipped to where she saw Rogue and the rest of the Summer squad. Pust, she hissed, grabbing their attention. I suggest you start getting people out if you can. Did you know about this? Summers snarled and she reared back, a snarl on her face. You think I would put people in jeopardy or, fucking God forbid, tell a whole school and live cameras about mutants? I had no idea, she spat back at him. But I don't like where this is going. Try to get people out of here before something happens. That's what you guys do, right? Help, she demanded in a harsh whisper. So do it. Before she slipped away hurriedly, operating quietly and slashing at whatever cords she saw from the van to cut off the cameras. She couldn't control cell phones or video cameras, though she thought with a cold sweat breaking out on her skin. You see, there's lots of mutants at Bayville High, Lance went on. Scott Summers over there. He pointed out to where Summers had gotten up and Poppy tensed up. Oh no, what are you thinking? She whispered in horror. He's one. And so is Jean Grey, your big soccer star. And most of their pals over at the Xavier Institute. No, 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 that's supposed to be a safe place for them, she hissed under her breath as the ones working the cameras the van fretted around, trying to get things back up and running for this drama. Alvars, you idiot, which is kind of a school for weirdo mutant nerds. Now, being mutants means we've got these special powers, dash. Shit, Melody, we need to get people out faster. She grabbed her friend's arm and she nodded frantically, darting off to spread word and wave others to try to evacuate slowly and subtly enough not to alarm anyone or alert the threat before casting a strong notice me on herself so she could cast more freely. The threat being her 4 mutant friends, she thought dismally, that we used to make little improvements. For instance, we thought this game would be more fun if rows were further apart. He pulled out a hand and a crack opened in the middle of the field. Her breath stopped in her chest for a moment as horror filled her as some of the girls nearly fell in, her heart in her throat. No, 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 no. And we thought the principal should have a little better perspective on his student body. This wasn't a game. This wasn't a joke or a prank. They were putting people in very real danger. She was panting now, almost hyperventilating. This wasn't an enemy. These were her friends. They goofed off and complained about bad movie scenes, played video games, and gorged themselves on pizza and takeout. Another thing. Alvars pointed over, and her head snapped as she only now noticed Dukes storming up the bleachers. We think that mascot totally reeks. Her head whipped around. A lot of people were safely away and she looked, wild-eyed at Dukes before hissing a spell under her breath, making him fall forward and drop like a stone. She turned her frantic attentions over to Quicksilver and tripped him up in order to hit him with the same and safely float Principal Kelly back to the ground. Her hands spread out before her. There were maybe a dozen people left around after the ground opened up in the panic and the evacuation efforts. Their memories could be wiped, she thought numbly. She knew the spells, had to perform them before. It was supposed to be different here, she thought hysterically. She was supposed to be just an occasional petty thief and happy cheerleader. And Daddy wasn't there to help her or shield her, to give her advice and help talk her through this, talk her through how to bring down her own friends. She muttered spells under her breath, chanting as she tried to ensure the safety of the few who lingered. Alvars, she thought, Alvars and Todd. She turned with wide eyes to where she saw him still standing up top, now frowning at Dukes's down form, and then at Maximoff where he was laid on the ground. Her spell hit him square in the chest, and he fell onto his back, out cold. Todd, she thought, eyes darting around, wide and shining as she focused around her. An absent-minded spell mending the bleachers Dukes had destroyed in his trek before she found his leaping figure and hissed out the spell again. She breathed in and out shakily, trying not to collapse. She pulled her phone out from the secured pocket and pressed speed dial with shaky fingers. I have a nomage area that needs to be wiped. Bayville High School. And she hung up before destroying her phone in a tight grip before dashing off to collect her friends. Her stupid, idiotic, dangerous friends. She opera'd them back to her house, picking up her pace when she saw Summer's squad rushing in with their own costumes on. She came back only briefly, shedding her charm and finding the wheelchair man. He seemed to be their leader after all. There will be people here soon to wipe their minds of the whole thing. They'll take care of any video captured too. They're thorough like that, she croaked, feeling shaky and weak and like she may have started crying sometime between dropping off Dukes and coming back to grab Maximoff. The loud crack of apparition alerted her, and her head jerked over to robed individuals. She raised her arm, casting a bright lumos and waving them near. Are you the call-in? One man asked gruffly, cloak hood obscuring his face. Yes, she said shakily. What happened here? He demanded as she hugged herself, sniffling as others swept around, civilians and altering and remaking memories, finding out the people just outside and who was there to track down and properly fix. Her costumed schoolmates were quick to gather around their professor. A mutant. Ah, yeah. He pulled out a small mirror. Yeah, B349. Another mutant incident, he said into it. Perpetrators? Gone, she said quickly. He looked around. Don't surprise me. Hit and runs from radical mutant groups have been springing up more in the past 5 or 6 years, he grunted. Them? Mutants, right? He turned to the group that huddled close now. We won't wipe your memories, given that sometimes your abilities can react badly with our methods. Were you aware? They weren't. She hurried to answer for them, her voice hoarse. He hummed low in his throat, casting a warming charm on her. Long dark wood wand swirling. Right. Well, while you're not totally exempt from certain laws just because you know now, we will insist that you not mention this, or us, to anybody else. If you have any other run-ins, his wand swirled again and a business card fluttered to the bald man. You can call this number for a cleanup. Gotta make it fast though. Nomage these days are always so eager to post things to the internet, and it's hard to stop them once it goes viral. The man turned back to her. Do you need medical assistance? No. No. I'm just a bit shaken up, thank you. Right. We're gonna finish up here, and everything will be sorted out by the morning. Have a nice evening. And with a curt nod, he strode away. That just happened? That was a team of specially trained wizards and witches that wiped the memories of non-magicals in case of threat of exposure for our society. Poppy said dully. I didn't realize they were so familiar with mutants. Wait, what? Wizards and witches? Yes, she sighed, turning to them. Our kind split off from non-magicals during the witch hunts and trials, created our own secret spaces and society beneath their noses. The law they were talking about was the Statute of Secrecy. It ensures no one outs us to non-magicals. For safety reasons, she rubbed her face tiredly. I can give you addresses to offices or bookstores if you want to ask someone about it, or read up on it, but I just want to go home. Where's Avalanche? And Toad? Blob and Quicksilver? Summer stepped up, and she stared at him blankly. Why did you lie? I told you, she said tiredly, feeling far older than she was all of a sudden, her usual energy drained in light of the emotional roller coaster she had found herself on. They're my friends. Regardless if they're minors, if they would have taken them in, they would be charged as adults and sentenced as them too. Magical prisons, jails, and penitentiaries are not nearly as humane as non-magical ones. Most of them don't have laws and regulations against torture and beating inmates, nothing about feeding them or bathing them. They were dumb, and they put people in danger. If you want to talk to them, and only talk, I'll give you my address, but not tonight. I think we all need our rest, the bald man soothed. She nodded, slumping a bit. She couldn't apparate in her state. All her frenetic energy was sapped, and she didn't trust herself not to splinch if she tried. She wasn't sure she was all right to drive, though, either. Do you need a ride home? Huh? Oh, she frowned dazedly. My car can fly and drive itself, she settled on. It can turn invisible, too. Don't worry, she said, turning to go to said car in a daze and ignoring the burst of noise behind her. It felt like one moment she was getting into the Blue Beetle, and a blink later it was parking itself. She sat quietly for a few minutes before mechanically getting out and entering the house proper. She stared at the passive faces of the four who had so thoroughly ruined the night. She wandered past them and took a shower for she didn't know how long. She put on one of her daddy's shirts and a pair of shorts, brushed through her hair, and went back downstairs, curling up on her chaise and staring at them before muttering spells to wake them. Maximoff jolted up first, and Alvars groaned as he sat up, rubbing his head. Dukes was shaking his head, and Todd yelped as he accidentally rolled onto the floor. She watched them all silently, only the few candles she lit providing a dim light. Her eyes were probably glowing. Yo, what happened? You put other people and yourselves into a lot of danger, she said flatly. Pop, where dash? You're lucky they have clean-up teams for things like this. No one will remember. She tucked her head into her knees. No one besides your X-Men and us anyways, her voice cracked. Oh, no, hey, don't start crying, Dash, Todd started fearfully. Do you have any idea how terrifying that was? She wailed. Do you know what people would do to you if they found out what you were? God, do you even realize how much trouble you would have been in? She sobbed. What were you thinking? God, we're sorry, Peach. Alvars trailed off awkwardly. She hid her face again, crying noisily though muffled. Poppy didn't have many friends before coming here. The few she would find would drift after a week or two. Savannah and the squad were her friends, but she had to hide who she inherently was with them. While she still hid parts of herself with these boys, they had managed to become her closest friends, who stayed at her house, laughed, played games with her. And her closest friends almost managed to become terrorists, potential murderers. God, she managed to get mixed up in the same sort of wrong crowd as Daddy did, didn't she? And what if someone got hurt? What if someone might have died? What if someone else was armed and tried to shoot you? Do you have any clue how much danger everyone was in? She blurted between gasps for air. You could have been killed. You could have accidentally killed someone else. She scrabbled at her chest, feeling it wound so tight she might pass out. You stupid idiot boys. Just because you have powers doesn't mean you're invincible, she blubbered and then swiped at her face roughly. She hated crying, hated everything to do with it. It hurt her head, her throat, her nose, and her lungs, and it solved nothing. She hated being upset enough to cry too. She was a forwards type of girl, not a sob and sigh kind. She hated feeling helpless even more. She could only imagine how awful, how terrified those poor people at the game were. She sniffled, grit her teeth, and shot up, wiping her face one last time and screwing her eyes shut for a moment, breathing harshly before she forcibly calmed herself down. Crying about it helped no one. What were you thinking? She hissed, almost sliding into parcel tongue. What would have possessed you to not only put yourselves at risk for exposure, not just those ex-whatever kids, but to then put in blatant danger a whole hunk of civilians? Do you know how easy it is for a human body to break? How easy to trigger a heart attack, a seizure? How easy to break someone's neck by accident? People could have died. You could have died. She shouted at them hoarsely, voice a thundering thing in the dark room, and she watched them flinch and fidget. Fighting with Gray and Summers and their group is one thing, but targeting and attacking a public high school game where regular civilians, children, elderly, students, what in the seven hells brought you idiots to that point? What could have been so polarizing that you put just about everyone there in extreme danger and almost exposed mutants to a society that would lash out in fear at them? She demanded, feeling her magic crackle in the air like ozone and the static charge of a thunderstorm. I'm going to tell you what I told them after I brought your dunderhead arses back here. I am a witch. I come from a hidden society of people with magic who can brew potions and cast spells and ride fucking brooms. Do you know why we are hidden? The fucking witch trials from history. We had to split our entire people into a separate hidden society because muggles, nomage, those without magic started killing off people en masse on suspect of having magic. Do you think anything has really changed? Do you think people are going to accept that mutants exist and might crop up? No, they're not. They will be persecuted, they will be hunted, and they will be killed. And fucking Merlin forbid if a fucking war starts between mutants and muggles, because we all know wars end so nicely, don't they? She snarled before deflating. Well, why? Why did you do that? Why should we have to hide? Alvers said quietly. We can do amazing things. Why do we need to cover it all up just because some people won't like it? Because the people who won't like it are loud and brutal, she said ruthlessly. Because they won't look at you and see a person, see someone with hopes and dreams and emotions. You'll be a threat, a danger, and most of all, something unknown. You will be feared and then hunted because of that fear. She rubbed a hand down her face. If you want to use your powers so badly, I know a few places. Magical places. They might give you some looks at first, but you'll hardly be the oddest thing there, she told them flatly. Mutants clearly didn't qualify as muggles after all. She eyed them. In fact, you might just be overlooked for the most part. You can sell off magical reasons pretty well. They'll automatically assume Dukes is partially giant, Todd is a partial animagus transformation. You'll just be an earth elemental and Maximoff dash, she squinted at him. Something to do with a ritual, probably. She tapped her nails against her hip as she considered them. And if it's training you want, there are magical places for that as well. Wait, what? That could work. That could work, she murmured. Then she frowned. How were you being trained before? We kinda weren't. Wasn't the blue lady principal your boss or guardian or something? And actually, whatever happened to her? She's gone, Alvers said firmly, frowning at her speculatively. Whatever, don't actually care, she waved off. Summer's squad obviously gets quality training. She tapped her fingers along her arm. And you're saying you had none this entire time, but what you've managed to figure out on your own, or in your squabbles? When you put it that way, no wonder we lose all the time. Not to mention the group number disparity, she tacked on absently. Right. We'll head off tomorrow and rent a dueling space for you to practice in, and we can make real training schedules after we gauge where you are. She frowned, running a hand through her hair. We'll still have to take account for school hours, though. I'm all for just skipping, Todd piped in, clearly just relieved she wasn't crying or yelling anymore. No, your education is important, she frowned at him and then paused again. What if you want to go to university? What, me? In college? Your grades are all fairly above average. I don't see why you wouldn't think about it. And pay for it with what money, huh? And can you picture me? He swept his arm down the length of himself. In college? Is that a trick question? She frowned confusedly. Yes, and there are plenty of options for tuition help. Or, if you really want, I could help pay for it. Not like I don't have a disgusting amount of money in my hands. I'm not really a college-type person, dig? What? Why not? She asked, even more confused. What does that even mean? She turned to the other boys. You're all thinking of university, right? Dukes frowned self-consciously, rubbing the back of his head. I wasn't formally educated before I came here. I was kinda a sideshow attraction. College ain't never been on the board for me. Takes too long, too slow and boring. I think I've suffered enough school to want to throw myself into it willingly again after I'm finally done the mandatory stuff. College girls are cute, though, Maximoff scoffed, crossing his arms. I was told I might as well drop out. I always figured I'd end up a mechanic. Alvers shrugged. She blinked. Daddy had always told her about the importance of education, and she had known for years that she would be going to university at some point. Even if not outright university, there are still trade schools you can apply for, she pointed out. Training? Weren't we talking about training? Alvars asked, very clearly trying to steer the conversation away. She frowned and gave them a stern "this isn't over" look before nodding sharply. Right, well, it's still very late and I've no doubt I'm going to get called on tomorrow for my little stunt. Called on? I was forced to bring in specialists to wipe their civilians of their memories of what happened and reveal that I'm a witch to Summer's squad. No doubt there will be questions, and that's not bringing up that I snatched you all up before you could get yourselves in trouble or, Circe forbid, hurt, she sighed, rubbing her face as she slid down to sit again. Wait, since you seem to get into those pissing matches with Summer's squad, do you? Are you injured on a regular basis? I wouldn't really say that. Dukes rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. She reared up in affront. Next time you get hurt, she ground out. You come to me first, she growled. I can heal your wounds and give you potions for anything else. She shook her heads. Whatever happened to youth time pleasures? Who even says youth anymore? So is nobody else still kinda back with the whole? Todd spoke up, waving his arms around. Which thing? I feel like we're better off not asking. Alvars frowned. Speaking of asking, how are you allowed to live here without an adult? You're still a minor. Maximoff butted in and she frowned. I've been wondering for a while now. Even we've been starting to get a few questions about the boarding house now that Mystique isn't around. Special permit and technical emancipation, she answered gruffly, waving it off. Then she tapped her nails against her thigh as she sat up straight. Speaking of, take me to your boarding house. What? No way, it's a total mess. Alvars protested, the tips of his ears red. And there's no way. Don't be silly. I'm just going to cast a few spells and create a few wards to protect it, since none of you will just stay here. She rolled her eyes. Hey, I stay over all the time, but you still spend some nights over there. My house is positively armed to the teeth in protection spells and wards, and that's to say nothing of the hidden rooms. Hidden rooms? Magically hidden, of course. Safe rooms and the like. Or magical rooms that we prefer not to have just out and about for any guest to wander into. Can you make hidden rooms in our place? Fred asked curiously, leaning forward. No, Alvars said sternly. Yes. Poppy disagreed and crossed her arms over her chest. If you'd like, I can do all sorts of interesting things to it, like making sure that only certain people can get in or out, or sending a warning if there's an intruder, creating hidden rooms, making traps for intruders, hidden entrances and walkways, expanding the inside of a room without changing the outside of it. What? Wait, what was that last thing? Maximoff cut in impatiently. Making rooms bigger on the inside than they appear on the outside? He looked torn for a moment. I can go back and clean the place up real quick, he blurted out, and Alvars frowned at him. Wonderful. And I can finally see this boarding house of yours, she clapped. Don't know why you're so excited. The place is a dump. Todd grumbled as Maximoff was off. Come on then, up we go. And you can finally get out of those odd outfits of yours. Hey, what's wrong with our threads? I mean, they're just a little gaudy, I think. Poppy shrugged before brightening up again. When we go off to the magical side, I'm sure we can find something better to wear than those things. And, well, they look uncomfortable and clunky. Except for Fred's. Mine is just stuff I had before, he shrugged. Have to get things with special durability. Understandable, she nodded. You know, Summer's squad's outfits look sort of coordinated, if only because of the black and yellow they seem to wear. Her head rocked to the side. And they all share the same sort of style pattern. Granted, they're still running around in very conspicuous spandex outfits, she sighed. I mean, does your armor even function as armor, or was that an aesthetic choice? And it seems like a pain to get in and out of. And it does fuck all to even try to conceal your identity. You're telling me. Alvars rolled his eyes. I don't really get it either. Then we'll certainly try to find something less that. Sure, whatever. He rolled his eyes before pausing. Wait, we left the Jeep? You can all fit in the Beetle. Dukes hunched in a bit more, raising his hand slightly. Yeah, no offense, but there ain't no way Dukes is fitting in that sardine can. It's a magically enhanced car that can turn invisible and fly. I think it can handle a little expansion. Whoa, what? Hey, can you trick out the Jeep? No one touches the Jeep. Alvars immediately shot down before turning to her. Don't touch the Jeep, she raised her hands. I don't know about all of the charms on it anyways. It was all Daddy's handiwork. Geez, what's taking you slowpoke so long? Maximoff blurred back in, dressed in regular clothes. Her car can fly. Todd opted to tell him. Your car can fly? My car can fly, she nodded. Can you make the Jeep dash? No, she and Alvars answered, him in a warning tone and her in a casual shrug. Not my area of expertise. TCH, whatever. Hey, what about Duke's magical car? She laughed in delight as she looped, feeling only more joy as they shrieked in the back and Todd beside her. They deserved a little punishment after that hellish episode they pulled, and she really needed a pick-me-up from the mini meltdown. Or just a distraction. They had no idea the danger they were putting themselves in, putting huge targets on their backs and idealistic views even on being shunned or rejected for being mutants. All it took was one radical to kill a teen, and for them to kill someone else. She shoved that thought far, far away. And what was she doing? Offering them training? Fighting with those other mutant kids was one thing, and what were those kids being trained for anyways? They were brushing on full-blown combat with their powers. What were their guardians thinking? Training to be able to control was one thing, but from their uniforms they looked like they were training specifically to be used offensively, and their clothes and formations too. Poppy supposed it probably wasn't that shocking. If someone found out, it really could devolve into a hunt for mutants. At the same time, training teenagers to offensively use their fantastical powers would look very bad, no matter if it was to help people or quash less friendly mutants from disturbing the peace. But honestly, no matter if there was good reasoning or not, they'd be persecuted for being mutants at all. It was a no-win situation to try to come out as superhuman